I clicked on the basement light. Then I gripped the iron banister and took a step down. The stair creaked beneath me. It sounded like a squeaking mouse. I took another step, squinting into the yellow light. The cold stairs chilled my bare feet. I lifted my long nightshirt so I wouldn't trip over it as I made my way down. In sleep, my straight brown hair had fallen over my face. I brushed it back over my shoulders. My hand trembled with fear. I heard a hum in the basement as the furnace clicked on. Another stair squeaked beneath me. I stopped halfway down. What am I doing? Did I say the words out loud, or did I only think them? Why was I creeping down to the basement in the middle of the night? It wasn't my idea. I didn't want to do it. I was being pulled. Pulled against my will. Carly Beth. Ellipsis. Carly Beth. Ellipsis. As if the terrifying mask was calling my name. The ugly haunted mask that tried to ruin my life. Tried to destroy my brain. Tried to turn me evil. And now it was calling me. Forcing me down the stairs and across the cold basement floor. Carly Beth. Ellipsis. Carly Beth. Ellipsis. I knew I wasn't dreaming. My fright was too real. I switched on the ceiling light. It glowed off the bright red vinyl chairs and couch in our playroom. I grabbed the edge of the ping-pong table. I tried to stop myself. Tried to hold myself back. But the pull of the mask was too strong. I suddenly felt so weak and tiny, like a piece of dust caught in a powerful vacuum cleaner. My hands flew off the table. I stumbled forward, my toes tangling in the strands of the white shag rug. My horse posters. The red wall clock. My brother knows old tricycle. The closet door covered with family snapshots. All swept by in a blur as I staggered across the basement. To the storage room against the far wall. To the mountain of cartons and old furniture and piles of baby toys and old clothes and magazines. The room where I had buried the mask. So deep in the stacks and stacks of junk that no one could find it. And now it was calling me. Pulling me. Carly Beth. Ellipsis. Carly Beth. Ellipsis. Was the whisper only inside my head? The sound of my own name sent shiver after shiver down the back of my neck. I knew what it wanted. I knew why it woke me up and called me from my bedroom. It wanted me to uncover the metal box where I had buried it away. To unlock the box and free it. To pull it on again this year. To let its evil sweep over me once more. The haunted mask was ready to take over my mind again and force me to do its evil. I couldn't let that happen. I would never let that happen again. But here I was, stepping into the dark storage room. Squinting at the piles of cartons and old furniture. Here I was, unable to fight it. My legs trembled as I lifted the first box. Shivering in my thin nightshirt, I pulled the heavy carton off the pile and set it down beside me. Then I reached for the next carton. I can't stop myself. My voice came out in a choked whisper. I wanted to turn away. I wanted to run. Instead, I bent and pulled the metal box out from its hiding place. An old black box with a heavy clasp. I let out a gasp. The box felt warm. What was I doing? Question mark. Why couldn't I stop my hands? My heart skipped a beat. I made a choking sound as I unlocked the box and lifted the lid. Folded inside the box, the mask let off a green glow. I gaped at the two crooked rows of fangs. The fat, rubbery lips grinned up at me. Stop, Carly Beth. Stop. Don't do it, I pleaded with myself. But I was no longer in control. I wrapped one hand around the bumpy bald head of the mask and lifted it from the box. Oh! A groan escaped my throat. The mask felt like human flesh. The pointed chin bobbed up and down. The rubbery lips made a bub 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 sound as they rubbed together. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt ready to burst. I let the box fall to the floor and raised the ugly mask high over my head. The sunken eye holes grew wider. The worm-like lips made their bub 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 sound. The basement cold wrapped around me. I could feel my muscles tighten. My whole body was stiff with fear. I began to lower the mask. Lower it over my head. I felt the warm rubbery material against my hair. I tugged it down. Soft as human skin, the mask slid over my forehead. And then, no, a shout burst from my throat. A scream of fear and anger all mixed together. The force of the shout gave me strength. I pulled the mask up and jerked it away from me. No. You're not going to overpower me. I'm not going to wear you, ever again. I gripped the warty cheeks of the mask in my fists. Then I gasped as the mask moved its rubbery, warm lips. Bub bub bub. The lips parted and the fangs tilted up. And the haunted mask opened its mouth in a long, deafening scream. The next afternoon, my friend Sabrina Mason followed me onto the bus. We rode it every day to our after-school job. Carly Beth, are you okay? Sabrina asked, swinging her backpack off her shoulders. You look like something my cat coughed up. I laughed. Why don't you say what you really think, Sabrina? Sabrina and I have been best friends since 3rd grade. So we can almost always say what's on our minds without either of us getting hurt. We're both 12. But Sabrina looks at least 16. She is tall and dark and graceful and sophisticated looking, with long black hair and enormous black eyes. I'm stuck with this little pixie face, a tiny stub of a nose, and a skinny mouse body. I'm actually a month older than Sabrina. But people think I'm her younger sister. The bus started up with a bump. Sabrina and I spilled headfirst into the nearest seats. We dropped our backpacks on the floor in front of us. Sabrina began to tie her hair back in a ponytail. She turned to me. So? Let me guess. You were up all night thinking about Gary Stedman. Huh? I gave her shoulder a hard shove. Hello? Earth calling Sabrina. I don't have a crush on Gary Stedman. Sabrina's dark eyes flashed. Then what did I see at Steve Boswell's party last Friday night? I could feel my cheeks turning hot. I knew I was blushing. I wish I could do something about that. Is there a way to learn how to keep your face from turning red? Sabrina, don't be a rat, I said. Total truth? He tried to kiss me, and his braces cut my lip. We both laughed. The bus hit a bump, and it made me hiccup. Sabrina tugged at the brown suede vest she wore over 2 t-shirts. She's really into clothes these days. I mainly pull on jeans and anything I can find in my t-shirt drawer. So, Carly Beth, if you weren't up all night thinking about the Stedman, why the dark rings under your eyes? I'm serious. You've been totally pale and droopy all day. I sighed and stared out the stained bus window. The sidewalks were covered with a deep blanket of brown leaves scuttling in the wind. We rolled past the library with its tall white columns. Then past Romer's flower store with a wheelbarrow of yellow and orange flowers in front. Should I tell Sabrina the truth? Yes. I decided. I couldn't tell anyone else about what happened last night. No one would believe it. Mom would just tell me to stop watching the Sci-Fi Channel. But Sabrina was there that Halloween. She saw the haunted mask. She saw what happened to me when I wore it. Sabrina believed. So I told her the whole story. How I woke up wide awake at 3 in the morning. How I couldn't stop myself. I was pulled to the basement. Forced to open the box and take out the ugly mask. Speaking in a hushed voice, I told her how I started to pull it down over my head. And how I finally found the strength to rip it off and shove it away. My voice trembled as I told Sabrina how it took all my strength to stuff the screaming mask back into its box. It didn't stop screaming until I closed the box tight. And by the time I went back upstairs, it was almost time to get ready for school. I was breathing hard when I finished telling Sabrina the story. And I could feel that my face was still bright red. Sabrina had her hand on my arm. She shook her head. "Listen to me, Carly Beth," she whispered. "You have to get that mask out of your house. You are really scaring me." I swallowed. My mouth suddenly felt very dry. "But where can I take it?" I asked. "I don't want anyone to find it." "Take it anywhere," Sabrina said, squeezing my arm. "Bury it in the woods. Throw it in the river." "But what if it floats?" I said. "What if someone fishes it out and puts it on?" "I can't let that happen to anyone else, Sabrina. It's too horrifying!" Exclamation mark. "When I wore it, it changed me. You remember?" I turned angry and evil. We couldn't pull it off. The mask attached itself to my skin. Exclamation mark quote. SSSSH. She raised a finger to her lips. "Of course. I remember," she said. She held up both hands. Her plastic bracelets rattled. "Look. I'm shaking. I'm shaking all over. That's why you have to get that thing out of your house." The bad memories flooded over me. "You can only defeat it with a symbol of love," I muttered. Sabrina stared at me. "Huh? Remember?" I said. "I found a symbol of love. That's the only way to remove the mask from your face and stop its evil." Sabrina shuddered. "Can we stop talking about it?" "You are totally creeping me out. Change the subject. I want to hear more about Gary Stedman." But I couldn't stop. "Only one good thing came from that Halloween," I said. "The haunted mask changed me. After all that horror, I'm not the same person anymore." Sabrina rolled her eyes. "It's true," I insisted. "You remember. I was the class scaredy cat. I was afraid of my own shadow." "Really? But after defeating that evil mask, I'm different, Sabrina. I'm not scared anymore." And then something warm and dry curled around my neck. A snake with glowing yellow eyes slid around my throat. It raised its head and opened its jaws wide. The snake jerked its head back and closed its jaws. I heard laughter behind me. I wrapped my fingers around the snake and gently pulled it off my neck. Then I turned to the two boys in the seat behind me. "Scared you?" Chuck Green shouted. He and his buddy Steve Boswell hee-hawed some more and touched knuckles. I ran my fingers up and down the snake, petting it lightly. Then I handed it back to Chuck. "I knew you brought Herbie in for science class today," I told him. "No big deal." I twisted around in the seat so I could look at the two of them. "Your jokes are lame. Give it up, dudes. You can't scare me anymore." For some reason, they thought that was a riot. You look like two grinning baboons, Sabrina said. They started scratching their armpits and ee-eeing like monkeys. Chuck and Steve aren't related, but they look like brothers. They're both tall and thin, with straight brown hair, dark brown eyes, and the same goofy grin. They dress alike, too. They always wear baggy, faded jeans and black long-sleeve t-shirts. I don't know why. But all they want to do is scare me and make me scream. They just don't realize how different I am now. Steve leaned over and messed up my hair. It's almost Halloween, he said. Are you going to hide under your bed this year till it's over? Chuck hee-hawed some more. Like it was a real funny joke. Sabrina and I both rolled our eyes. I just saw something kinda scary, I said. Like what? Steve asked. I pointed out the window. Wasn't that your house that went by 3 or 4 blocks ago? Huh. They both jumped up, grabbed their backpacks, and went running to the front of the bus. Hey, stop. Stop. Sabrina and I laughed as they scrambled off the bus. We waved out the window as the bus pulled away. They're totally immature, Sabrina said. Like, shouldn't they be repeating 4th grade or something? I smoothed my hair down with both hands. Then I settled back in the seat. I could still feel the chill of the snake on my neck. Sabrina waved to someone out the window. Her plastic bracelets jangled. Then she turned and started saying something to me. But I couldn't hear her. She sounded far away. Her voice was like an echo of an echo, drowned out by a high, frightening scream. The scream of the haunted mask. I struggled to hear Sabrina, but I couldn't shut out the mask's shrill wail. Couldn't shut it out. Couldn't shut it out. I covered my ears, hoping it would stop. What's wrong, Carly Beth? Sabrina gripped my hands and started shaking me. What's wrong? Don't you hear it, too? I cried. She squinted at me. Hear what? No, no. Is it inside my head now? What am I going to do? Sabrina and I climbed off the bus at the last stop. The screaming in my ears had faded, but I felt a little dizzy and weird. I took a long, deep breath. The air smelled so fresh here at the farm on the edge of town. It smelled like cut grass and autumn leaves and flowers. Sabrina and I started walking up the gravel path to the tall white farmhouse. The windows in the front of the house glowed red in the late afternoon sun. The house stood in the middle of a wide green pasture. Beyond the pasture stood a big apple tree orchard. Our shoes crunched over the gravel. We passed the red and white sign that read, Tumbledown Farms. Dot. A cool October breeze rattled the sign. A bunch of squawking blackbirds perched on the satellite dish behind the house. High in the sky, I saw a red hawk swoop low, then float up again. The wind made the tall pasture grass tilt one way, then the other. Almost Halloween, Sabrina muttered, leaning into the wind. We have to think of some Halloween projects for the little beasts. Our new job was helping Mrs. Lang take care of 8 kindergarten kids in the Tumbledown Farms after-school program. Don't call them beasts, I scolded. I think they're cute. Cute? Sabrina's dark eyes flashed. Do you call stuffing crayons up your nose cute? Question mark quote. Only Jessie did that, I said. And we got the crayons out with only a little crying, didn't we? Mrs. Lang says there's one bad apple in every bushel, Sabrina said. I shook my head. Jess is not a bad apple. He's only 5. Colin is my favorite, Sabrina said. He's like a miniature old gentleman. If you tell him to do something, he gives you a sharp salute and then he does it. Colin still sucks his thumb, I said. She shrugged. No one's perfect. Angela is perfect, I said. With those red curls and green eyes, she could be a kid supermodel or something. Super spoiled, you mean, Sabrina replied. The way she always has to sit in your lap? She's sweet, I said. You're just jealous. We climbed up the wooden steps to the front porch and scraped our shoes on the welcome mat. I could hear the kids' voices inside, high and shrill. Some kind of argument. I could hear Jesse trying to outshout the others. Tumbledown Farms is one of the oldest farms in the state. My dad told me it used to be a real working farm where they grew potatoes and tomatoes and corn and a lot of other crops. But the farm family sold it and moved away a long time ago. Now it's a place people go to on weekends. Almost like a theme park. There's the apple orchard, a petting zoo, 2 restaurants, an art gallery, a big souvenir shop, hay rides, and a kids club. I pushed open the door, and we stepped into the front room. Warm air washed over my face. I took a deep breath. The house smelled like chocolate. Mrs. Lang always bakes cookies on Friday. Gimme it. Gimme it, I heard Jesse shouting from the playroom. Sabrina and I tossed our coats and backpacks down on the bench near the door and hurried to the playroom. The first thing I saw was Angela sitting at the art table, crying. An overturned cup in front of her. A big puddle of chocolate milk spreading over the table. I turned to the window and saw Jesse and Harmony having an angry tug of war with a red plastic frisbee. Gimme it. Gimme it, Jesse was fierce. Laura Henry ran into the room, carrying a roll of paper towels. She leaned over Angela and started to mop up the spilled chocolate milk. When she saw Sabrina and me, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're here, she said. The kids are totally wired today. I think it's a full moon or something. I laughed. Laura, it's still daytime, I said. I crossed the room to Jesse and Harmony to see if I could settle the frisbee war. Sabrina carried some tissues over to Howard, who was screaming that he had to blow his nose. Where is Mrs. Lang? I asked. She had a problem at one of the restaurants, Laura replied. She left me in charge. She blew a strand of hair off her forehead. But then things got out of control. Laura is 12, our age. She is short and thin and has very pale white skin, silvery gray eyes, and long tangles of white blonde hair that she's constantly pushing back or entangling or twisting around her fingers. Today she wore a short denim skirt over black leggings. And a red and white Tumbledown Farms sweatshirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Laura doesn't go to our school. She goes to a private school. I think she lives close to the farm. She helps Mrs. Lang with the after-school program and a lot of other chores. She's kind of hard to get to know. I think she's very shy. I took the frisbee from Jesse and Harmony and swung it behind my back. No frisbee in the house, I said. Let's do something else, okay? Harmony spun away to join Angela at the art table. Jesse took a step back. Suddenly, his eyes went wide and his mouth twisted in horror. He pointed up at me. Your face, he cried. Carly Beth, your face. Why is it so ugly? Question mark quote. I let out a gasp. What was he staring at? The mask. How could that be? I staggered back. I raised my hands to my cheeks. Jesse burst out laughing. Gotcha, he said. He gave me a hard shove. Gotcha, Carly Beth. He did a crazy dance around the room, laughing like a wild man. I felt like a total jerk. How stressed was I? I let a 5-year-old frighten me. Get a grip, Carly Beth. Mrs. Lang came trotting in. She never walks. She runs. She's a tall, heavy woman and looks older than my parents, with bright orange hair, rosy cheeks, and green eyes. She wears baggy plaid flannel shirts, long skirts down to the floor, and cowboy boots. She is a total energy machine. I've never seen her sit down. And she talks as fast as she moves. What are y'all doing indoors on such a beautiful day? She boomed. She gathered up empty drink cups. Get outside. Smell that fresh farm air. She picked something out of Colin's hair. She patted Angela's cheek. I know what. Go pick apples. They're falling off the trees. Get the buckets behind the house. Fill 'em up, here? Go on, get. She practically shooed us out. Sabrina followed me out the door. This is a good idea, she said. Let them blow off some steam. Well, that's exactly what they did. The kids went tearing across the pasture, shouting and pushing one another and dancing and screaming. Sabrina and I grabbed buckets and ran after them. Hey, stick together, I shouted. I followed them into the thick tangle of apple trees. Stick together. Don't get lost. The air grew cooler as we moved under the shade of the trees. And the ground, thick with leaves, grew soft and squishy. Jesse, don't throw apples, Sabrina shouted. Hey, stop. No throwing, I yelled. You could hurt somebody. Hey. Angela came running to me, crying and rubbing her head. Jessie hit me. I hugged her and gave her head a kiss. All better. Oh, yuck. Howard was making faces, bending over something in the leaves. Other kids hurried to join him. Oh, yuck. That's sick. Exclamation mark quote. I hurried over to them. Jessie was poking something with a stick. I peered down. A rotted apple bulging with purple worms. Barf. Howard groaned. Think I'm gonna barf. He held his hand over his mouth. I took him gently by the shoulders and moved him away. Just don't look at it, I said. You'll be fine. Sabrina and I shooed everyone away from there. They took off again, shouting and spinning through the trees. I held up 2 buckets in front of me. Hey, doesn't anyone want to pick apples? We came here to pick apples, Sabrina shouted. Hey, anyone? Question mark quote. An apple sailed past my head. Several kids laughed. Stop it, Howard, I heard Harmony shout. That's so not funny. I couldn't see her. She stood behind the trunk of an apple tree. I could hear the crackle of leaves all around as kids ran in every direction. Ever get that helpless feeling? Sabrina asked me. I laughed. You were right. They are beasts. At least today. We followed the kids through the trees to the far side of the orchard. Some of them were jumping over a low wooden fence that had fallen over. A field of tall grass and weeds stretched beyond the fence. And in a corner of the field, I squinted into the late afternoon sun, a red ball just above the trees. What is that? I asked Sabrina, who stepped up beside me. It looks like a long house or shed. But what would a house be doing way back here? It's a stable, Sabrina said. She shielded her eyes from the sun with one hand. It's been abandoned for years. It's falling down. Yes. The windows were all broken. One wall had fallen in. Part of the shingled roof had collapsed. I turned and saw Howard and Jesse darting across the field, pulling Harmony with them. They were heading for the empty stable. Come back, Sabrina shouted. Hey, you guys. Come back. They giggled and kept running. Several other kids began to follow them. I cupped my hands around my mouth to shout to them. But I stopped when I heard the sound. I listened hard. Was that a horse whinny? From the abandoned stable? Impossible. I told myself. But there, I heard it again. I poked Sabrina in the side. Did you hear that? She frowned at me. Hear what? I thought I heard something. A horse, maybe. Let's go check out the old stable, I said. I started pushing through the tall grass. No. Wait. Sabrina grabbed my arm and held me back. Carly Beth, I know you love horses. But the stable looks dangerous. It's falling down. We should stop the kids. We have to get them back to Mrs. Lang. Come on. We'll just take a quick peek, I said. I grabbed Sabrina's hand and started to drag her through the field. We didn't get far. After 5 or 6 steps, we both heard a frightened voice yell from behind us. No. Don't go there. I spun around. Laura stood behind us at the edge of the apple orchard. Her blonde hair blew wildly around her face. She waved frantically, shouting for us to come back. So Sabrina and I rounded up the kids. They were pretty easy to herd back. The long walk and all the running and screaming had them tired out. Their parents and babysitters were waiting in the front room to take them home. Sabrina, Laura, and I stuffed them into their coats and hats, and they were gone. Silence. The only sounds now were the rattle of the old windows against the wind and the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the front hallway. The three of us cleaned up the playroom. Then we headed to the kitchen. It was an enormous old farmhouse kitchen with a wide window along the back of the house, looking out on the pasture. Laura had a pot of hot chocolate on the stove. She poured it into tall white mugs. We sat down to sip it and relax at the kitchen table with its red and white checkered tablecloth. So, what's the deal with the abandoned stable? I asked. Why did you yell like that? Laura slowly twirled her mug between her pale hands. Don't you know about that old stable? She asked us in a hushed voice. A hard gust of wind rattled the kitchen window. Sabrina and I shook our heads. We never walked there before, I said. Laura nodded. She took a sip of hot chocolate. It's a scary story, she said. Mrs. Lang told me the whole thing. It's actually very sad. I leaned forward. A scary story? What do you mean? Laura curled a strand of hair between her fingers. She kept her eyes on the window. It was a riding stable many years ago, she started. Very popular. With beautiful horses. Well cared for and well groomed. She took another sip from her mug and held it between her hands. One night, people in the farmhouse heard screams. High-pitched shrieks and screams. Not human screams. They knew they couldn't be human screams. I suddenly had a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. What do you mean? Who was screaming? I asked. The screams were shrill and frightened, Laura continued. They came from the stable. The horses were screaming. She twisted and untwisted her hair. I've never heard a horse scream. Have you? I swallowed. It. It must have been terrifying. Dot. But everyone went running to the stable. They pulled open the doors and found the horses dead, Laura said. All of them. Lying against the wall in a heap. All dead. Huh? I gasped. Why? What killed them? Panic, Laura replied. They all died from fear. Sabrina had her hands up to her cheeks. Her dark eyes were wide with horror. But why? She asked. Wind rattled the window again. I shivered. I love horses. I wanted to work after school in the stable near my house. But they didn't have a job for me. So I ended up at Tumbledown Farms. The stable boy was blamed, Laura said. He sneaked into the stable one night. They think he wanted to scare the horse groomer. Or maybe someone else in the stable. But he scared the horses instead, I asked. Laura nodded. You could hear them screeching and wailing for miles. They went insane. They were locked inside the stable. But they stampeded. They crushed each other against the door, against the stable walls. The stable boy fell under their hooves and was kicked to death. Oh, wow, I muttered. I glanced across the table at Sabrina. She hadn't taken a sip of her hot chocolate. She had her eyes down. That's the story, according to Mrs. Lang, Laura said. I warned you it was sad. Can you imagine opening the stable door and finding the horses in a heap, dead? I swallowed hard. But how exactly did he scare the horses? I asked. Laura let out a long breath. Her face was even paler than usual. You'll never believe it, she said. The farmers claimed it was all caused by a mask, a hideous Halloween mask. Laura shook her head. But when they cleaned up the stable, the ugly mask was nowhere to be found. It totally disappeared. I heard a thud. Dot. I was so upset by Laura's story, I didn't even realize I'd knocked over my cocoa mug. The hot liquid ran down my jeans. Carly Beth, are you okay? I heard Sabrina, but I was too deep in thought to answer. Carly Beth? Are you okay? Carly Beth? Could she be talking about the same mask? My heart pounded in my chest. I pictured the mask, so hideous with its wrinkled, warty green flesh, its crooked rows of jagged fangs. I glanced up. Sabrina was mopping up the spilled hot chocolate. She put a hand on my shoulder. Earth calling Carly Beth, she whispered. I blinked and focused on Laura. Did Mrs. Lang tell you anything else about the stable boy's mask? I asked her. She shook her head. No. Just that there's a legend about it. About how it always appears at Halloween time. That sent a chill down the back of my neck. Laura narrowed her silvery gray eyes at me. Why are you so interested, Carly Beth? It. It's just so sad, I stammered. Know what's weird? Sabrina said. Carly Beth said she heard a horse whinny. In that old stable. Laura squinted at me. No way. That's part of the story. That the ghosts of the horses remain in the stable. She heard a horse, Sabrina insisted. Definitely a horse whinny. Right, Carly Beth? Before I could answer, Mrs. Lang came bursting in. Her arms were loaded down with firewood logs. She dumped them in front of the old pot-bellied stove at the back of the kitchen. Are y'all talking about our famous haunted stable? She asked. She wiped her hands off on her long skirt. Then she grabbed a mug and emptied the hot chocolate pot into it. It's fun to tell ghost stories at Halloween, she said. I don't believe in ghosts. But you know what everyone says, don't you? That the old stable is haunted, by those poor horses, and by the stable boy? We stared at her. You mean, the stable boy's ghost is still there? I asked. Mrs. Lang nodded. They say he won't leave until he gets his Halloween mask back. I couldn't help myself. I let out a sharp cry. Across the table, Laura stared at me. What's wrong, Carly Beth? She asked. Mrs. Lang laughed. Maybe Carly Beth just doesn't like ghost stories, she said. Right, I said. My face suddenly felt hot. Scary stories always give me nightmares. I jumped up. Come on, Sabrina. The bus will be here any minute. Sabrina and I hurried to put on our coats. As we walked down the gravel path to the road, I knew we were both asking ourselves the same questions. Did the stable boy have the same mask all those years ago? The mask that's in my basement? And was the boy's ghost in the abandoned stable, waiting to get it back? At dinner, I couldn't stop thinking about Laura's story. About the poor horses screaming their heads off, stampeding into the wall and dying in a horrible panic. About the mask. The ugly, terrifying mask. Carly Beth, are you awake? Dad asked. Didn't you hear me asking about your job? No. Sorry, I muttered. Maybe she's a zombie, my little brother, Noah, said. Let's see, he pinched my arm really hard. Hey, I jerked my arm away. Give me a break, Noah. Noah giggled and tried to pinch me again. Brat. You're worse than the 5-year-olds, I said. You're worse than the 4-year-olds, he said. Ew. Clever. Those kids must have run you ragged today, Mom said. She reached over and smoothed back my hair. Yeah. They were pretty wild, I muttered. You're worse than the 2-year-olds, Noah said, and giggled some more. Can I be excused? I asked. I hurried up to my room. I had a lot of homework, but I couldn't concentrate on it. I kept worrying about the haunted mask. I thought about last night. How it pulled me down to the basement against my will. How it forced me to take it out of its hiding place. How it almost made me pull it down over my head. How it screamed, screamed, screamed. I was so totally freaked last night. Such a close call. Did I leave the metal box open? Did I lock it away? I couldn't remember. I paced back and forth in my room, thinking hard, thinking about the boy in the stable, the horses, the mask in the basement. I realized I had no choice. I had to make sure the mask was safely tucked in its hiding place. I had to be sure the box was locked tight. I crept out of my room and made my way down to the basement stairs. I could hear Mom and Dad in the den. They were shouting and cheering as guns fired and bombs exploded. My parents recently discovered video games. Almost every night after dinner, they were in front of the widescreen TV, playing War Master 2 in high def. Totally weird. I gripped the handle to the basement door and took a deep breath. I didn't want to go down there. The scream of the mask still echoed in my ears. But I had to make sure I had locked it away. I pulled open the door, clicked on the basement light, and started down the steep wooden stairs. Again, they creaked under my feet. I made it halfway down. I could hear the loud hum of the furnace. And then, over that hum, I heard ellipsis. A whisper. I sucked in a deep breath and listened. Yes, a whispered voice, harsh and raspy. Carly Beth. Carly Beth. I'm here, Carly Beth. A scream burst from my throat. My legs started to buckle. I grabbed the banister to keep from falling. The furnace hum turned into a roar in my ears. I struggled to hear the whispered voice. Silence now. Silence. And then a high-pitched giggle. I gasped. Noah. He stepped into the light at the bottom of the stairs and did a crazy dance. Noah. That's not funny, I choked angrily. I ran down the rest of the stairs and wrapped my hands around his scrawny neck. I could strangle you, you creep. He giggled some more and ducked out of my grasp. What are you doing down here? I cried. He grinned at me. You're always telling people how brave you were, Carly Beth. But I heard you scream. Did not, I shouted. Did too. I just screamed to give you a thrill, I said. Yeah. Right. He rolled his eyes. Then he pushed me out of the way and darted up the stairs. Bye, chicken. He slammed the basement door behind him. I stood there, gazing around the basement, waiting for my heart to stop racing. Was Noah right? Am I brave now? Or am I just pretending? No. Stop thinking about it. I told myself. I wanted to be brave. I didn't want to be the scaredy cat Carly Beth from last year. I pushed my hair out of my eyes, took another deep breath, and started across the basement to the storage room. I stopped when I passed my horse posters on the playroom wall. The horses were so beautiful. Once again, I pictured the horrifying stampede of screaming horses in that old stable. Would I ever be able to get that story out of my mind? I stepped slowly into the storage room and pulled the string to turn on the ceiling bulb. Blinking in the yellow light, I hurried to the pile of cartons in the corner. Oh, no. The black metal box. It sat on the basement floor in front of the cartons. Last night, I locked the mask back inside. But I was so freaked, I didn't hide the box away. Now I bent down and lifted it off the floor with both hands. Hey! I let out a sharp cry. The mask. It was bumping against the sides of the box, trying to escape. And this time, the whispered words didn't come from Noah. They came from inside the box. Almost Halloween. Almost Halloween. A few days later, on Saturday afternoon, I was home babysitting Noah. So far, he wasn't any trouble. He was in his room, and I could hear him laughing. He was watching the shows he thinks are so hilarious on the Disney Channel. I was sitting in my room, staring at a bottle of hair color I'd bought at the drugstore. My plan was to put some blonde highlights in my hair. A bold move. Maybe too bold. I decided to wait and talk to Sabrina about it. The phone rang, and it was Sabrina. Did you hear about Sarah David? Sarah is a girl in our class who changes her hair color all the time. And she told us she's been wearing lipstick since she was 5. What about Sarah? I asked. She went to the mall to buy a birthday present for her mother, and she got her nose pierced, Sabrina said. That's a weird birthday present, I said. We both laughed. She has a tiny little diamond in her nose, Sabrina said. Does her mother know? Did Sarah ask her first? I asked. No, Sabrina replied. She's not going to say anything. Sarah says no one ever pays any attention to her. She's going to wait and see if anyone in her family notices. Cool, I said. I heard Noah laughing his head off in the next room. I had an idea, Sabrina said. You're going to get your nose pierced? I asked. No. About school. You know that report we have to write? About local legends? I think I'm going to write mine about that abandoned stable. I pictured the old stable. The walls falling in. Tall grass growing over the doors. Such a creepy story. It will make a good report, Sabrina said. I'm going to interview Mrs. Lang next week. And I want to go take pictures inside the stable. Inside? I said. Yes. You know. All the empty stalls, Sabrina said. Come with me. Okay. Want to go now? I can't, I said. I'm babysitting the Noah animal. I started to say I didn't want to go back to that stable anyway. But I quickly changed my mind. This was the perfect time to prove that I was over my fears. How about tonight after dinner? Sabrina asked. Sure, I said. Meet you at the bus stop. I took a deep breath. It was just an abandoned stable. What could happen? The sun was dropping behind the trees as Sabrina and I rode the bus to the edge of town. I watched the shadows creep over the passing houses and lawns. We climbed off the bus at Tumbledown Farms. I saw only one light on in an upstairs window of the farmhouse. We turned away from the gravel path and made our way around the apple orchard. Insects buzzed in the field behind the house. I led the way to the stable, pushing the tall grass aside to make a path for us. The hard dirt crunched under our shoes. I heard animals scampering through the dry grass and weeds. The sky grew darker. Clouds covered the moon. I shivered as a gust of cold wind blew inside my jacket. I brought a flashlight, Sabrina said. I heard a click, and a circle of white light swept over the grass. Look. There's the stable. She raised the light higher. I could see the long, low building, black against the pink-gray sky. Ow! I cried out as a sharp pain stung my forehead. A mosquito? In October? I slapped at it. Too late. Come on. It's getting really dark, Sabrina said. She started to run. The beam of light bounced on the ground in front of her. Wait up, I called. My eyes were on the stable. The boards on one wall were cracked and rotting away. Another wall had fallen in. Weeds grew out of the windows. The window shutters were all broken and tilting to the ground. We hurried along the side of the stable toward the front. I stopped when my shoes sank into something soft. Sabrina, look, I called. But she was at the doors and didn't hear me. I stared down at my shoes. I was standing in a small square of soft, chunky dirt. It looked as if it had been freshly dug up. A disturbing thought flashed into my mind. It's a small grave. But that was crazy. Who would dig a grave back here? I kicked the dirt off my shoes and joined Sabrina at the double doors. One door was wide open. Solid blackness inside. And the sour smell of straw and dirt and decay. I could feel my heart start to pound a little harder. Birds cried in the trees behind us, as if warning us to stay away. I heard the low hoot hoot of a barn owl. I grabbed Sabrina's arm. What's wrong? She asked. I brought something, I said. I held up the plastic bag I'd been carrying. I pulled out a bunch of carrots. Sabrina raised the flashlight. Carrots? Carly Beth, why? I shrugged. I don't know why, I said. For the ghost horses, I guess. She rolled her eyes. Are you getting weird or what? You don't really believe in ghost horses, do you? I didn't answer. I took Sabrina's hand and pulled her through the open door into the dark stable. The sour smell grew stronger. The air felt heavy, cold and damp, like stepping into a refrigerator. The wind banged a shutter against the side of the stable. Our shoes slid on dry straw as we walked toward the horse stalls. I tripped over a metal bucket and sent it rolling across the dirt floor. Careful, Sabrina whispered. She handed me the flashlight. Hold this while I take pictures. She raised her camera and clicked it on. I set the bunch of carrots down in front of the first stall. Then I swept the flashlight beam around the stable. The light rolled over 2 rows of stalls with low wooden walls. They stretched all the way to the back of the stable. A shredded blanket lay over one of the stall walls. It looked as if animals had chewed it to tatters. A high mound of straw was piled inside the first stall. I lowered the light to it, and a fat brown mouse leapt out and scurried under the wall. Startled, I jumped back. The light bounced up to the stable roof. Were those bats clinging upside down to the low rafters? Sabrina was busy flashing photo after photo. I pointed to the ceiling, and she flashed some pictures of the bats. Over here, she whispered. We made our way down the row of stalls. The air grew warmer and damper as we stepped deeper into the stable. Carly Beth, move the light, Sabrina said. Check that out. She pointed to a tall wooden stool lying on its side on the stable floor. She picked it up, set it down, and dusted it off with one hand. Do you think the stable boy sat on this stool? She asked. Wouldn't that be totally weird? She didn't give me a chance to answer. She climbed onto the stool and shoved the camera into my hands. Take my picture sitting on this. It will be great for the front of my report. I raised the camera to my eye and clicked the shutter. The flash caught Sabrina sitting on the stool with both hands raised above her head in triumph. I flashed another one. The burst of light lingered in my eyes. I tried to blink it away. The tall stool appeared to glow in the lingering circle of light. Did the poor stable boy sit on that stool so long ago? Did it get knocked over in the stampede of panicked horses? I tried to force those thoughts from my mind. And then I heard a thud, dot, a bumping sound from one of the back stalls. Sabrina, did you hear that? My voice came out in a hushed whisper. She froze beside me. Yes. I heard it, she whispered. We both stood still, listening hard. A shiver ran down my neck. I have this weird feeling, I murmured. Like we're being watched. It had to be a mouse or a raccoon or something, Sabrina said. Another bump. And then I heard the rustle of straw. Then I heard something that sent a cold shudder down my spine. The low whinny of a horse. The flashlight fell out of my hand and clunked on the stable floor. I grabbed Sabrina's arm. You heard it, too? Before she could answer, another horse whinny, louder this time. So close. So very close. From a stall near the back of the stable. Yes. I hear it, too, Sabrina whispered. She huddled close to me. We heard another bump. Like a horse bumping up against a stall wall. And then the rustle and scrape of hooves in straw. The ghost story, I whispered. It's true. I was shaking. My throat closed up. I struggled to breathe. It's true, Sabrina. It's all true. I squeezed her arm. To my surprise, Sabrina burst out laughing. She stepped away from me. Sabrina? I'm sorry, Carly Beth, she said, shaking her head. I can't keep up the joke anymore. It's too mean. I was still shaking. I hugged myself, wrapping my arms around me. Joke? Sabrina cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. Okay, Chuck and Steve. You can come out now. Okay, okay. I started to get it. I started to figure out what was going on here. Sabrina grabbed my shoulder. You don't have to worry about ghost horses. It's just another joke, Carly Beth, she said. It was Chuck's idea. I'm sorry. They made me bring you here. I thought it would be funny. My breathing slowly returned to normal. I wasn't afraid anymore. I was angry. What was their problem? Okay, dudes, Sabrina shouted. Where are you? Joke's over. You can come out now. She swung the flashlight around, beaming it from stall to stall. Silence. Except for the wind whistling through the cracks in the walls. Chuck? Steve? I called. Very funny. Ha ha. See? I'm laughing. You guys are a riot. Silence. No sign of them. We know you're in here, Sabrina said. I tugged Sabrina toward the back. Come on. Those two jerks want to play hide and seek. Let's find them. We started at the rear stalls. Sabrina aimed the light and moved it around in each stall. A blackened saddle was half buried under a pile of straw in the first stall. The second stall had a dead field mouse, its body nearly eaten away by insects, its tiny skull poking out. Come on. Come out, guys, Sabrina shouted. Joke's over. We moved quickly down the row of stalls till we were back where we started at the front of the stable. Sabrina frowned at me. Where are they hiding? I know they're here. She lowered the flashlight. I glanced down and gasped. Sabrina, look. The carrots are gone. I hugged myself to stop from shaking. Sabrina, something very weird is going on here, I whispered. No, it isn't, she replied. Now she sounded angry. Chuck and Steve took the carrots. I know they did. I don't believe those two creeps. She glanced around. Where are they? Maybe they sneaked past us, I said. They grabbed the carrots and ran out of the stable while we were at the back. Maybe, Sabrina said. She pulled her cell phone from her jeans pocket. Let's see. I'll call Chuck. I held the flashlight for her. She punched Chuck's number on her phone. A few seconds later, she said, Hey, Chuck? It's Sabrina. Where are you? A pause. Then, you're home? What do you mean? You're home? Steve is there, too? But what about the joke you wanted to play? Remember? Carly Beth? The old stable? Standing next to Sabrina, I could hear Chuck's loud groan pour out of the phone. Sabrina turned to me. Do you believe it? She said. They're both at Chuck's house. It was their joke, and they forgot all about it. She clicked her phone shut. I staggered back. My brain was spinning. If the boys weren't here, who made the horse sounds? Sabrina and I both heard them. The low whinnying. The thud of hooves on straw. Sabrina chewed her bottom lip. Her dark eyes were wide. I think maybe I'm afraid now, she murmured. Let's get out of here. We both took off running. Through the open stable door. Across the field, the tall weeds and grass slapping at us as we ran. The harsh October wind forced us to lower our heads. Our shoes slipped and slid over patches of wet mud and grassy ground. Again I heard the low hoot hoot of an owl somewhere close by. And louder than the owl, another hoarse whinny. This time, shrill and pleading, as if calling after us. Ee. No. Sabrina and I both screamed as we tore through the field. Running full speed, our arms flying out at our sides, we screamed all the way to the bus stop at the road. Our wet shoes thudded on the pavement. We fell on each other, leaned on each other, breathing hard. Panting. The shrill hoarse cry still fresh in our ears. Come on, bus, I said, my eyes on the dark road. Come on, bus, hurry. Where is that bus? Sabrina groaned. The trees along the road creaked and shook in the wind. The clouds rolled away from the moon. Pale silver light floated down. I turned back. I could see the dark stable in the moonlight. I let out a cry when I saw the boy. A boy crouched on the flat stable roof. He was staring at us. Not moving. Just staring at us. I couldn't move. I stood there staring back at him. How did he get up there? Did he make those noises? Who is he? Jessie, did you take some of Colin's Legos? I held Jesse by the shoulders and gazed into his eyes. He looked away. Maybe. But I needed them to finish my robot, he said. You wrecked my robot, Colin cried. And my robot was better than yours. Your robot looked like a rabbit, Jesse shouted. Did not. Your robot looked like a skunk! Exclamation mark quote. Sabrina took Colin by the hand and led him to the table where the plastic blocks were scattered. She sat down beside him, and they started to build a new robot together. Jesse, are you going to apologize to Colin? I asked softly. He made a face at me. Then he yelled to Colin, I'm sorry your robot looked like a dumb bunny rabbit. Nice apology. After the kids had left, Mrs. Lang helped Sabrina, Laura, and me clean up. I have to ask you something, she said, shoving handfuls of Legos back into the box. Can you girls work on Halloween? We stopped and stared at her. You mean Halloween night? What's up? I asked. The parents asked if we could have a party here for the kids, she replied. You know. Give them a nice, safe Halloween. Costumes, food, games. The whole deal. They're willing to pay extra. And it will be early. You'll still have plenty of time to go out afterward. I can do it, Laura said, brushing back her hair with both hands. No problem. Me, too, Sabrina said. Get paid for Halloween? That's awesome. Count me in, I said. After the horror of last year, a safe Halloween night with little kids sounded excellent to me. I love Halloween parties, Laura said. Maybe we can have a jack-o'-lantern contest. And, I know, the kids can make their own masks. They'd like that, right? I like your enthusiasm, Mrs. Lang said. She grabbed a broom and started to sweep the floor. Carly Beth, maybe you know some good ghost stories you can tell the kids. Whoa, I shook my head. I keep thinking about the ghost of the stable boy. Too creepy. Maybe we could skip the ghost stories this year. We said good night to Mrs. Lang. Sabrina had to get home early because some cousins were coming for dinner. Laura headed home, too. I couldn't help myself. I walked out of the back door and started toward the apple orchard. I knew where I was going. To the abandoned stable. I couldn't stop myself. I had to see it again. The sun had already dropped behind the trees. It was a clear, cool evening. I crossed the field through the tall grass swaying in the soft breeze. I walked along the side of the stable until I came to the patch of freshly dug dirt. I gazed at it. What a puzzle. Someone was digging on this spot recently. But who? And why? No way to answer those questions. I stepped around the square of dirt and hurried into the stable. The sharp smell of hay and mud greeted me. Gray light slanted in through the small stable windows and through a large hole in the roof. I glanced around quickly. The stable was empty. I saw the tattered blanket over the stall wall, and low piles of straw along one wall with thousands of little insects crawling over them. I turned to leave, but I froze when I heard a scraping sound. Hooves in the straw? No. It sounded more like human footsteps. I spun around and shouted, "Is anyone here?" Silence. And then another scraping sound. My eyes searched each stall. I knew I wasn't alone, but I couldn't see anyone. Oh, I uttered a cry as a boy appeared beside me. He had dark brown hair cut very short, and deep black eyes. They appeared even darker because of his pale skin. He wore a brown and black flannel shirt and torn jeans. "Who are you?" I cried, stepping away from him. "What are you doing here?" A strange lopsided smile spread over his face. "I live here," he said. I I don't understand," I stammered. I couldn't stop staring into those deep, sad eyes. "No one lives here. This stable." The boy shook his head. The lopsided smile lingered on his face. "I mean, my family lives nearby," he said. He spoke slowly, with a slight drawl. "I come here a lot," he said, "because it's so peaceful." I had a sudden urge to reach out and grab him. Grab his arm. See if it was solid. See if he was real. "What are you doing here?" he asked. I work at the farm. After school, I mean. With kids." I was stammering like an idiot. He could see I was kind of freaked. "My name is Carly Beth. I'm Clark," he said. "I think I scared you, popping out like that." "Sorry." "It's okay," I said. "Do you know the story of this stable?" he asked. "It's a pretty scary place," he laughed. "Maybe that's why I like to come here." His eyes burned into mine. "Think it's twisted to like scary things?" His question sent a chill down my back. Maybe it was the way he asked it, staring at me like he could read my mind or something. "I heard the story," I replied. "It's horrible. Those poor horses." He frowned at me. "Excuse me? You care more about the horses? What about the stable boy?" It's all horrible," I choked out. "You know, my friend Sabrina and I were here last Saturday. And we heard horses whinnying here in this stable." Clark laughed. He had a funny laugh. Kind of dry. It sounded like he was choking. "You must have a good imagination," he said. "I come here all the time. And I never hear horses. Field mice, maybe. But never horses." "It wasn't field mice," I said. "That I know for sure." He kicked a pile of straw. Hundreds of insects went swarming across the stable floor. Such a sad place, he said softly. It's weird to think about it. I wondered if Clark knew anything about the mask. I was dying to know if the stable boy's mask was the same evil mask I had in my basement. They say it was a scary mask that started the stampede, I said. Clark's eyes flashed. His expression turned serious. Do you know what the mask looked like? I asked. He shrugged. Beats me. He's lying. I decided. And then the words just blurted out of my mouth. I don't know why. But I started to tell him the story of what happened to me last Halloween. I I asked you about the mask because I had a bad time last Halloween with an evil mask, I started. Again his eyes locked on mine. I definitely had his attention. Last year, I continued, when I put the mask on, it stuck to my skin. I couldn't pull it off. And it started to change me. I suddenly had evil thoughts. Horrible, evil thoughts. The mask, it was taking over my brain and Clark laughed. He brushed a hand back through his short brown hair. An evil mask? He said. You're joking, right? I shook my head. No, Clark, I'm totally serious. I. He laughed again. Give me a break, he said. A mask that turns you evil? I crossed my arms in front of me. You said you know the story of the stable boy, I said. Then you know that he wore an evil mask that frightened the horses. And now they say the boy haunts this stable. He. Clark gaped at me. Carly Beth, you believe in ghosts? He cried. No way. You believe in ghosts and evil masks? He laughed. Is your friend Sabrina as weird as you are? I stared back at him. I could tell he was lying. He was only pretending not to believe me. It was obvious. He was putting on a big show. Like he didn't believe in ghosts or haunted masks. I felt another chill. He was kind of cute. But there was something strange about him. Something he was hiding. Why was he hanging out here in this smelly, bug-infested stable? And why was he dressed like a stable boy in that old flannel shirt? I have to go, I said. It's late. I don't want to miss the next bus. He grinned. Hope the bus isn't haunted. His dark eyes flashed. I rolled my eyes. Very funny, I said. Well, nice meeting you, Clark. See you around. I guess. See you. He gave me a quick two-fingered salute. I spun away and jogged out of the stable. The air felt so cool and fresh as soon as I got out of the smelly stable. I trotted across the field to the road. And then, over the thuds of my sneakers on the hard ground, I heard shrill sounds. Horses whinnying behind me. Horse cries, so sad. Calling me. Calling me back to that frightening stable. I ran to the road. The horse cries rang in my ears. Breathing hard, I grabbed the bus stop pole and held it tightly, struggling to catch my breath. An SUV rolled by with loud country music blaring out the window. The sun had dropped low behind the trees. Strange shadows rolled across the field, like living creatures. The road was dark. No sign of the bus. It ran every half hour or so. But I wanted it to be there. Now. I wanted to get away. Away from that stable with the strange boy inside. The boy with the deep, dark eyes, who laughed at me when I said I heard horses. Who laughed when I said the stable was haunted. What was the truth about Clark? I shuddered as the sky grew even darker. I didn't want to think about Clark or ghosts or masks. I wanted to get away from here. The bus is never coming, I muttered. I should have gone home with Sabrina. I told myself. I never should have wandered over to that stable. I grabbed my cell phone. I decided to see if Mom or Dad could come pick me up. I started to punch in our number, and stopped. My phone was dead. No power. With a loud sigh, I pushed the phone back into my jeans pocket. A bird cackled loudly in a tree across the road. Are you laughing at me? I called to it. I decided to start walking. I'd walk along the road toward home. When the bus came, I'd wave at it to stop. Or I could walk the whole way. It was only a mile or two. It will feel good to walk. I told myself. It will give me a chance to think. A chance to figure things out in my mind. I had a lot to think about. As I trudged along the gravel on the side of the road, my mind was spinning. Did I really hear ghost horses? Was it my haunted mask that caused the stampede that killed them all? I knew Sabrina was right. I had to get that mask out of my basement. But where could I take it? Where could I hide it where no one would ever find it? The walk took longer than I thought. I checked my watch. Nearly 7 o'clock. Dinner was at 6:30. Mom and Dad would be frantic by now. They were probably calling my dead cell and calling Mrs. Lang. When they found out I walked home, they would go ballistic. The air grew cooler. I zipped my jacket to the top. My backpack suddenly felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The farm fields gave way to rows of small houses. I knew I was almost there. I wiped sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand and kept walking. Look out! A voice cried. Two boys on bikes roared past me, one on each side. They laughed and slapped a high five, happy that they scared me. Most of the houses were brightly lit. Inside, I could see people sitting at dinner tables. In one front window, a huge white cat stared at me as I walked past. If only I could call Mom and Dad and let them know I was okay. I pulled my phone out again and shook it. No. No power. I reached Melrose Street and turned the corner onto Deckland. I was 10 or 15 minutes from home. A large gray dog jumped up in its driveway and began barking at me ferociously. My heart skipped a beat. Then I saw the dog was on a chain. I turned another corner and found myself on a block of small stores. I saw a laundry and a shoe repair store, both closed for the night. I passed the post office and a small pizza takeout restaurant. I started to cross the street, then stopped in the middle. I stared at the store on the next corner. Stared into the bright orange light in its window. Faces stared back at me. Ugly, twisted faces. Masks. 3 rows of Halloween masks gazed out of the store window. I saw a gorilla mask, several monster masks with bulging eyes and blood-dripping fangs, a furry werewolf mask, a creature with its skull poking out the top of its head. Frozen in the middle of the street, I stared from mask to mask. Then my eyes went to the glass door in the front. A chill shook my body. I recognized the store. I knew it so well. The store appeared in so many of my nightmares. The mask store. The store where I'd bought the haunted mask. How could it be here? How could it be back? The store had vanished. Disappeared without a trace, leaving an empty lot behind. So how could I be staring at it now? A loud blast from a car horn shocked me out of my daze. I shielded my eyes from the headlights and hurried across the street. I stepped into the orange glow of the store window. The ugly masks gazed out at me. I ran to the front door and grabbed the handle. The store was real. It wasn't a dream. I pressed my face to the glass and peered inside. I could see the narrow aisle with long shelves of masks on both sides, just as I remembered it. And behind the counter, the same strange man. The man who'd sold me the haunted mask. He stood there, reading a book. He raised his face to the light, and I could see him clearly. He had the same slicked down black hair parted in the middle. The same pencil thin black mustache. He wore a flowing black cape over a black suit. I stood for a long while with my hand on the door handle, watching him. Remembering his little black eyes. The way he seemed to see into my thoughts. I took a deep breath and gave the door a hard tug. It swung open so fast, I nearly banged into it. Stumbling, I stepped into the store. He didn't look up. He waited for me to step up to the counter. Then he raised his head slowly and squinted at me with those strange little eyes. "Do you remember me?" I asked in a high, shrill voice. He nodded. "Of course I remember you, Carly Beth." That made my pulse race. I didn't like him saying my name. I gripped the counter with both hands to stop myself from shaking. "You must take back the mask. You must," I shouted. An unpleasant smile spread under his thin mustache. "Take it back? How?" he asked. He closed his book and set it down on the counter. It was an old, tattered book. I saw the title on the cover. New Faces. "It's in my basement," I said. "I'll bring it to you. Tonight." The smile faded. "You can't return it," he said. Behind him, a shelf of human skulls grinned at me. "Why not?" I screamed. He brushed back his cape. "You think you defeated it the first time," he said softly. "But I know the truth." My mouth dropped open. "Huh? The truth?" He drew closer, so close I could smell his sour breath. "The mask doesn't accept defeat," he whispered. "That's crazy," I stammered. "It will be back, Carly Beth," he said. "It will come after you this Halloween. And there's nothing that I can do about it." "That's crazy," I cried. "I have it locked up." He brought his face up to mine. "No one has ever defeated the mask. No one whose skin became the mask's skin, whose eyes became the mask's eyes, has lived to tell about it. The mask destroyed them. All of them. All of them, except you. Dot. You are alive. For now. Exclamation mark quote. He took a step back and let out a long sigh. "Do you think you are the only victim of the mask? Someone else is out there, Carly Beth. Someone else owned the mask and will do anything to get it back. Anything. Someone you know." "Huh?" My mouth dropped open. You're confusing me," I said. "Just tell me what I can do. Please." "I cannot tell you because I do not know. But I do know this," he said. "The mask will not quit until it controls you. Until it fills you once again with its evil." "No. Please," I begged. "Please." He shrugged. His cape rustled behind him. "I tried to warn you, Carly Beth. I tried to stop you. But you wouldn't listen. You bought the mask and ran off with it. And now you must pay a most painful price." "No. Listen to me," I cried. "I'll bring it back right now. You can lock it away in your store. He shook his head. Sorry. He slid quickly from behind the counter. He took my arm. His fingers pinched my skin. He led me out the door. No. Please. Wait. Help me, I cried. I was standing outside. I heard a lock click. The store went dark. I let out a sharp cry. No. You've got to help me, I screamed. I grabbed the door. It wouldn't budge. I started to pound it with both fists. I don't want the mask. Take it back, I screamed. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. I ran the rest of the way home. The stores, the houses, block after block of trees and yards. Just a blur of gray and black. I was panting hard when I finally pulled myself up my driveway. I crept in through the back door. The house felt so warm. I could smell roast chicken. Mom and Dad were in the den. I tossed my coat and backpack down on the floor in the front hall. Sorry I'm late, I called. I struggled to catch my breath. Where were you? You missed dinner. Mom stepped into the hall, hands on her hips. We called Mrs. Lang. She said you left on time. Are you angry or worried? I asked. Both. It's no big deal, I said. I'm fine. Really. I can explain, okay? Just give me 1 minute. I didn't wait for her answer. I turned and grabbed the door to the basement stairs. I could hear Mom and Dad shouting after me. But I hurtled down to the basement, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I had to make sure the mask was locked tightly in its box. No way. I could let it escape on Halloween. The man in the mask store was wrong. He had to be wrong. I grabbed the string and pulled on the ceiling bulb in the storage room. I began shoving cartons out of the way. My whole body was shaking as I uncovered the metal box. I was gasping for breath. My throat ached and my hands trembled. Somehow, I managed to unlock the box. I pulled open the lid and screamed. What is this? What is this? I cried. I tugged out the white and yellow feathers. My duck costume! Exclamation mark. The awful duck costume my mom made for me. Stuffed into the box. I pulled it out and tossed it to the floor. And stared into the empty box. The haunted mask was gone. I stared into the empty box, my mind spinning. I bent and picked up the feathery duck costume. I shook it hard. Was the mask hiding inside? No. I slumped down onto a carton to think. A million questions flashed through my mind. All of them were terrifying. How did this happen? Did the mask escape? Did the man in the mask store tell the truth? He said someone else wanted it. Did someone come into my house and steal it? How did they know where it was hidden? Whoa. Hold on a minute. I suddenly remembered something. Noah had been down in the basement. Did he see me with the mask? Was he down here that night I left the box uncovered? I suddenly had a heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I felt sick. Switching the mask for the duck costume was the kind of joke Noah liked to pull. If he took the mask up to his room, he had to try it on. No way he could resist. Was he stuck inside the mask right now, controlled by its evil? My heart was pounding like crazy. I forced myself to my feet and ran up the stairs. Mom called to me from the kitchen. Carly Beth, do you want your dinner now? Are you okay? In a minute, I shouted. I flew up the stairs. I ran down the hall to Noah's room. Noah? I called. Noah? Are you all right? I threw open his door and gasped. Slowly, Noah turned around, and his eyes stared out at me through his craggy green mask. I staggered back against the wall. Inside the mask, Noah blinked at me. What's your problem, weirdo? I'm trying on my new Hulk mask. You've never seen the Incredible Hulk before? I stared at the bumpy green mask and burst out laughing. You look awesome, Noah, I said. I just wasn't expecting. I wanted to be Wolverine, he said. His voice was muffled behind the rubber mask. But they only had the Hulk. Well, I think it's an improvement, I said. You should keep it on. He kicked me in the leg. Don't get violent, I said. Are you joking? You're telling the Hulk not to get violent? He let out a roar and tackled me around the waist. We both fell to the floor, laughing. Roaring some more, he tried to pin my arms to the rug. Carly Beth? What's going on up there? Mom shouted from the bottom of the stairs. I'm getting really angry. Are you coming down for your dinner or what? Coming, I called, pushing the Incredible Hulk off me. Be right down. I checked my room. I just wanted to make sure the haunted mask wasn't hiding there, waiting for me. Then I hurried down for dinner. I didn't have much of an appetite. I was too stressed. I knew I'd be seeing that mask again soon. And what would I do when I saw it? What would I do? On Halloween night, Sabrina and I jogged up the gravel path to the farmhouse. We were both dressed as clowns. We had painted our faces white. We wore roughly pink clown collars around our necks, and red rubber clown noses pinched onto our faces. Bright yellow light poured from all the windows. I could hear shouts and music and kids laughing. We pulled open the front door, and Laura came hurrying over to us. She was wearing a silvery princess dress. Her face was red and her hair was wild around her face. Get in here, she cried breathlessly. She pulled me in by my coat. I'm so glad to see you. Where have you been? We waited an hour for the bus, I said. I'm so sorry we're late. Laura sighed. I'm sorry, too, she said. The kids are totally wild tonight. They're all going ballistic. It's like I have 8 Jesses. We'll try to calm them down, Sabrina said. Look at my princess costume, Laura said. She pointed to the front of her skirt. Angela spit up orange juice on my dress. Angela the perfect angel, I said. Angela isn't an angel tonight, Laura grumbled. Sabrina and I tossed off our coats and followed Laura into the playroom. We had strung orange and black streamers over the walls and ceiling. I saw Jesse pulling streamers down. He carried a long black streamer over to Colin and used it to tie Colin's hands behind his back. Colin struggled to free himself and knocked over a plate of cookies. The 2 boys started wrestling on the floor. 2 other boys were popping the orange and black balloons that had been strung up. Deborah was hunched in the corner, wailing. I want to go home. I don't like Halloween. Looks like a good party, Sabrina joked. Laura rolled her eyes. Let's split up, she said. We're outnumbered, but we can handle them. It took a while to get them sitting down. Then Laura taught them a spooky Halloween song I'd never heard before. It had a lot of creepy ooh 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 s in it, which the kids loved. Then I suggested the kids make up their own scary ghost story. But they started ooh ooh oohing around the room. And Jesse found some gummy worms, which he tried to stuff down the back of Harmony's witch costume. I was planning to show them how to carve a jack-o'-lantern, Laura said. But no way. I'm taking out any knives with this group tonight. They're totally wired, I said. But they've been eating Halloween candy all day. Another balloon popped. Deborah started crying again. That's when Mrs. Lang swept into the room. She wore a witch's costume with a long black dress and pointed black hat. She had a black mask pulled down over her eyes and carried an old-fashioned straw broom. She tossed back her head and cackled. A pretty good witch's cackle. It got the kids' attention. Let's pick up these spilled cookies, she said, pointing to the floor. Or else I'll put a spell on y'all and turn you into disgusting spiders. She cackled again. Several kids dove to the floor and started to collect the spilled cookies. Laura, didn't you want to help these children make their own masks? Mrs. Lang said. She started to carry art supplies to the table. Let's get started. They can make masks out of these paper bags. I want to see the scariest masks ever. The kids didn't pay much attention to her. They were running around the room, pulling down streamers, tossing apples at each other, looking for Halloween candy. I let out a sigh. I thought this would be a fun way to celebrate Halloween. But the kids weren't cooperating. And I couldn't really concentrate anyway. I kept gazing around the room. How could I enjoy the Halloween party? I couldn't get the haunted mask out of my mind. Carly Beth? It took me a few moments to realize Mrs. Lang was calling me. I shook my head hard, shaking away my scary thoughts. Yes? Would you go to my office, Mrs. Lang asked. I left a box of markers on my desk. They'll be perfect for mask making. No problem, I said. I left the playroom and made my way down the long front hall. My shoes clunked on the hardwood floors. I passed a music room with an old piano pushed against one wall. Then a small bedroom with a painting of racing horses above the bed. Mrs. Lang's office was the last room at the end. I stepped inside and clicked on the ceiling light. The window was open. The pale yellow curtains fluttered into the room like ghosts. Her computer was on, a photo of a grinning Labrador retriever on the monitor. Her desk was piled high with magazines and papers and a tall stack of books. I bent over the desk, searching for the box of markers. A book in the corner caught my eye. It was an old book with a ragged gray cover. Its title was Tumble Down Times. I picked it up. It smelled musty. I opened it and saw that it was a history of tumble-down farms. I thumbed through it quickly, and stopped at a section of old photos in the middle. The first faded black and white photo was of the original farmhouse. Just a little wooden shack. The next photo showed some grinning farm workers holding shovels and pitchforks in front of a hay wagon. I blinked when I turned the page and saw the next old photo. The stable. I recognized it immediately. Two tall horses stood at the side, heads lowered. And leaning against the doorway was the stable boy. He had a long piece of straw in his mouth. I raised the book closer, staring at the stable boy. He looked familiar. Yes. I squinted at the picture till I could see the face clearly. And then my breath caught in my throat. And I suddenly felt cold all over. The stable boy was Clark. Clark is a ghost. I held the book in my trembling hands and stared at the boy's face. Yes. It was definitely Clark. Clark is a ghost. I slammed the book shut and dropped it to the desk. I remembered the words of the man from the mask store. Someone else is out there. Someone else who owned the mask and will do anything to get it back. It was Clark. I have to tell Sabrina, I said out loud. I picked up the box of markers and went running out of the room. I lurched down the long hall, my heart pounding. I burst into the playroom and shouted, Sabrina? Sabrina? I stopped when I saw Clark. He was standing against the glass door in back. His hair fell down over his forehead. His hands were at his sides. Oh! I let out a startled cry. Panic tightened in my throat. Clark, what are you doing here? I thought. I know the truth about you. I know you were the stable boy. I know you are a ghost. Why are you here? Clark stepped away from the door. He said something to Angela and Colin. Then he reached behind his back and pulled something from his pocket. A mask. The mask that had panicked the horses. My haunted mask? Clark pulled the rubber mask down over his face. An ugly mask. But not my mask. It was green and big-eyed and had a long alligator snout with 2 rows of pointy yellow teeth. He fixed it over his head and stepped toward the kids. No, I wanted to scream for him to stop. But no sound came out. I knew I had to act fast. Clark was a ghost, and I was the only one who knew it. The kids weren't safe. None of us were safe. I grabbed Sabrina and spun her around. Quick, I choked out. Take the kids to the art table. Keep them close together. Make masks with them. Mrs. Lang and I tried, Sabrina said. They wouldn't sit down. Listen to me, I screamed. Get them away from Clark. Sit them down and make the masks over there. I pointed to the art table on the other side of the room. Hello, Sabrina said. Carly Beth? Why are you so freaked? Tell you later, I said, my eyes on Clark in that hideous mask. Where is Mrs. Lang? She and Laura had to go out to get more cider, Sabrina said. She studied me for a minute. She could see how frightened I was. Okay. I'll round up the kids. She turned and started to herd the kids to the art table. I helped push Jessie and Deborah in the right direction. Come over here, I said, trying to sound calm. I didn't want to scare the kids. Take a paper bag. Let's make some scary Halloween masks. The creepier the better. Once the kids were settled, I took a deep breath and strode across the room to Clark. Carly Beth, hi, he said. His voice was muffled inside the ugly mask. His dark eyes locked on mine. I know the truth, I said. I know the truth about you, Clark. I grabbed the top of his mask with both hands and tugged it off his head. Hey, he cried out angrily. He grabbed for the mask. What is your problem? Question mark quote. I studied his face. Yes. I wasn't making a mistake. My heart pounded. I struggled to breathe. I was standing so close to a ghost. You were the stable boy, I said. You're the one who killed those horses all those years ago. I saw your picture in an old book. I know it was you, Clark. I know what you are. You're a ghost. Dot quote. His eyes didn't move off me. But his smile faded. Yes, you're right, Carly Beth, he said softly. Now you know the truth. I staggered back. He lurched forward and brought his face close to mine. I'm going to put this mask back on and destroy everyone in this room, he whispered. No, I gasped. I swung the ugly mask behind my back and gripped it tightly with both hands. And then Clark laughed. He shook his head and laughed hard. Carly Beth, are you totally nuts? He cried. I'm just kidding around. That was a joke. Quote. Not a joke, I insisted. I saw you in that old photo in the book about Tumbledown Farms. I studied the photo carefully. I've seen that old photo, too, Clark said. It's my grandfather. My grandfather was the stable boy. He was about my age then. And I look a lot like him. You're lying, I said. The stable boy died in that stampede. So he couldn't be your grandfather. It's you. In that photo. I know it. I glanced back at the table. The kids were already finishing their masks. Some were cutting eye holes into the paper bags. Clark pulled his mask away from me, then held it up to my face. Check it out, Carly Beth. It's just an alligator. It's a normal Halloween mask. I bought it at Walmart. It's not the evil mask that frightened the horses. I couldn't stop shaking. I didn't believe him. Clark, photos don't lie, I said. You were the stable boy. Why are you here? Are you looking for the haunted mask? Is that why you came tonight? He blinked. Huh? Haunted mask? No. I glanced back. The kids were trying on their masks, pulling the brown paper bags over their heads. I don't know what you want, I told Clark. I don't know why you're haunting this farm. But please, don't harm the kids. Clark's mouth dropped open. You're crazy, he said. You're totally crazy. Listen to me. Before he could finish, I heard the first scream from the kids' table. Help me. I spun around and saw the kids with their paper bag masks pulled down over their heads. Help me. I can't get it off, Colin screamed. He was tugging at the top of the mask. 2 or 3 other kids began pulling at their masks and screaming. It's stuck to me. It won't come off. It hurts. It hurts. Take it off. A cry of horror escaped my throat. The kids were trapped in their masks, just as I had been. Clark did this to them. But why? To teach me a lesson. I tossed his alligator mask across the room and hurried to the table to help the kids. They were screaming and crying, pulling and scratching wildly at the paper bag masks. I could see the masks tightening around the kids' faces. Clark. Stop it, I screamed. Let the kids alone. Stop doing this. Help me, Carly Beth. It hurts. It hurts, Harmony wailed. Ow. I can't see. I can't breathe, Jessie cried. Clark, what do you want? I said. Stop this. Please. Exclamation mark quote. He stood right behind me. I grabbed his arm. Hey. He was solid. His arm was warm. I gasped. Why, you're alive, I cried. You're alive. You're not a ghost. My head spun. I suddenly felt so confused. The kids were all on their feet, screaming and pulling frantically at their masks. I grabbed the bottom of Jess's mask and tried to tear it off. But it stuck tightly to his neck and shoulders. Beside me, Sabrina held Deborah by one shoulder. She tried to tug off Deborah's mask. She gave a hard pull. But the mask didn't budge. Deborah let out a loud, horrified wail, her little hands flying in the air. The door swung open. Laura burst in. Her blonde hair flew around her face. Her eyes moved from kid to kid. She strode over to Clark and me. She had a strange, wild expression on her face. Was she smiling? Sorry I had to scare the kids like this, Laura said. Huh? I gaped at her cold silvery eyes. It was the only way to get you to cooperate, Carly Beth, Laura said. Do you want to save these kids? There's only one way. Laura, I don't understand, I stammered. What are you talking about? Bring me the haunted mask, she screamed. I cannot rest until it is mine again. Bring it, Carly Beth, and you'd better hurry. I staggered back until I hit the wall. The lights suddenly seemed too bright. The floor felt unsteady beneath my feet. I saw the startled look on Clark's face. And I saw Sabrina hugging herself, trembling in fright. The kids were running in crazy circles around the room. Screaming and crying, they tugged and slapped at their masks. Get the mass SSK, Laura hissed at me. I need it, Carly Beth. I've been waiting so many years. So many years. Waiting to have it again. I fought back my fear. I glared at her. Quote, You're the ghost, I cried. She pushed back her wild hair. Her eyes flashed. Yes, yes. It was me. All me. It wasn't the stable boy. Clark's grandfather. He didn't wear the mask. I did. I'm the one who died in that stampede. She floated off the floor. I can't read until I have the mask again, she said. She had to scream over the cries of the kids. Her weird silver eyes burned down at me. My father owned Tumble Down Farms. And I destroyed it all. I wore the mask as a joke. To scare the stable boy. I didn't know the mask was evil. I didn't know its evil would change me forever. She lowered herself to the floor. I could feel a wave of cold off her body. I've been waiting here at the farm for so long, Laura continued. The other night, I heard you at the stable, Carly Beth. I heard you talking to Clark. I heard you tell him you had the haunted mask. And I knew my long wait was finally over. Laura, let the kids go, I shouted. Let them take off their masks. No, she replied, rising over me. Her long hair flew up at the sides of her head like wings. Bring me the mask first. I can't go to my final rest until I have the mask. Don't stand there. Go get it. Before the kids start to suffocate. My breath caught in my throat. I suddenly remembered. I suddenly remembered opening the metal box in my basement. Pulling out that feathery costume. Laura, I don't have the haunted mask, I cried. Liar, she screamed. Her eyes flamed bright red with rage. Liar. Go get it, now. But it's gone. I told her. I don't have it. I'm telling the truth. It it disappeared. Laura floated above me. Her fists were tight. She swung them in the air. Her eyes still flamed bright red. Do you want these kids to suffocate in their masks because you were a liar? You've got to believe me, I begged. The mask is gone. Exclamation mark quote. And then I heard a tiny voice from the corner. Sabrina's voice. I know where it is, she said. The kids were screaming and crying. They ran in circles around us, tugging at their paper masks. Sabrina took a timid step closer. I stared at her in shock. Laura floated to the floor. She lowered her fists and turned her angry red stare on Sabrina. I was only trying to help you, Carly Beth, Sabrina said in a frightened whisper. I sneaked into your house and took the mask from your basement. I knew you weren't safe with the mask in your house. I buried it outside the stable. No one ever goes there. So, that was the patch of freshly dug dirt. I thought it was a grave. Get it? Now. Laura ordered. Dig it up. Bring it to me. Or I'll make these kids suffer even more. You can't get away with this, Clark roared. I jumped back as he leapt into the air. He reached out both arms to tackle Laura to the floor. But Clark's hands went right through. You're a ghost. You can't tackle a ghost. She rose off the floor. She pointed a long finger at him and gave him a cold, hard stare. No. Clark let out a startled scream as she held him in her stare. And he went sailing backward across the room. Craack. His head slammed into the wall with a hard jolt. He uttered a groan and then slumped in a heap to the floor. With a cold smile on her face, Laura turned to me. See what I can do, she said. Would you like to see the kids go flying headfirst? She waved me to the door. Stop stalling, Carly Beth. You know you have no choice. Go dig it up. Bring me the haunted mask. She was right. I had no choice. I ran out the glass door, with the kids' wails and shrieks of pain ringing in my ears. A blast of cold wind pushed me back. Hugging myself, I lowered my head and ran across the backyard toward the stable. My breath steamed up in front of me. My shoes crunched on the frosty, hard ground. The tall grass blew from side to side. Pale silver moonlight made a path in front of me as I ran. The lighted path disappeared as I stepped into the darkness of the apple orchard. I hurtled through the blur of tree limbs and branches and dark trunks trying to block my way. My side throbbed with pain and my dry throat ached as I reached the stable. I found the patch where Sabrina had buried the mask. I didn't wait to catch my breath. I dropped to my knees and began to heave up dirt with both hands. It didn't take long. Sabrina hadn't buried it very deep. I pulled it up from its shallow grave. The mask felt warm. I shook the dirt off it. It stared up at me as I held it in my trembling hands. I raced through the orchard to the farmhouse. Would I be in time to save those poor kids? Could I save them? Would Laura really release them from their masks? Shivering from the cold, I stepped through the front door. I held the mask in front of me. The kids were quiet now. Their screams had stopped. Some were lying on the floor, weakly tugging at their masks. A few were huddled together in a corner, crying softly. Laura rushed forward to meet me. Her eyes gleamed when they landed on the mask. Give it to me, she cried. I've waited so long. I need it. Breathing hard, my whole body shivered. I started to hand it to her. She reached for it. Her pale eyes flashed with excitement. I pulled it back. The mask will make Laura even more evil, I thought. She doesn't want it back so she can finally go to her resting place. She waited for the mask all this time so she could do more evil. If she gets the mask, she will destroy us all. Give it, Laura whispered. She made a wild grab for it. Give it to me, Carly Beth. I could feel her ghostly powers, so strong and cold. I could feel the pull. Feel her pulling my arm. Pulling the mask to her. No, I choked out. I made a terrifying decision. Someone had to save the kids. I gripped the haunted mask by its sides. I raised it high. And I pulled it down over my own head. I gasped. The warmth of the mask burned my face. I could feel the mask instantly start to tighten. But I knew I had to fight evil with evil. I heard the children screaming. I turned and saw them tearing off their paper bag masks. Their faces were red and drenched with sweat. But they were laughing and crying and jumping up and down with joy. All of Laura's attention was on me. She had released her hold on the kids. Mrs. Lang ran in. "What's all the screaming?" she asked. "I had a problem in the office." I. Her face went pale. She saw Laura and me facing each other. She saw me in the haunted mask. Her whole body shuddered. Without another word, she gathered up the kids and hurried them out of the farmhouse. Laura's flaming eyes were locked on mine. "You fool," she screamed. "Take it off. Give it to me." I could feel the mask shrinking against my skin, attaching itself to my head. And I could feel its evil pouring down me, like ice water filling my body. "You fool," Laura shouted again. I wanted to destroy the mask. I didn't want to wear it. "Liar," I cried. My voice came out raspy and deep behind the mask. I knew she was lying. With a cry, Laura leapt forward and grabbed the mask with both hands. "Give it to me. It's mine. It's mine. You'll pay. I'll make you pay." She tugged at the cheeks, then raised her hands to the top of the mask and pulled. "No. Let go. Let go," I screamed. The mask was stuck to me. It was part of me. The ugly mask was now my face. I could feel the hot anger burn my chest. I couldn't control my rage. I let out a furious roar. I wasn't me anymore. I was some kind of beast. Dot. "You're doomed, Laura. Tonight you face your doom." Grunting like an animal, I lunged at her. I made a grab for her. Missed. My hands pushed right through her. "You can't escape me, Laura," I roared. I saw a flash of fear on her ghostly face. She swung away and ran out the glass door to the back. I saw her running across the backyard, and I took off after her. Into the cold, windy darkness. My shoes pounded hard over the frosty ground. The tall grass flattened as I plunged through it. "You can't escape, Laura," I growled. She floated over the pasture, her hair flying behind her. I raced after her, arms outstretched. Silence fell over us. A deep, frightening silence. And then, running hard, I tilted my head back and roared out a shrill cry. Not a cry from me. Not a cry from Carly Beth. The cry came from the mask. It was the scream of the haunted mask. The mask had taken over my mind and my body. The mask had won. My scream rang out over the empty pasture. It was an animal cry, not human. A scream of pure anger and raging evil. I screamed again and felt the mask burn itself to my skin. I screamed as I ran, and then the scream stopped with a gasp of surprise. I heard a rumbling sound. Panting like an animal, I listened, and heard the whinny of horses, and the soft thunder of hoofbeats. And then a dozen ghostly horses came galloping out from the blackness of the orchard trees. Pale, pale horses. Their white manes flew behind their raised heads. Their eyes glowed an icy blue. Their mouths were open as if in a permanent cry. The ground shook. The tall pasture grass whipped in all directions. The ghost horses galloped together. They held their heads tall and high. Their glowing blue eyes were trained on Laura. Laura uttered a cry. She couldn't escape. The horses swirled around her, galloping faster and faster. I stared in amazement as they became a cloud of white. A loud, frightening blur of ghostly blue eyes and whinnies and screams and pounding hoofbeats. And then the cloud faded. The horses slowed and pulled away from their whirling circle. Silence now. A heavy, hushed silence. The grass stopped its wild dance. The wind didn't blow. No more screams. Laura was gone. Vanished in the ghostly stampede. I watched the horses turn back toward the orchard. They lowered their heads and grunted softly to one another. They could relax now. The girl who had frightened them so many years ago was finally gone. I waited until the horses had disappeared into the trees. Then I turned and strode back to the house. Sabrina and Clark came rushing across the backyard to greet me. But they stopped when they saw my ugly green rutted face. I heard them gasp when they saw the glow of evil in my eyes. "Oh, Carly Beth," Sabrina shouted. I picked up the wheelbarrow in the middle of the yard, hoisted it high over my head, and heaved it against the back door. I raised my face to the sky and laughed as the glass shattered. "Go away, both of you," I roared. "I'm not Carly Beth anymore. I am the haunted mask." "No, Carly Beth, we can help you," Clark cried. But I picked up the garden hoe, pulled back my arm, and tossed it at his head. "No," Clark and Sabrina screamed. Clark ducked, and the hoe sailed over him. I searched for something else to throw. Clark and Sabrina turned and darted back into the house. I raised my head and howled at the moon. I couldn't control my anger. I wanted to pull down the trees and tear the farmhouse apart board by board. I dropped to my knees. Am I doomed to be like this forever? To act and look like this? I asked myself. Is there no cure for me? I remembered that first Halloween. I remembered what the store owner told me about the mask. It can be removed only by a symbol of love. I gazed around. There is no love here, I muttered. There is only fear and anger. Besides, the store owner said the mask could be removed only once, by a symbol of love. But I'd defeated the mask then. I'd survived. Dot. The store owner said I was the only one. He said he didn't know what would happen. On my knees on the frozen ground, I screamed at the moon once more. I screamed long and hard. When I lowered my head, I saw the horses returning, stampeding over the tall grass. Once again, their ghostly white manes flew, and their eyes glowed an icy blue. Galloping straight at me. Coming for me now. I shut my eyes, gritted my teeth, and prepared for the pain. Kneeling on the ground, I listened to the thunder of hoofbeats. I steadied myself, and felt a tingle on my cheek. I opened my eyes. A horse nuzzled my cheek. Another ghostly pale horse lowered its head and nudged me. It wanted to be petted. The horses formed a close circle around me, whinnying softly, bumping me gently. I wrapped my arms around a horse's neck, and from some faraway place, I heard a soft voice. Laura's voice. "Carly Beth, you were the only one to care for them in all these years," she called to me. the only one to show them any love. It took me a long moment to realize what Laura was talking about. The carrots. I'd brought them carrots, a symbol of kindness and love. My heart pounding. I climbed to my feet, and with a cry of joy, I ripped off the haunted mask. Yes, it came off. It came off. The cool air greeted my burning face. Slowly, the anger and rage floated away. I could feel the mask release its hold on my mind. The horses quickly began to fade. They vanished except for their glowing blue eyes. The eyes floated above me, shimmering against the black sky like stars. And then they vanished, too. I turned and saw Sabrina and Clark standing outside the back door. I ran to them and threw my arms around Sabrina in a hug. Sabrina, I can't stop shaking, I said. But I'm so happy! Exclamation mark. The nightmare is over. For everyone. It's finally over. Exclamation mark quote. I glanced down. I suddenly realized I still had the haunted mask gripped tightly in my hand. I raised it in front of me. I turned to Sabrina and Clark. We have to bury it again, I said. Right away. We. I stopped when the mask wiggled in my hand. The ugly green head started to quiver and shake. The fat rubbery lips began to move up and down. And to my horror, I heard its whispered rasp. You're my favorite, Carly Beth. See you next Halloween. Ordinary kids are receiving mysterious invitations to Horrorland, a popular Scream park filled with ghoulish rides and attractions. Each very special guest is promised a week of scary fun, but now the scares are becoming a little too scary. Two girls, Brittany Crosby and Molly Malloy, disappeared in the Black Lagoon water park, and Billy Deep was horrified when his sister, Sheena, suddenly became invisible. Then, she went missing, too. A park guide, a horror named Byron, warned the kids they were all in danger. He tried to help them. Until two other horrors dragged him away. Why are the kids in danger? Where are the three missing girls? Maybe Byron knows the answers, if the kids can find him. When Carly Beth and Sabrina received invitations of their own, they had no idea they might be stepping into a real horror story. What's next? Turn the page to join Carly Beth and Sabrina in Horrorland. Nothing can scare me. Not after my horrifying battles with the haunted mask. So when the envelope addressed to Carly Beth Caldwell arrived in the mail from Horrorland Amusement Park, I wasn't afraid at all. I knew I would have a great time there, even though everyone says Horrorland is the scariest place on earth. The invitation said I could bring a friend to the park for a week, absolutely free. So when summer arrived, I was ready to put the real scares behind me and enjoy some fun scares for a change. Our first day at the park, Sabrina and I took our seats in the very special guest section of the haunted theater. Creepy organ music played. Shadow ghosts slid across the purple curtain on stage. Evil laughter poured out of hidden speakers. This is totally awesome, Sabrina said. How did you ever get picked to come here for free? I shrugged. Beats me. No idea. A deep voice came over the speakers. Attention, everyone. Mondo the Magical is backstage casting a spell on himself. Unfortunately, he turned himself into a pigeon. The show will begin as soon as he turns himself back. Everyone laughed. I gazed around. The theater was about half full. Kids and families were still pouring in. The room was long and narrow, with rows of ghost white seats. Photos of screaming faces lined the purple walls. Sabrina bumped me with her elbow. Look. Those two boys are going to sit with us. I turned to the aisle and saw a horror. That's what they call the park guides here. He was dressed in green and purple, and he was showing two boys to the chairs next to us. Sabrina smoothed down her hair and adjusted her pale green t-shirt. They're kind of cute, she whispered. The boys dropped into their seats. They both had dark hair and dark eyes. Sabrina leaned forward to say hi. But they totally ignored us. They seemed to be stressed about something. Billy, I saw them drag Byron into this theater, the taller one said. I'll bet they're holding him backstage. Billy's face was red. He kept glancing at the horror ushers in the aisle. Stay cool, Matt, he whispered. Just act as if we're here to see the show. Maybe when the lights go down, we can sneak out and search for Byron. I stared at them. What was their problem? But maybe we should search for Sheena, Brittany, and Molly first, the one named Billy said. Matt shook his head. Don't you get it? Byron said he would help us. He knows what's going on. We've got to rescue him from those horrors who dragged him away. Billy slammed his hands on the arms of the seat. Where is my sister? How can this be happening? Matt had something in his hand. I squinted to see it better. It was a tiny piece of a mirror. The two boys sat there, staring into it. Okay. I'm not a nosy person. But this was too much. What's up with you guys? I asked. What are you looking at? Their heads shot around. Oh. Hi, Matt said. Didn't see you, Billy said. What's up? I asked again. You both look totally stressed. They glanced at each other. They were trying to decide whether to tell me or not. Well, we have a weird problem, Billy said finally. My sister, Sheena, is missing. And two other girls we met. Sabrina's mouth dropped open. Missing? For real? Did you tell the park people about it? Billy rolled his eyes. Like they want to be helpful? A horror named Byron wants to help us, Matt said. But some other horrors dragged him away. Matt saw me gazing at the mirror. He held it up to me. What do you see in there? I pulled the tiny piece of mirror closer. I see two girls on some kind of carnival ride, I said. Those are the two missing girls, Matt said. Brittany and Molly. I studied the girls in the mirror. What is it? Some kind of optical illusion? No. It's real, Billy said. We have to find that carousel. Maybe my sister is there with them. But she may be a little hard to find. She's invisible. I glanced at Sabrina. She looked as confused as I did. Their story didn't make any sense at all. Missing girls inside a mirror? An invisible girl? They seemed too upset to be joking. But could it be true? Matt turned to me. He was very good looking. Billy was skinny, but Matt looked like he played sports. Are you special guests too? Did you get free invitations? He asked. Yes, I said. We had scary things happen to us before we got here, Matt said. Billy and his sister had to fight a bunch of zombie pirates. And I had some problems with this terrible stuff called monster blood. I pictured the haunted mask and my temples began to pound. We think they invited us to this park because of the scary things that happened to us this year, Billy said. Did something scary happen to you? Should I tell them? I don't even know them. I decided I'd better not. Ah, no way, I answered. Nothing scary ever happened to me. Sabrina poked me and started to say something. But I gave her a look that made her stay quiet. The theater lights faded. A bright yellow spotlight shone down on the curtain on stage. Music blared from the speakers. The show was starting. Matt climbed to his feet and crouched down. He tapped Billy's shoulder. Come on. They're not watching, he whispered. Let's go look for Byron. He glared at me. Wish us luck, he whispered. We'll need it. The two boys began creeping to the aisle. Two horrors quickly moved to block the aisle. The boys had no choice. They sank back into their seats. They stared straight ahead at the stage. I could see they were really upset. Mondo the Magical strutted on stage. He was a chubby little man with a shiny bald head and a big crooked nose. He wore a tight-fitting tuxedo with a big red bow tie and had a long purple cape draped over his back. He took a deep bow. Everyone clapped. He held an egg in his hand, waved it around in a circle, and it disappeared. Then he pulled two eggs from his ear. He waved them around, and suddenly, he held four eggs. He waved the four eggs, and they all disappeared. Sabrina leaned close to me. Pretty lame, she whispered. You'll like this one better, Mondo announced. Sabrina and I gasped. How did he hear that? Mondo's assistant was a young woman with long blonde hair and bright red lips. She wore a glittery costume of reds and yellows. She wheeled a steaming cauldron on stage. Mondo waved his hands over the cauldron. He formed one hand into a cup. And then he pulled a live rabbit out of his fist. Sabrina and I clapped. That was a pretty good trick. Billy and Matt stared straight ahead. I could tell they weren't thinking about the magic act. Here is a trick that only Mondo can do, Mondo announced. A trick no other magician has even dreamed of. He lifted the bunny rabbit in the palm of one hand. Then he appeared to reach his other hand down the rabbit's mouth. And he pulled a hat out of the rabbit. I laughed hard. What a funny idea, pulling a hat out of a rabbit. Yes, that had to be a first. Mondo took another deep bow. When he stood up, his eyes bulged. He grabbed his throat and began to make loud choking sounds. Some kids gasped. The audience grew very silent. Mondo reached two fingers into his mouth and pulled out a ping-pong ball. He made more choking sounds. He pulled out another ping-pong ball. Then another. And another. Pretty soon, a dozen ping-pong balls bounced across the stage, all pulled from Mondo's mouth. Mondo has a big mouth, he said. Anyone like to play tennis? He opened his mouth wide and pulled out a tennis ball. Sabrina poked me. He's pulling them from his sleeve, she whispered. Here's one you won't be able to figure out, Mondo boomed. Could he hear Sabrina's whisper? The assistant rolled a tall box on stage. It looked like a coffin standing on end. Say goodbye to my assistant, Rhonda, Mondo said. She is going to disappear. Forever! Exclamation mark quote. Mondo pulled open the lid. Then he banged the four sides of the box with his cane. Solid wood, he said. He pointed for his assistant to get into the box. Goodbye, Rhonda, he said. It's been great. Rhonda waved goodbye to the audience. Then she tossed back her long blonde hair and stepped into the box. Mondo blew her a kiss. Then he closed the lid. We'll never see Rhonda again, Mondo said. Who wants to be my new assistant? I need a new assistant every day. He pulled out a yellow blanket and wrapped it around the box. Everyone count with me, he said. He led the count. 1, 2, 3. He pulled the blanket off the box and tossed it away. Then he grabbed the handle and tugged the lid open. Empty, he cried. A big puff of black smoke. As the smoke cleared, Mondo let out a startled gasp. A dark-haired girl stood in the box. She wore a pale blue t-shirt and faded jeans. She kept blinking and shaking her head. She stepped out of the box. A hush fell over the theater. And then I saw Billy jump to his feet. My sister, he gasped. Sheena. I don't understand, Mondo muttered. He wiped sweat off his bald head and gaped at the girl. How did you? I mean, where? Was this part of the act? I didn't think so. He gazed out into the audience. He looked as if he suddenly remembered we were there. Thank you. Thank you, he cried. Then he ran off the stage without taking a bow. All the theater doors swung open, and everyone left. I watched Billy and Matt run onto the stage to greet Sheena. Billy actually hugged his sister. You're back. I can see you, he said. I started to the exit. There were a million things I wanted to do in the park. But Sabrina pulled me to the stage. We have to see what's up with these kids, she said. Sheena still looked a little unsteady and confused. Matt stood there staring at her as if she was a ghost or something. And Billy started tossing question after question at the poor girl. Where were you? Do you know where you were? Did you see Brittany and Molly? Were they okay? Did you talk to them? How did you get back? Sheena sat down on the edge of the stage. She kept twirling a strand of her dark hair between her fingers. It's hard to remember everything, she said softly. Well, try. Billy insisted. He and Matt dropped down beside her. Sabrina and I stayed near the first row of seats. At first, everything was green, Sheena said. Like a thick green fog. Then I realized it was the monster blood. Remember? I got vacuumed up with all that monster blood. I turned to Sabrina. Monster blood? I whispered. What's going on here? I was covered in that sticky goo, Sheena continued. I pulled it away from my eyes. And finally I could see clearly. Where were you? Billy demanded. In some other part of Horrorland, I think, Sheena replied. Some part we haven't seen. I looked all around. I didn't recognize anything. What did you see? Matt asked. There was a strange carousel, Sheena said. The carousel horses were on fire. They didn't burn. But they had flames shooting out of them. Billy turned to Matt, very excited. The same carousel we saw in the mirror, he cried. Sheena, Matt said, did you see Brittany and Molly riding the burning carousel? She nodded. Yes. I saw them. I waved to them. And they waved back. Did you talk to them? Matt asked. Sheena shook her head. I couldn't get close enough, she said. I started running to them. But I couldn't get any closer. I ran and ran. But the carousel stayed just as far away from me. It was unreal, like being in a dream. Then what happened? Matt asked. A door opened in front of me. It appeared out of nowhere, Sheena said. I stepped through it. And here I was. Back. I turned to Sabrina. She has to be making this up, I whispered. It's some kind of scary Horrorland joke, right? But the two boys weren't laughing. We've got to search the park and find that carousel, Matt said. He pulled Sheena to her feet. Come on. If we find Byron, he'll know where it is. But where is Byron? Sheena asked. A few horrors dragged him away, Billy said. We think they're hiding him somewhere in this theater. Matt pointed to a blue door on the rear wall. That must lead backstage, he said. He started to jog toward the door. Then he stopped and turned to Sabrina and me. Come with us. Hurry, he called. I shook my head. These kids were creeping me out. I didn't want to join their game. I shivered as a brief image of the haunted mask flickered in my mind. Sabrina and I just got here, I said. I think we want to check out some rides instead. Sabrina frowned at me. Carly Beth, what's your problem? These guys are totally cute, she whispered. Didn't we have enough scares back home? I whispered back. Matt stepped to the edge of the stage and gazed down at us. You're special guests, right? Like us? Right, Sabrina said. Well, Byron warned us we're all in danger, Matt said. That means you, too. Come on, Sabrina said. She dragged me on stage. We followed the others through the stage door. It led to a long, dark hall with cobwebs clinging to the walls. Our shoes echoed loudly on the concrete floor as we hurried down the hall. We came to the end and saw two rooms. One room had a gold star on the door. A dressing room. The other door had a sign that read, Storage. Keep out. Hello? Anyone back here? Sheena called. Silence. The dressing room door was open. We peeked inside. No one there. Mondo's black top hat sat on a chair. Jars of makeup were lined up in front of the mirror. His cane leaned against one wall. Let's check out the storage room, Sheena said. She pulled open the door, a dim overhead light switched on, and we jammed ourselves inside. A fluttering sound made me jump. Someone is here. Matt pointed to the wire cages under a small window. Mondo's pigeons, he said. Other magic props were stuffed into a tall bookshelf that reached from the floor to the ceiling. Plastic eggs and rubber chickens and fake flowers and wooden bowling pins and white gloves and decks of cards and red and blue handkerchiefs. A skull grinned at us from the top shelf. Mondo's tuxedo jacket hung on a wooden coat rack. I could see a fake bouquet of flowers poking out of one sleeve. Byron, Matt called. Are you here? We're wasting our time, Billy said. Come on. Let's go. We turned and started to the door. Wait. Stop. I cried. Something on the floor in front of the bookshelf caught my eye. I bent and picked it up. It was a brass name tag. I held it so everyone could see it. The name engraved on the tag was Byron. Matt took the name tag from my hand and studied it. Byron was here, he said. Maybe he left it for us to find, Billy said. He wants us to find him and rescue him. But where do we go next? Sheena asked. The pigeons fluttered in their cages. They started to warble and coo. Like they were excited, too. Wait. There's something else, I said. I reached down to the bottom shelf, where a folded sheet of paper stuck out. Be careful, Sabrina said. It looks very old. The paper was yellow and stained. It crinkled as I unfolded it. It must be from an old park guide, I said. Look. I held it up carefully. I don't believe it, Matt cried. Check it out. The page showed a drawing of a white carousel. Red and orange flames shot off the carousel horses. It's the same carousel, Sheena cried. The one I saw Brittany and Molly riding. But it looks really old, Billy said. I studied the drawing. There's a sign next to the carousel, I said. The page is torn, but I think I can read it. I read the sign to them. Ride the wheel of fire. It's smokin' hot. I bet Byron left this for us too, Matt said. He wants us to find this ride. He knows that Brittany and Molly are there. It should be easy enough to find, Sabrina said. Let's go. Those girls may be in real danger, Sheena said. She pushed past us and strode back into the hall. Matt took the old drawing from me. Then he and Billy followed Sheena. I had no choice. I followed them out of the haunted theater and into the bright sunlight. The park was crowded. We had to duck and dodge and push our way through Zombie Plaza. I bumped right into a purple-faced horror with a big metal box strapped to his chest. He staggered back as I bounced off him. Then he opened the box and pulled out something that looked like a hot dog. Free monster dogs, he shouted. Free monster dogs. Only $1. He squinted at me. He had one brown eye and one black eye. Got $1, miss? I'll give you a free monster dog for $1. I stared at the lumpy brown meat inside the bun. What's in a monster dog? I asked. If you're a dog lover, you don't want to know, he said. I think he was joking. I didn't want to find out. The others were far ahead of me. I saw Sabrina hurrying to keep up with Matt. I ducked past a booth with a sign that read, Nose tattoos. Across the front, a horror leaned on the counter, holding up a long tattoo needle. He had a blue spider tattoo spread over his nose. A smaller sign read, Eyeballs pierced. While you wait. That made me laugh. I knew it. Everything here was a big joke. Why was Sabrina forcing me to join these kids on their crazy mission? When I caught up to them, they were studying a big sign. I quickly saw that it was a park directory. Over here, Matt said, pointing. It lists all the Horrorland rides. My eyes scanned the long list. Some of the rides caught my eye. The Doom Slide. The Bottomless Canoe Ride. The Free Fall Bungee Ride. Matt shook his head unhappily. No wheel of fire, he muttered. It has to be here, Sheena said. I saw it. She started at the top of the list and began reading them out loud. Maybe it's a new ride, Billy said. They're always opening and closing attractions here. Maybe they closed this one a long time ago and just reopened it. He's right, Sheena agreed. Let's search the carnival area, she pointed. I think it's that way. Across from Goodbye Land. They started back through the crowd in Zombie Plaza. I pulled Sabrina aside. Are you sure you want to do this? I asked. Well, yeah, Sabrina replied. Carly Beth, what is your problem? How come you keep wanting to leave? And why did you lie to them? Why didn't you tell them you had a very scary experience, too? I shrugged. I just don't trust them, I said. You can't trust anyone at Horrorland. Or anything. I didn't come here to solve a big mystery about missing girls. I came here to laugh and have fun, Sabrina. And to forget. Sabrina turned away. Where are they? We're going to lose them in the crowd. I started to reply, but my breath caught in my throat. I shielded my eyes from the bright sunlight and stared at the shop across the plaza from us. The shop was called Make a Face, a mask store. I gazed into the window and saw a dozen green ugly masks hanging there. And in the middle of them, staring out at me, staring out at me alone, I saw the haunted mask. No, I cried out. I grabbed Sabrina's arm. She let out a squeal. I guess I grabbed her too hard. I loosened my grip on her arm. Sabrina, look, I choked out. She saw it too. Carly Beth, what's the big deal? She asked. She tugged me toward the little shop. I pulled back. I wanted to be finished with the haunted mask. How could it have followed me to Horrorland? The bright sunlight nearly blinded me. I raised a hand to shield my eyes again. The shop window came into focus. And I saw that it wasn't the haunted mask. Just another scary green mask with its mouth wide open in a silent scream. I I thought I started. But my mouth was suddenly too dry to talk. Sabrina rolled her eyes. I know what you thought, she said. You thought it was the haunted mask. But you've got to calm down, Carly Beth. The mask is buried deep outside the stable at Tumbledown Farms. I nodded. Yes, I know. But, come on. I've just got to take a look inside. I've got to be sure. My chest felt all fluttery. But I forced myself to walk up to the shop. We stepped inside. It was a small shop. The walls and shelves were covered with ugly masks. A horror stepped out from behind the counter to greet us. She had long black hair tied behind her head in a ponytail and pale yellow eyes. The curled horns on top of her hair were tinted pink. Hi, girls, she said. Can I sell you a mask today? We're just looking, Sabrina said. The horror pulled a hairy wolf mask off the wall and held it out. You might like this one, Carly Beth, she said. I gasped. You know my name? She nodded. You're a very special guest, right? Something about the way she said that gave me a chill. Try these on, the horror said. She handed masks to Sabrina and me. They just came in. Kind of funny, don't you think? Know what they are? Vampire mice. See the fangs? I didn't really want to put the mask on. But the horror was watching us so intently. I tugged it down over my head. Yuck. It felt warm inside, like human skin. And the mouse fur on the outside felt totally real. My heart started to pound. I pulled it off quickly and handed it back to the shopkeeper. Then I helped Sabrina remove hers. Cool mask, Sabrina said. She rubbed her hand over a mask that looked like a crying baby. This totally feels like baby skin, Sabrina said. How do you make them so real? The horror smiled. That's a big secret. All of the ugly faces on the wall were starting to freak me out. Sabrina, I think we should go, I said. I started to turn away, then stopped. Something in the back room caught my eye. Yes. Go check out the back room, the horror said. Lots more interesting masks back there. Sabrina and I stepped into the tiny room. The wall was covered with masks. They weren't monster masks or animal faces. They all looked like kids. How creepy is this? Sabrina murmured. I didn't answer. I was staring at two masks near the top. My hands gripped the counter. My chest felt fluttery again. Sabrina, up there, I whispered. She saw the masks I was staring at. The two girls, she murmured. Yes, I said. Those masks look just like Brittany and Molly. The two missing girls we saw in that little piece of mirror. But that's impossible, Sabrina said. Sabrina and I stood there, pressed close together, gazing up at the masks of the two girls. And as we stared, the girls' lips quivered. The lips on the masks moved up and down. And they both formed the silent words. You're next. You're next. I couldn't help it. I let out a scream. What's wrong? The shopkeeper appeared behind us. I pointed to the two masks. Their lips, I said. They moved. The masks talked. The horror shook her head. It only looks that way, she said. See? The window is open. The wind from the window makes the lips bob up and down. My mind whirred. I knew she was wrong. The masks were talking to us, warning us. The masks appeared to stare down at us. Now their mouths hung open in ugly scowls. Those masks look just like two girls we saw, Sabrina said. That's funny, the horror said. Two girls came in here earlier this week. They said the masks looked like them. But I didn't really think so. Want to try them on? I shuddered. No. No thanks, I stammered. I grabbed Sabrina. Let's go. We rushed past the horror, through the front room of the store, and out to the street. Come back soon, Carly Beth and Sabrina, the horror shouted. Again, I felt a chill. How did she know our names? Sabrina and I jogged across the plaza. I had to get away from that mask store. We hurried past several shops. We stopped in front of a big poster. It showed kids on a beach, sinking deep into the sand. They were screaming and laughing. At the bottom it read, Quicksand Beach. Drop in any time. We have to find those kids, Sabrina said. We have to tell them what the mask said. We have to warn them. I gazed around the plaza. Groups of kids and families were rushing in all directions. They all seemed to be having fun. I sighed. Sabrina, maybe we should just find my parents and go home, I said. Maybe. I stopped when I heard voices. Coming from the other side of the big poster. I poked my head around. Two horrors leaned against the other side. They were both licking large, black ice cream cones. Black ice cream? One of them was huge, tall, and bulging with muscles. He wore a red bandana on his head, tucked around his horns. His friend was skinny and had purple freckles all over his green face. Our special guests are in for a lot of heavy-duty surprises, aren't they, Marcus? The bigger one said. I ducked my head back out of sight. Was he talking about us? Sabrina started to say something, but I shushed her by pressing my hand over her mouth. We both listened. Yeah, Bubba, the smaller one replied. They don't know how scary things can get. Things are gonna get a lot scarier, Marcus, Bubba said. A lot scarier. Two are already gone, Marcus said. We'll take care of the rest. We have no choice, do we? Sabrina and I froze. My heart pounded. I pressed my back against the poster. We didn't move until the two horrors walked away. They were talking about us. I stammered. Did you hear what they said? Sabrina swallowed. Every word. We do have to warn the other kids, I said. You were right, Sabrina. They have to know. Those two horrors want us all to disappear. We started back toward the Stagger Inn. We thought maybe the kids had returned to the hotel. The frightening words of the two horrors kept repeating in my mind. Two are already gone. We'll take care of the rest. Why did someone want to hurt us or make us disappear? What had they done to Brittany and Molly? Why were we invited here? I had so many questions. My head felt ready to explode. Carly Beth, I think we got turned around, Sabrina said. I think the hotel is back there, she pointed. I saw small yellow and brown cottages up ahead of us. To one side of them, a forest of tall trees. A sign on a wooden pole read, "Welcome to Werewolf Village." Dot. A smaller sign read, "Curb your wolf." I let out a cry. Sabrina, look. Is that Billy, Sheena, and Matt? Going into the village? We took off running. A narrow brick path led into the village. The cottage windows were all dark. The tall trees spread a thick shade over everything. I heard wolf howls up ahead. Sabrina and I stopped. No sign of the kids. Did I imagine them? The cottages ended at the forest. We entered the thick grove. Nothing moved. The trees stood perfectly still. We walked and walked in total silence. Then, suddenly, wolf howls rose up all around us. And two big white wolves stepped onto the path. Their mouths were open. Their tongues hung out over their jagged teeth. "Oh, no," I murmured. I took a step back. The wolves lowered their heads. They stared at us with cold gray eyes. Hoarse growls escaped their throats. I don't think they're friendly," I whispered. The wolves took a step closer, walking side by side. They didn't blink. They kept their cold stares on us as they advanced. "They can't be real," Sabrina whispered, grabbing my hand. "They wouldn't let real wolves walk around free, would they?" I didn't answer. The wolves looked ready to pounce. I cried out when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun around to see a smiling horror. "Don't worry, girls," she said. "They don't bite till after dark." She made a shooing motion with one hand. The wolves turned and trotted into the woods. The horror trotted after them. "Enjoy Wolfsbane Forest," she called. "Wait," I shouted. "How do we get out of here?" I could hear her footsteps crackling on the blanket of leaves beneath the trees. But she didn't answer. "I don't see the kids," Sabrina said, brushing a green caterpillar from her hair. "I don't see any kids. Let's get out of here." "I think we came in this way," I said, pointing. The sun had lowered. Long shadows stretched over the forest floor. Hard to see where we were going. We walked for a while in silence. Caterpillars fell from the trees. I pulled a sticky one off my forehead. I saw two more on Sabrina's shoulder and another one in her hair. "Aye!" I cried out when I felt one drop down the back of my shirt. "We should have found the path by now," Sabrina said. "Don't tell me we're lost in this awful forest." "Wait. Are those cottages?" I said. "We must be close to the exit." We followed a narrow dirt path out of the trees. I was wrong. They weren't cottages. They were large metal cages with bars across the front. I heard grunts and groans from inside the cages. Sabrina and I timidly stepped closer. "It's men," Sabrina whispered. In the dim gray light, I could see men hunched inside the cages. Some of them gripped the bars with both hands and grunted at us. The men wore baggy brown shorts. No shirts or shoes. They were covered in bristly black hair. Their chests and backs, arms and legs, even their feet had thick tufts of hair. Actors, Sabrina whispered. They must work for the park. I wasn't so sure. What was real here in Horrorland? What could you believe and what was make-believe? One of the men tossed back his long mane of hair and began to howl like a wolf. The others began to bang the bars of their cages with their fists. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted, "Can you help us? We can't find the exit." They howled and pounded. One of the men hunched on all fours and began to drool. A man jumped to his feet in the closest cage. He brought his face to the bars. And I saw that he had a wolf snout, not a human nose. I screamed. He tossed back his head and laughed, a wild, creature laugh. The horrible laugh sent chills down my back. "Let's go," Sabrina said, pulling me with both hands. "They are totally creeping me out." We turned away from the howling, grunting men in their cages. I glanced up at the darkening sky. A pale full moon was rising above the trees. "This way," I said. I pulled Sabrina toward another dirt path. I don't know how long we walked through the forest. It seemed like hours. We both shouted for help as we followed the trail. But no one answered. "This can't be happening," Sabrina muttered. She pulled another caterpillar off her cheek. "This park is supposed to be fun." "Sabrina, look," I cried. At the end of the path, I saw a tall wire fence. I pulled her toward it. "We're out of the forest. Look, a gate." My heart thudded in my chest. I wiped sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. An exit gate. I was so happy. We raced over the dirt. Sabrina got there first. She pushed at the gate. Pushed harder. Tried to pull it open. That's when I saw the lock. A long silvery padlock. "It's locked," I said, sighing. My knees suddenly felt weak. We were locked in. With a burst of anger, I grabbed the gate with both hands and shook it. But, of course, it didn't budge. "Ah!" I uttered a disgusted cry and spun away. The full moon was bright yellow now. Wolf howls floated in the air all around us. "We've got to find another exit," Sabrina said. She couldn't keep her voice from trembling. "The wolves really sound hungry. I I think they're real!" Exclamation mark. "We can't spend the night here." "We'll follow the fence," I said. "It should lead us out." I heard scrambling footsteps. Leaves scraping and crackling. The steps came closer. And then Sabrina and I both screamed in horror as a dark creature leapt out of the trees and fell on us with a hungry "Ouch!" I swatted a mosquito on my neck. Too late. I could feel a trickle of warm blood under my fingers. My hiking boots sank into the muddy ground. I heard a rustling sound in the bushes. Probably a killer coyote getting ready to bite my throat out. How much do I enjoy these family camping trips? How much would I like to have all my teeth pulled out by a crazed orangutan with rusty pliers? "Robbie, try to keep up," my dad called as he led the way along the trail. "Yeah, Robbie," my brother, Sam, shouted. "Try to keep up. He hates camping, too. But he pretends he likes it. That's because he's the middle kid, so he has to try harder." "Stop copying Dad," I shouted. "Stop copying Dad," Sam repeated, like a stupid parrot. Give me a break, I moaned. Give me a break, Sam echoed. Give me a break, my sister, Taylor, whined. Mom and Dad laughed. She's 7. They think everything Taylor does is the cutest. They even laugh when she burps. When Sam and I have a burping contest at the dinner table, Mom always gets angry and makes us stop. How fair is that? Whoa! I let out a cry as my foot caught on a fallen tree limb. I lost my balance, stumbled, and fell into the mud. My backpack landed hard on top of me. I heard Sam and Taylor laugh. It isn't funny, Mom said. She says that a lot. She's the only one in our family who isn't a total joker. Sure, it's funny, Sam said. Robbie is a superklutz. Superklutz. Superklutz, Taylor chanted. She did a crazy dance around Mom and Dad. Dad set down the tent and helped pull me to my feet. Hey, a new superhero for your comic strip, he said. Superklutz. He trips and falls on the bad guys. I rolled my eyes. Ha ha, I said. See me laughing? How funny are you? Not. My family always gives me lame ideas for my comic strip. I just ignore them. They don't have a clue how serious I am about my strip. Dad tugged my backpack onto my shoulders. Then he rubbed his hand through my hair and messed it up. My hair is light brown, almost blonde. And I wear it long and wild. I just sweep it back with my hand. I never brush it. I have a lot of hair. It doesn't even fit under a baseball cap. I think that's why Dad is always messing it up. Because he's as bald as a bowling ball. A few weeks ago, I drew a comic character for my strip who looked like Dad. I called him Pinkhead. I never showed that one to Dad. He's kind of sensitive about having a big pink egg for a head. I'm the only one who's blonde and pale in my family. Sam and Taylor both have raven black hair and deep, dark eyes, like Mom. They're both short, and Sam is a chubster. He hates it when I poke his belly and tell him it's just baby fat. The sun slid behind some clouds. The woods grew darker. Dad pointed up ahead. Let's set up camp by those tall trees, he said. There's grass there. It should be less muddy. I brushed a swarm of gnats out of my face. What's the point of gnats, anyway? I mean, do we really need them? I don't think so. We found a nice clear space under the trees. Then we set to work putting up the 2 tents. Mom and Dad started to unpack the sleeping bags. Dad took a long drink from a water bottle. Then he spit a gusher of water at me. I ducked out of the way. Nice try, I shouted. Mom gave Dad a shove. Norman, give Robbie a break. Do it again, Dad, Sam shouted. Dad laughed. Hey, Robbie, who taught you how to do the perfect water spit? I did, right? The spritz master. I rolled my eyes. Why can't anyone in this family ever be serious? Mom asked. I pulled out my laptop and sat down on my backpack. I balanced it on my knees and booted it up. After a few minutes, I called to Dad. I'm trying to upload my comic strip. But there's no network out here. How am I supposed to get online? Why don't you try to enjoy the woods instead? Mom asked. This is a camping trip. Put that away. I groaned. It's so boring. Out here. Nothing but nature, nature, nature. Dad grinned at me. Your mom and I like nature, fresh air, the great outdoors. You're both weird, I said. He pointed to the trees. You promised not to grumble, remember? The sun is going down. Go help your brother gather firewood. I grumbled some more. Then I put away the laptop and trudged into the woods to help Sam. I really wanted to work on my new comic strip. I've been drawing comics since I was 7. But my new supervillain is my best one ever. Dr. Maniac. The totally mental maniac of mayhem. Awesome, right? I tripped again and banged my shoulder against a tree trunk. Leaves shook and shivered above my head. A chipmunk stood up and stared at me. Then it scurried into the woods. Dr. Maniac versus Chipmunk Boy. That might work. Dr. Maniac forces a boy to eat a poison acorn and he grows into a giant chipmunk. Dr. Maniac decides to turn 1,000 boys into chipmunks. I can't help it. I get these great story ideas everywhere I go. Even in the woods. I stopped and glanced around. Where was the path? I was walking over a thick blanket of sticks and dead leaves. The tall trees blocked out the sun. How far had I walked? I have a terrible sense of direction. I get lost in my own bedroom. Hey, Sam. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted. Sam? Are you here? No answer. Hey, Sam, I shouted louder. Where are you? A bird cawed loudly somewhere in the forest. Then I heard footsteps. Behind me. I spun around and gasped as a figure stepped out from behind 2 trees. No. It's C. Can't be. I stammered. You're not real. Exclamation mark. I made you up. A grin spread over Drive. Maniac's face. Yes. Dr. Maniac. The comic villain I created. He walked up to me with that crazy grin on his face. He brushed back his leopard skin cape. I'll show you how real I am, he shouted. Eat this dead squirrel. He raised his yellow-gloved hands. He held a decaying dead squirrel. Its eyes had sunk deep into its head. Patches of fur had fallen off its back. Eat it, Doctor. Maniac shouted. I tried to move away, but I backed right into a wide tree trunk. You're crazy. I cried. Doctor. Maniac shook his head. I'm not crazy, I'm a maniac. He bumped me with his chest. It had a big gold M on it. Now, eat it, he demanded. Eat it. And he shoved the putrid dead squirrel into my face. Hope I didn't confuse you. That last chapter was just a comic strip I drew. Sam and I were sitting in the back of our SUV. We hadn't gone camping yet. We were on our way. Dad was driving the whole family to the woods. I was showing Sam my newest drive. Maniac strip on my laptop. What do you think? I asked. The dead squirrel thing is good, right? Do you like it when Dr. Maniac shoves the disgusting squirrel corpse right in my face? Yeah. Pretty cool, Sam said, staring at the screen. But one thing I don't get. Who's the chubby little shrimp who goes camping with our family? That's you, I said. Sam punched my arm. Quote. No way. I look like that, he said. Ever look in a mirror? I said. Ever take drawing lessons? He shot back. I'm almost as tall as you are. Trees whirred past us as Dad roared down the highway. He couldn't wait to get there. Mom and Dad love camping, and they drag us with them almost every weekend. The only thing I like about camping is that it gives me new ideas for my Dr. Maniac strip. Farms with grassy green fields rolled past. Taylor sat in the middle seat, clapping her hands to music from the radio. Mom kept pointing out every cow and horse. But no one paid any attention. Sam read my comic strip again. What if you go picking up firewood in the woods today and Dr. Maniac really does show up? He asked. Robbie, Mom called from the front seat. I hope you'll put the laptop away and help out this time. You always make Sam and Taylor do all the work. Yeah. Join the family for once, Taylor said. She turned around and stuck her tongue out at me. Her tongue was bright purple from the candy she was eating. Attack of the Purple Tongue. Good name for a comic. I thought. What if a boy is at the dentist's office? The dentist messes up, and the boy's tongue falls out. The tongue starts to grow. It's very angry. It doesn't like being outside the mouth. The tongue attacks. Look at those sheep, Mom said, pointing out her window. Are you two boys enjoying the beautiful scenery? Sam, what do you think I should do next? I asked. Should I eat the disgusting, gross squirrel? Or should I try to escape? I can't decide which is cooler. Maybe both, Sam replied. He is never any help. He doesn't like writing stories. He is a total game freak. He spends hour after hour playing battle chess. What a weirdo. I like Dr. Maniac's costume, Sam said. He dresses like a total maniac. Red and blue tights with a gold M on his chest? Yellow gloves? White boots with yellow feathers all over them? And a leopard skin cape? That's insane! Exclamation mark quote. Yeah. He's a crazed nutcase, I said. Quote. You're the nutcase, Taylor chimed in. Why don't you draw a comic called Robbie Schwartz, the Maniac Older Geek Brother? Question mark quote. I reached over the seat and bopped her gently on the head. Maniac, she screamed. Can't we talk about anything else? Mom said. Look at those interesting shrubs over there. Interesting. Shrubs. Question mark. Sam and I burst out laughing. Good one, Mom, I said. Dad turned off the highway. We bounced along a gravel road until we came to a small muddy parking lot. I stepped out the door into bright sunlight. The air smelled fresh and sweet. Two big red hawks glided round and round a grove of tall evergreen trees. I packed my laptop carefully into my backpack. Taylor jumped out of the car. She ran up to me and stomped down hard on my sneaker. Oh. Why do you do that? I asked. She shrugged. No reason. I limped to the back of the SUV. Time to unload our stuff. We always take 2 tents, sleeping bags, cooking equipment, and lots of sweaters and extra clothes. We loaded up like pack animals and lugged everything into the woods. Not my favorite part of camping. Actually, I don't have a favorite part of camping. But what can you do when your parents are total outdoor freaks? We always follow the same dirt path through the trees. And after about 20 minutes, we came to a nice grassy clearing. Time to set up the tents and build a fire before the sun went down. I guess you want me to go find firewood, I said to Dad once the tents were set up. We all have our jobs, Dad said. Oh, yeah? I said. What's Taylor's job? Being cute, Dad said. Taylor stuck her tongue out again. Still purple. Real cute. I set my pack with my laptop inside it down carefully at the back of my tent. Then I wandered across the tall grass to the trees to search for sticks and logs. The air grew cooler as I stepped deeper into the shade. The wind blew my long hair around my face. A black and orange butterfly fluttered in front of me as if it were leading the way. Wow, I thought. Here I am, alone in the woods, picking up firewood. Just like in my comic. This is the exact scene where I call to Sam, and he doesn't answer. And then Drive. Maniac pops out from behind the trees. And suddenly, I heard the bushes rustle. The scrape of footsteps. Moving toward me, fast. Doctor. Maniac. I gasped. No. Not Drive. Maniac. I stared as Sam stepped forward, his arms filled with twigs and sticks for kindling. Robbie, what's your problem? He asked. You scared me, I stammered. I pushed my hair away from my face with both hands. I thought it was Doctor. Maniac, I said. You know. Like in my comic strip. Sam squinted at me. Don't get weird, he said. Don't start mixing up comics and real life. My heart had been racing. It slowly returned to normal. Hey, Sam, I said. Can you imagine what a messed up place this would be if superheroes and villains were real? Question mark. And they were always flying around in tights and capes? We both laughed. It was kind of a funny idea. I bent down and started to pick some twigs up off the ground. Sam had his arms full. He stood over me, watching. Robbie, he said, how come you made your main character a villain? Why not make him a superhero instead? I just think villains are a lot more interesting, I said. A loud crackle from the bushes behind me made me jump. The twigs flew from my hands. What was that? Question mark quote. Sam laughed. A squirrel, probably. Or a raccoon. We're in the woods, remember? Animals live in the woods? Just joking, I lied. I was trying to scare you. I bent down to pick up the sticks I dropped. And suddenly, my eyes went wide, and I let out a startled cry. No, I screamed. It's impossible. Nice try, Sam said. But you didn't scare me. Try again. And no. You don't understand, I stammered. I'm not joking. Look. A strip of cloth was caught on a tree branch. I pulled it off and held it up for Sam to see. His dark eyes bulged. Leopard skin? He said in a whisper. Leopard skin, I said. Just like Doctor. Maniac's cape. That's stupid, Sam said. What's that doing here? I stuffed the strip of cloth into my jeans pocket. I don't know, I said. But I'm going to find out. I didn't tell Mom or Dad about the leopard skin cloth. They probably would think that I put it there. My family is always playing jokes on one another. So sometimes it's hard to know what to believe and what not to believe. We made a big campfire and cooked dinner on it. We all roasted hot dogs, except for Mom. She doesn't eat meat. So she grilled 2 soy burgers for herself. They looked kind of green and gross. But she said, anything tastes good cooked on a fire. Especially if you drown it in ketchup. After dinner, we goofed around. Dad told some really lame jokes. My favorite was about a boy who has a banana in his ear. Someone asks him, why do you have a banana in your ear? And the boy answers, I can't hear you. I have a banana in my ear. It's probably an old joke, but I never heard it before, and it cracked me up. Taylor tried to make up some knock-knock jokes, but they didn't make any sense. Sam and I had to beg her to stop. The moon floated low over the trees when we crawled into our tents to sleep. The night air was growing colder. Taylor, Sam, and I were jammed into one tent. I snuggled deep into my sleeping bag. I tried to pull it up over my head, but it was too short. I shut my eyes, ready for sleep. In the sleeping bag next to me, Taylor sang softly to herself. "Shut up," I whispered. "How am I supposed to fall asleep?" "You know I like to sing," she replied. "It's the only way I can go to sleep." She's such a little freak. That's not the only weird thing she does. She also sleeps with her eyes wide open. Is that disturbing or what? I rolled over and turned my back to her. Outside the tent, I heard the hoot hoot of an owl. A gust of wind rattled the whole tent. I shut my eyes tight and tried to clear my mind, not think about anything at all. I drifted off for a short while, but something woke me up. I sat up, blinking. My heart was pounding. Someone was walking outside the tent. I heard a low cough, the soft thud of footsteps on the ground. Did I hear someone calling my name? With a shiver, I pulled myself out of the sleeping bag. Sam and Taylor were asleep. Taylor made little whistling sounds with each breath. I climbed to my knees and poked my head out of the tent. The pale yellow moon glowed high in the sky. A dark line of clouds, like a snake, cut it in half. Clouds covered the stars. The air felt heavy and damp. The footsteps were coming from the trees. I heard a voice speaking rapidly. What was it saying? I was half asleep, not thinking clearly. I pulled on my sneakers and crept out of the tent in my pajamas. Maybe I was sleepwalking or something. I don't know. But I left our tents behind and walked across the clearing to the trees. I followed the sounds into the woods. I had to know who was there, and why he was calling my name. It has to be Dad, I suddenly realized. There was no one else camping near us. Of course, Dad. Playing one of his dumb tricks? I stopped in the shadows in front of the trees and froze when I saw a figure slither out. Moving quickly, he slid toward me. "Dad?" I called, my voice high and shrill. Then I saw the cape, the leopard skin cape, flutter in the wind. Doctor. Maniac stepped into the moonlight, and he was carrying a dead squirrel. "You're real," I said. My voice came out in a choked whisper. "It's impossible." "Eat this dead squirrel, drive," Maniac said. His eyes bugged out. He grinned from ear to ear. His voice was low, from deep in his chest. The gold M on his shirt glowed in the moonlight. "This is crazy," I said. "You don't exist. I made you up." "Eat the squirrel, Robbie," he repeated. He raised the decaying squirrel in both hands. "Stop stalling. I want to see how brave you are." "Me? Brave?" I choked out. "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. I'm a maniac," he boomed. "Eat it. Eat the squirrel." He shoved it into my face. UCCCCCH. The sour smell poured into my nostrils. The squirrel fur was bristly and hard and scratched my cheeks. My stomach lurched. I started to gag. "Go ahead, drive," Maniac said. Show me how brave you are. Are you the brave one? Or is it your brother, Sam? Sam? You're crazy. No way, I screamed. I staggered back. Away from the sick smell. Away from the hard, bristly body pressing against my skin. I rubbed my nose. I wiped my face with both hands, trying to rub away the horrible feeling of the dead creature. Then I raised my eyes to Dr. Maniac. He held the squirrel in one hand and brushed his cape back with the other. He stared hard at me, studying me. Okay, he murmured. Okay, okay, okay. I guess I'm the brave one. He raised the dead squirrel to his face and chomped into its belly. Then he stood staring at me, chewing loudly, chewing the dead meat. He took another big bite and chewed some more. He made a loud gulp as he swallowed the rotten squirrel flesh. Not bad, he said, if you ignore the taste and the smell. He held it out to me. It was mostly bones now. Most of the meat had been chewed away. Want to try some? I saved you the head, the best part. I grabbed my stomach. ULLLLLP. I started to barf. Somehow I forced it back down. I'm going to be sick, I murmured. No time for that, Robbie boy, he said. You're coming with me. He tossed the squirrel into the trees. Huh? What are you saying? I gasped. My stomach heaved. You failed the bravery test. But you're coming with me, he said. You're going to help me destroy my enemy, the purple rage. My mouth dropped open. Now I know you're crazy, I exclaimed. The purple rage is the angriest supervillain in history. He screams so hard, even his breath is deadly. Dr. Maniac shrugged his powerful shoulders. So? Tell me something I don't know. Well, what can I do to help you? I asked. You'll see, drive, Maniac said. Then he grabbed my arm and spun me around. He squeezed his strong hands over my shoulders and started to drag me away. No. Let go. Let go of me, I wailed. Let go of me. Somebody, help. Sam squinted at the screen as he read the newest comic strip on my laptop. Cool episode, he said. Then he laughed. Robbie, when Dr. Maniac grabs you, you look like a frightened geek. Our friend Brooke nodded her head. You got that. Right, she said. I could feel your fear, Robbie. Your drawing gets better and better. It was Sunday afternoon. The three of us were upstairs in my room. We were huddled around my desk so I could show off the newest drive. Maniac strip. Yes. You probably figured out that the adventure in the woods wasn't real. It was just another comic strip. Brooke brushed back her straight brown hair. She wears it very short with bangs across her forehead. Brooke is tiny and thin. She looks like a first grader even though she's 11, Sam's age. She has sparkly blue eyes and a little turned up nose. Kids at school call her Elf, which she hates. She lives across the street. We have all been friends since I was 4 and they were 3. Where did you get the idea for the purple rage? She asked. I shrugged. Dunno. I guess I was in an angry mood. So I made up a new villain. I love villains. That's why I put so many of them in my comic strips. I pulled out my big sketchbook and turned to my first drawings of the Purple Rage. I always do dozens of sketches of my characters in colored pencil before I scan in my finished art. See? I held up some early sketches. At first, I made his cheeks bright red. You know, to show how angry he was. But then I thought maybe that wasn't enough. I flipped the page to show them the next drawings. These showed the Purple Rage in full costume, shaking a big purple gloved fist in front of him. See? He's dressed all in purple, I said. Purple cape, purple tights. He's always in a total rage, so his whole face is bright red. And then when he gets really mad, it turns purple. That's awesome, Sam said. He grabbed the sketchbook out of my hands. Do you have sketches of me in here? I grabbed it back. Why would I do sketches of you? I asked. I already know what you look like. I hate the way you draw me, Sam groaned. I look like a turtle. Then grow a few inches, I said, and I'll draw you like a tall turtle. Brooke didn't laugh. Short people can be superheroes, too, she said. I tucked the sketchbook back onto its shelf. For sure, I said. I'll put you in the strip, Brooke. Wonder Elf. I'll draw you standing under a toadstool. I thought that was funny, but Brooke didn't laugh. Instead, she grabbed my hair with both hands and pulled as hard as she could. I let out a screech. Wonder Elf defeats the mutant from the hair planet, Brooke cried. She pumped her fists in the air. I tried to smooth my hair, but it didn't go down. It bounced right back up. How was your family camping trip? Brooke asked. You just got back, right? It was okay, I said. You know, lots of nature and stuff. Ring, Sam groaned. He sat down at my laptop and started tapping away at the keyboard. Hey, what are you doing? I asked. My computer crashed, he said. Brooke and I want to play battle chess. Quote. Fine, I said. No problem. Just use mine. Don't ask her anything. Thanks, Sam said, typing away. Brooke pulled up a chair beside him and sat down. The opening game screen appeared. Bold music and floating chess pieces, all carrying guns. Sam and Brooke have to be the only two kids in America who play this game. I hurried downstairs. I could see Mom and Dad through the front window. They were on their knees, planting seeds in the flower garden by the driveway. They sure love being outdoors. I walked into the kitchen and pulled a bag of nacho chips from the cabinet. I grabbed a can of Coke from the fridge and started to the den to see if any good movies were on cable. I was about to drop onto the couch when I heard a noise upstairs. A loud crash, and then a high scream of horror. Brooke's scream. The Coke can fell from my hand and rolled across the den rug. I tossed the nacho chips onto the couch and took off running. I bolted up the stairs and ran down the hall to my room. Brooke, what's wrong? I cried. What happened? Someone had slid the bedroom window wide open. The curtains were blowing out. Brooke stood by the window with both hands pressed against her face. Her eyes were wide with fright. What happened? I repeated. What was that crash? Asked Sam, she stammered. She pointed to the open window. Robbie, Sam is gone. A few minutes later, Mom and Dad were staring at Brooke, shaking their heads. Their hands were still dirty from the garden. Dad had a wide dirt smear across his sweaty forehead. I am telling the truth, Brooke screamed. Would I make something like this up? Dad waved both hands in front of him. Quote, Shish. Dot. Calm down. Everybody calm down. Did you call 911? Mom asked. She folded her arms around her chest. I could see how scared she was. Her chin was trembling. Yes. The police are on their way, Dad said. I sat next to Brooke on my bed. I kept staring at the open window. Brooke's story rolled through my mind again and again. Dad wiped his forehead with his shirt sleeve. Tell us again, he said to Brooke. Start at the beginning. Think hard, Brooke. Tell us what really happened. I already told you what really happened, Brooke insisted. Her voice cracked. She was breathing hard. But, how can we believe, Mom started. Brooke interrupted. I swear, she cried. She raised her right hand as if she were taking an oath. Tell us again, Dad said softly. Brooke took a deep breath. Then she started talking in a trembling voice. Sam and I were playing battle chess on Robbie's laptop. We heard a noise at the window. We turned around, and Dr. Maniac flew into the room. Still hugging herself, Mom squinted hard at Brooke. Dr. Maniac? Robbie's comic character? You're telling us a comic character flew in the window? Brooke swallowed hard. Yes. He landed right in front of us. He grabbed Sam and pulled him off his chair. I tried to save him. But I wasn't fast enough. Dr. Maniac dragged him across the room. And then he flew out the window. With him. Brooke started to sob. Her whole body shuddered. Dad stepped forward and patted her shoulder to calm her. His hand left a round dirt smear on her sleeve. Okay. Okay, he whispered. Mom started pacing back and forth. Brooke, Robbie made up drive. Maniac, she said. He's a comic strip character. You do realize he isn't real? Brooke let out a sob. She wiped her wet cheeks with her hands. I know you don't believe me, she choked out. But he was real. He was here. And he took Sam with him. But, Brooke, that's impossible, Mom said. She leaned over Brooke. Don't be afraid to tell us what really happened. Tell us the truth. Whoa, wait, I cried. My heart skipped a beat. I stared at something on the floor in front of the open window. I jumped off the bed, crossed the room, and picked it up. 2 feathers. 2 yellow feathers. Mom. Dad, I shouted. I held up the feathers. Dr. Maniac has yellow feathers on his boots, I said. They both stared at the feathers. Brooke jumped off the bed, strode over to me, and took the feathers from my hand. I told you, she whispered. I told you. Mom opened her mouth to say something. But a noise downstairs stopped her. Loud thuds on the front door. Police. A deep voice shouted. Police. Please open the door. We found your son. Oh, thank goodness, Mom cried. They found him, Dad exclaimed. The 4 of us went running to the bedroom door. We made a traffic jam of arms and legs as we all tried to squeeze out the door at the same time. Mom and Dad practically flew down the stairs. Brooke and I followed close behind. I was gasping for breath as Dad pulled open the front door. I stared at 2 black uniformed police officers. They stood on the front stoop, with a boy I'd never seen before. Mom let out a cry. Her eyes bulged as she stared at the boy. He was tall and athletic looking, with curly brown hair, green eyes, and freckles on his cheeks. "You're not Sam," she yelled. "I told them," the boy said. "My name is Jerome." He rolled his eyes. "How come no one ever believes kids?" "This isn't your son?" one of the officers asked. Mom and Dad shook their heads. "Where do you live?" the officer asked. "On Brentwood," Jerome said. "Near the old library. My bike had a flat tire, and I was trying to walk home. That's when you stopped me." "Take Jerome home," the officer told his partner. "Sorry, son," he turned to my parents. "I'm Officer Rawls. I'm real sorry about the mix-up. Let's go inside and straighten this out." So we all trooped into the living room. The four of us sat on the edge of the couch. Officer Rawls leaned against the mantelpiece and took notes on a little pad. Brooke began her story. But before she could get very far, the door opened and Taylor stepped into the room. "I'm back from Patsy's," she called. Then she saw the police officer and stopped with a gasp. "What's up?" "Sam is missing," Mom told her. "Come here. Sit down with me. Brooke is going to tell the officer what happened." So Brooke told her story all over again. By the time she finished, Officer Rawls had his cap off. He was scratching his short brown hair and blinking his eyes a lot. Taylor walked over to Brooke. "Hello," she said. "Are you and Sam playing a practical joke on us?" "As I said, our whole family likes to play jokes. Except for Mom, of course." So, naturally, that's the first thing Taylor thought. "It's not a joke," Brooke whispered. Tears rolled down her cheeks again. "Really? Not a joke?" Taylor went pale. Her mouth dropped open. She stared hard at Brooke. Officer Rawls placed his cap back on his head. He glanced at the little notepad in his hand. Then he turned back to Brooke. "Brooke, please listen to me," he said softly. "I want you to think long and hard about this. You can see how upset Sam's family is. I want you to think about what happened up in Robbie's room. And then tell it one more time." Brooke let out a long sigh. Then she began telling her story again. "I couldn't sit still. I felt sick. My stomach was bubbling and churning. I kept picturing that open window. And I kept seeing my little brother's pudgy, smiling face. Would I ever see him again? I wandered into the den. I heard voices. The TV was on. A talk show my mom likes. It stars this big man with bright red hair that stands straight up on his head. Red Martinson. I hate Red Martinson. He laughs at his own jokes. He thinks he's a real riot. Mom thinks he's cute." I reached for the remote to turn off the TV. "So tell me," Martinson was saying to a guest, "how do you feel about things now?" I let out a sharp cry when I saw the guest. The remote fell from my hand. I can't believe it," I gasped. I was staring at the purple rage. Red Martinson's guest was my comic character. The purple rage. "How do I feel about things?" The rage boomed. "I'm angry. Know what really pinches my piano? Everything. I'm angry about everything." His face turned as purple as his costume. His eyes were red and looked like they were about to pop out of his head. "I'm angry," he shouted, and thumped his big fist on Red Martinson's desk. Most of our viewers won't believe you're real, Martinson said. Do something super to prove you're the real deal. That burns my bubble blower, the rage screamed. That makes me even angrier. How could I be on TV if I'm not real? Then his face turned an even darker purple. Only a supervillain could turn that purple. I gaped at the screen in disbelief. The rage? Real? How could that be? Mom and Dad have got to see this. Breathless, I spun away from the TV. I ran back into the living room. Brooke was still telling her story. Officer Rawls was writing in his little pad. I ran up to Mom and Dad. Hurry, I screamed. In the other room. On TV. I pulled them toward the den. It's my other comic character, I cried. You'll see. It's the Purple Rage. For real. Exclamation mark quote. They followed me into the den. I pointed to the TV. So what plans do you have for the future? Red Martinson was asking. I'm glad you asked that question, the guest replied. Huh? My mouth dropped open. Where did the Purple Rage go? The guest was a white-haired man in a gray suit with a red necktie. That's Congressman McClue, Dad said. Robbie, why did you pull us in here to see Congressman McClue? My whole body was shaking. I stared at the screen. How could the Purple Rage disappear like that? Mom rested her hand on my shoulder. Robbie, we know how upset you are, she said softly. We know how much you care about your brother. But don't make it worse by making up crazy stories. But, I sputtered. My brain was spinning. I couldn't speak. Officer Rawls said he had to leave. He told us all to stick around. He said he would send his crime scene people to study the yard and the whole house. He promised he'd come back. Mom and Dad went to Taylor's room to comfort her. I pulled Brooke aside. No one believes me, Brooke said, her voice cracking. No one believes me, either, I said. But I know I'm not crazy. The Purple Rage was on TV. I saw him. Brooke shook her head. Maybe we are crazy. I mean, comic characters coming to life? I started to the front door. Are you coming with me? I asked. She held back. Huh? Where? To the TV station, I said. The rage might still be there. Huh? The TV station? Robbie, do you know where it is? Yes, I said. Remember? Our school went there last year to be on that kids show. I pulled open the front door. Bright sunlight poured over me. Are you coming or not? I asked Brooke. She thought for a few seconds, biting her bottom lip. Okay, she said. Let's go. We took a bus to the Middle Meadows Mall. The WSTR TV station was in a big green glass building behind the mall. Brooke and I stepped up to the green glass door at the front. I pushed the bell. The door buzzed. I pulled it open, and we walked into the reception area. A blonde-haired woman with bright orange lipstick sat behind the front desk. She wore a black business suit with a crisp white blouse. She had a sparkly starfish pin on her jacket. WSTR is the Starfish station. Don't ask me why. My throat felt tight as I hurried up to her desk. And my hands were sweaty. I tried to brush down my wild and woolly hair to look more businesslike. Can we see Red Martinson? I asked. She studied me, then Brooke. Do you have an appointment? She asked. I shook my head. No. But it's really important, I said. We just want to ask him one question, Brooke said. Are you with your school newspaper? The woman asked. She tapped a pencil on her desk. Ah, yes, I lied. We want to interview Mr. Martinson for our paper. Well, you need an appointment for that, the woman replied. But, I started. Was the Purple Rage here? Brooke asked. We just want to know if the Purple Rage was on his show. The woman stopped tapping her pencil. She took a clipboard and ran her eyes down the top page. Is he a chef? You might want to try the cooking show. I let out a sigh. You don't understand, I said. He isn't a chef. He's a supervillain. I thought I made him up. But I saw him on TV. So maybe he's real. And if he's real. She squinted at me. Are you making any sense? I don't think so. I heard someone coming down the metal stairway right behind the reception desk. Hey, I cried as Red Martinson stepped out. He wasn't dressed like he was on his show. He wore jeans and a black and red t-shirt that said, Cleveland Rocks. Dot. His red hair still stood straight up like an evergreen tree on his head. He waved to the receptionist and started to the front door. But then he suddenly stopped and turned around to face us. Hey, I like your hairstyle, kid, he said to me. He laughed. Are you copying me? Yes, I blurted out. I mean, no. Mr. Martinson, we came to see you. Sorry, he said, I left my autographed photos up in my dressing room. Can you come back? I'm in a rush. He pulled open the front door. Brooke hurried after him. She grabbed his arm. Was the Purple Rage just on your show? She asked. Martinson nodded. Yes, he said. At first I thought it was a joke. But he proved he was really a supervillain, so I put him on the show. Did you enjoy my interview? My heart started to pound. Where is he? I cried. Is he still here? Where did he go? Martinson shrugged. He had to fly somewhere, he said. He went up to the roof to take off. I didn't wait. I spun around and ran. I brushed past the startled receptionist. I grabbed the metal banister and began running up the winding staircase. Stop, she screamed. Hey, stop. You can't go up there. My shoes clanged on the metal stairs. I heard Brooke running right behind me. Where were we headed? Could we get to the roof from here? Was the Purple Rage still up there? Stop. The receptionist screamed. Security. Security. Stop them. I reached the second floor and kept climbing. The stairway straightened out. The stairs were concrete up here. I could hear the heavy thuds of men's shoes behind us, coming up fast. Stop. A man yelled. Security. Stop right there. Their angry voices echoed in the narrow hallway. My chest felt about to explode. My legs ached. But I kept climbing, taking the stairs two at a time. The third floor went by. And then the fourth. Gasping for breath, I glanced back. Brooke? No. Not there. She had been right behind me. Did one of those security guards grab her? Brooke, I shouted. Brooke. My cries echoed down the stairwell. No reply. My legs felt like heavy weights. My chest and side throbbed with pain. But I kept pulling myself up the steps. Stop now. You can't get away. Stop running. The voices boomed close behind me. Finally, I reached the top of the stairs. A broad yellow door stood at the end. I lowered my shoulder, heaved, and shoved it open. With a gasp, I stumbled out into bright sunlight. I fell onto the flat tar-papered roof. Landed hard on my knees. Blinking in the light, I saw a blur of purple. Just a brief flash. A 1-second glimpse of a purple cape. Wait, I choked out. But my voice creaked out in a whisper. The purple rage. It had to be him. I jumped to my feet and staggered to the edge of the roof. Wait, I screamed, a little louder this time. I stumbled to the edge of the roof. Leaned over the side to see the purple rage. Whoa. I leaned too far. It happened so fast. 1 second I was leaning out over the edge. And the next second the roof seemed to slide out from under my feet, and I was falling. The building soared past me in a gray blur. The powerful rush of the wind chilled my back. I fell so fast I couldn't hear my own scream. Down, down in a bright blur. No time to ready myself for the crash and the burst of pain that would end my life. And then, thud. I hit hard. Pain shot through my arms, my neck, my back. My head bounced up. The sky appeared to wrap itself around me like a blue blanket. No. Purple. A purple blanket gripping me tightly. And then a red face with a grim, tight-lipped expression. Huh? It took me a moment to realize that I hadn't hit the ground. I was still in the air. Held up in the air. By the purple rage. Yes. One arm under my legs, the other under my shoulders. Lifting me to the sky. His cape was fluttering noisily in the wind. His dark eyes gazed straight ahead, then down as we started to descend. His powerful arms held me tightly against his massive purple chest. The purple rage had swooped up and rescued me. He floated to the sidewalk, cape fluttering behind him. He set me gently on my feet. I was shaking so hard, I dropped to my knees. I knew my hair was standing straight up, wild around my face. I swallowed again and again, struggling to catch my breath. The rage pulled me to my feet. He held me up by my shoulders. His eyes burned into mine. Know what paddles me pancakes? He boomed. His voice was so loud and deep, it made pigeons squawk and fly off the sidewalk. Kids who fall off buildings. That puts me in a rage. Sorry, I stammered. Were you chasing me? He bellowed. No, I choked out. My heart was still hammering in my chest. Not exactly. I stared back at him. Was I dreaming? This? This wasn't a comic strip. This was real life. But there he was in front of me. His purple gloves held me by the shoulders. His eyes glared at me angrily. A character I created. I need your help, I said, finally finding my voice. My brother, Sam, is missing. I think Drive. Maniac took him. The purple rage tossed back his head and uttered an angry roar. His eyes blazed red like fire, and he curled his hands into big fists. My sworn enemy? He roared. You say your brother has teamed up with my sworn enemy? No. That's not what I said, I replied. But he roared like a furious beast again and drowned out my words. Listen to me, I begged. But he lifted himself off the ground. He spun around and kicked a store window with the toe of his purple boot. I ducked as the glass shattered and flew everywhere. The rage kicked out a few more store windows. Then he turned back to me, his big chest heaving. How could your brother team up with that maniac? He screamed. I heard that, Doctor. Maniac teamed up with the Scarlet Starlet. I don't know, I stammered, backing away. The Scarlet Starlet? I drew her in my very first comic strip. Was she real, too? I took a deep breath. Are you going to help me? I asked. That sent him into another rage. His face turned as purple as his costume. He grabbed the front of my shirt and lifted me off the sidewalk. Doctor, Maniac sent you to spy on me, didn't he? He boomed. His hot breath burned my eyebrows. No, no, I said. Liar, he screamed. He gazed up to the top of the building. Wonder if I could toss you back up to the roof, he said. No, please, I begged. His fist tightened on the front of my t-shirt. He raised me above his head. Please, I only want your help, I wailed. Don't throw me. Don't. I glanced around. Wasn't there anyone around to help me? No. The street was empty. Looking for your friend Drive. Maniac, the rage cried. Sorry, kid. He's too late to save you. He pulled back his arm and heaved me with all his strength. No, I screamed again as I went flying up to the sky. My scream caught in my throat. I couldn't breathe. The wind rushed too hard against my face. I sailed straight up, my arms and legs thrashing. I shut my eyes and slammed hard into the side of the building. Thudddd. My breath shot out in a whoosh. Dot. Pain swept over my chest. I choked and gasped for air. I kept my eyes shut and waited to die. I counted to myself. 1, 2, 3. On 3, I felt another hard thud. Dot. I opened my eyes and saw the red-faced supervillain staring at me. The purple rage had caught me. He saved me again. As he flew, he held me in front of him like a loaf of bread. Changed my mind, kid, he shouted. But it was good to see the old arm is still in shape. I could probably throw you to the next town. You're not going to, are you? I asked. He floated to the ground and set me down again. I bent over, grabbed my knees, and waited for my breathing to return to normal. I tried to brush down my hair with both hands, but it sprang right back up. After today's adventures, I knew it would probably never come back down. Does this mean you'll help me find my brother? I asked. The purple rage nodded. I will make it my mission. I cannot leave him in the hands of my sworn enemy. Awesome, I said. Yes, I am awesome, he declared, sticking out his big chest. Do you know what really snaps my shorts? When other people tell me how awesome I am. Because I already know it. He grabbed a lamppost and bent it in two. Sorry, I murmured. This is all so totally weird. He squinted at me. Weird? Yes, I said. Do you know that I created you? No, the rage bellowed furiously. You liar. I was created by a scream from the mouth of the ancient god Thor. Before I could move, he grabbed me up with both hands. Holding me in front of him, he took off. The wind blew against my face. Behind me, I could hear his purple cape snapping against the air. He soared higher, above the cars, above the buildings. Where are we going? I screamed into the wind. What are you doing? We flew toward the sun, into blinding white light. I shielded my eyes with one hand. I tried not to look down, but I couldn't help it. Far below us, a freight train rolled by on the North Hills tracks. It looked like one of those toy trains people set up in their basements. The buildings all looked like dollhouses. Please, I begged. Why was he so angry? What did I say to put him in such a rage? Then I remembered, he was always in a rage. We neared the edge of town, and he suddenly swooped lower. A building came into view, hidden by tall evergreen trees. It was a round stone building, shaped like an igloo. No windows. A low door in the front. The building was completely surrounded by trees. Was it his hidden fortress? I hadn't created a hidden fortress for him. I hadn't created any of this. It was all happening without me. Beyond my control. We dropped lower. I ducked my head as the purple rage roared into the open door. It was like a huge dark cave inside. We flew down. Down. The air felt heavy and wet. I blinked hard, waiting for my eyes to adjust. He dropped me onto my feet. I watched his cape settle behind him. He swept back his dark hair with both gloved hands. Then he pulled off the gloves and tossed them against the wall. Know what really tweaks my tutu? He shouted. Dead leaves in my hair. How am I supposed to fly with leaves in my perfect hair? Dunno, I muttered. Where are we? I asked in a tiny voice. He didn't answer. He moved to the wall and began clicking on lights. I glanced around. We stood in a large underground cavern. The walls were solid stone. The room was filled with camera equipment and spotlights. I saw a table filled with computers. Two TV cameras stood side by side next to a microphone on a long pole. Is this like a TV studio? I asked. The rage didn't answer. He was busy fiddling with the computers. He typed frantically on one keyboard, then moved to another. Then he pointed a TV camera at a glass case against the wall. Something moved inside the big case. I walked over to it and gazed through the glass. Dozens of dark, spiny creatures crawled all over each other. What are those? I asked, pointing. Scorpions, the purple rage answered. You keep a huge glass case filled with scorpions. My voice came out shrill and tight. But, what do you do with them? You'll see, he murmured. He began moving lights toward the case. I watched the scorpions sliding, crawling, scraping, snapping their claws at each other. They look hungry, I said. A strange, unpleasant smile spread over his face. I'm going to feed them in a minute, he said. What do you feed them? I asked. He tossed back his head and laughed. You, he said. But, I sputtered. You said you were going to help me find Sam. He turned some dials on a big control board. Red lights flickered. Machines started to hum. I shall keep my promise, he said. He turned to me. Know what really honks my horse? No. What? I said, unable to take my eyes off the scrabbling, snapping scorpions. People who get tense about me keeping my promises, he screamed. He pulled his arm back and smashed his fist into the wall. The wall cracked. Muttering to himself, he dusted off his hands. Then he strode over, picked me up, and set me down in front of a TV camera. Stand there, kid. Don't move, he said. No problem, I whispered. What are you going to do? He punched more keys on the computers. I'm going to interrupt all TV channels and websites in the city, he said. Everyone will have the pleasure of watching the world's best-looking supervillain, me. I didn't say a word. I didn't want to make him smash the wall again. I just wondered if he really planned to help me find Sam. He stepped behind the camera and raised the lens a few inches. Then he moved in front of it. He stuck out his chest, swept back his cape, and cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. I am the Purple Rage, he announced. He motioned to me. And this is a kid named. He thought hard, gazing into the camera. Then he turned to me. What's your name, kid? Robbie Schwartz, I said. He waved a fist at me. Is your dad Bucky Schwartz, the guy who owns the dry cleaners on Spring Street? Last time I brought my tights in, he shrunk them. No. My dad is Norman Schwartz, I said. He's a lawyer. The Rage turned back to the TV camera. Sorry to interrupt your day, everyone, he said. But I want you to watch me as I drop Robbie into a 7-foot-tall case of stinging scorpions. Huh? I gasped. This is your plan for helping me? He moved his face up close to the camera lens. Let this be a warning to Dr. Maniac, he boomed. And to anyone else who dares to challenge the Purple Rage. Then he grabbed me under the arms and lifted me off the ground. Whoa, wait, I cried. What about your promise? Is this your plan to help me find my brother? Of course, he said. When your brother sees you are about to be stung to death by these scorpions, don't you think he'll escape from Dr. Maniac and come to rescue you? Maybe there's a better plan? I cried. The Rage didn't reply. Instead, he raised me high above his head and tossed me into the glass case. I landed in a sitting position. Scorpion shells squished and crackled under me. Before I could move, scorpions rolled their shiny dark shells over my legs. The creatures never stopped moving. They felt warm and dry and prickly against my skin. I struggled to stand. But I slid and slipped on the wriggling hard bodies. I cried out as a scorpion scrabbled over my waist. I tried to swat it off me, lost my balance, and fell onto my back. As soon as I was down, they swarmed over me. Their shells clacked and bumped as they covered me. Pincers swiped the air, snapping wildly. Oh, help, I muttered. And then I remembered two words that sent a cold shudder down my body. Scorpion sting. Yes. One sting from a poisonous scorpion could kill. So far, they were climbing over me, covering me, crawling and snapping. One sting. Just one. Carefully pulling a scorpion off my chest, I struggled to my knees. I pressed my hands against the front of the glass case. On the other side of the glass, I could see the Purple Rage. He stood in front of the TV camera. He kept pounding his chest with his fists, talking away. Get me out of here, I shouted. But the glass muffled my voice. He didn't seem to hear. Or care. Why didn't I create some heroes? I asked myself. Why did I only create villains? Ow. I pulled a prickly scorpion out from under the back of my t-shirt. Two scorpion pincers snapped at my arms. All around me, it sounded like scissors snapping. 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 One sting, and I was dead meat. Even if Sam was watching this somewhere on TV. Even if he was somehow able to escape from the clutches of Dr. Maniac and come to my rescue. He'd be too late. I knew I had to break out of the case. The purple rage wasn't going to help me. I had to escape on my own. But how? I beat my fists against the glass. No. No way I could break it with my hands. Maybe if I lowered my shoulder and rammed the glass with it. No way I could get any speed. I was knee-deep in scorpions. Maybe if I dropped onto my back and kicked the glass? No. I couldn't kick it hard enough to break it. Scorpions wrapped around my waist. A pincer reached up and snapped at my neck. Missed me by an inch. How could I escape? How? Suddenly, I had an idea. A frantic, desperate idea. My only chance. I batted away a snapping scorpion. I struggled to my knees. Then I gathered up all my strength, reached both hands up, and jumped as high as I could. I grabbed the top of the case. It was 7 feet tall. Above my head. No way I could climb out. But I pulled my head up above the edge. And I shouted to the purple rage, "You geek! You cream puff! You wimp!" He went on talking into the camera. He thumped his chest and talked about how angry he was. "You dumb creep," I shouted. "You fat wimp." That got his attention. He turned to me. "What did you say?" "You baby. You worm," I screamed. "You're no match for the incredible drive. Maniac." He stomped up to the case. His eyes flamed red and his face turned deep purple. "Know what crunches my credenza?" he boomed. "You do. How dare you? You're pitiful," I cried, hoisting myself up to the top of the case. "You're dirt. You're roadkill." His eyes bulged. His mouth flew open. His nostrils flared, and his teeth began to chatter. I waited for his head to explode. Instead, he let out a roar. "Face the power of my breath of fury," he boomed. The purple rage sucked in a deep breath, so deep his chest popped out like a beach ball. And then he blew his breath of fury, a hurricane-force wind, at the case. The glass shattered and shards crashed and clattered in all directions. Scorpions went sailing out of the cage and flew to the wall, flailing their pincers. The force of his breath made me do a backward somersault. I toppled out of the cage, onto the floor. It took me a few seconds to gain my balance. Then I spun to my feet. My escape plan had worked. I was out of the case. But now I really had to escape. Snarling like an angry dog, the purple rage dove for me. With a cry, I grabbed 2 scorpions. I heaved them at him and took off running. He let out a roar. I felt his breath of fury on my back. It pushed me out the door, into a long underground hallway. The hall was lined on both sides by big color photos of the purple rage. As I ran past them, his face stared out angrily in picture after picture. I heard his thudding footsteps behind me. Catching up fast. "This really gripes my goatee," he bellowed. "Come back, kid. I'm only trying to help you." Help me? Help me feed his scorpions? I reached the door at the end of the hall, twisted the knob, and shoved it open. It led into a wide dressing room. As I ran through it, I saw open closets on both sides. Hanging in the closets dangled pair after pair of purple tights and bodysuits. A small closet at the end was piled high with purple boots. The rage thundered after me. I grabbed a handful of boots and tossed them into his path. He stomped over them and kept coming, screaming and snarling. I found another hallway and ran faster. A dark wooden door stood at the end of the hall. Gasping for breath, I flung the door open and stepped through. My feet kicked air. Nothing beneath them. No floor. No ground. Whoa! I let out a startled cry. My hands flew above my head as I dropped straight down. I dropped hard into a deep darkness and landed with a splash. Icy water rose over me. I held my breath as I sank into it. A sewer. It didn't take long to figure out I had dropped into a deep, fast-flowing sewer. The sewer water was thick and lumpy, like cold pea soup. I thrashed my arms and legs and struggled to stay afloat. My hands splashed against chunks of rotten garbage. Oh, it smelled like week-old vomit. I started to choke and gag. I reached for the sewer wall with both hands. But the current swept me up and pulled me away. Was that a dead rat floating beside me? No. Only a rat's head. My stomach lurched. The current pulled harder, carrying me into darkness. I crashed against the sewer wall. Bounced off. Tried to kick away. Crashed again. The putrid, disgusting water splashed over my head. I felt myself sink under the surface. I tried to pull myself up, but panic froze my body. I couldn't think. Couldn't move. My chest throbbed. Couldn't breathe. Drowning. I'm going to drown. I realized. Drown in this putrid, swirling gunk. Finally, I got my legs moving. I kicked hard and rose to the surface, sputtering and gasping. Shaking the thick gloppy sewage from my eyes, I spotted something up ahead, something jutting from the sewer wall. A ladder? Yes, a ladder. I could see it glowing in a beam of yellow sunlight. A way out. I held my breath as the current carried me closer. Closer. I made a desperate grab for it. Missed. Grabbed again. This time I caught the second rung. Holding on with both hands, I pulled my body up from the water. Yes. Yes. My cries were hoarse and weak. My shoes slid off the slimy metal rungs. I held on with both hands. Gasping for breath, I lifted myself out, rung by rung. It seemed to take forever. My body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Finally, I reached the top. I hoisted myself through a sewer grate and onto the street. I pressed my hands on my knees and struggled to catch my breath. Water rolled off me. My wet t-shirt clung to my skin. I pulled a pukey brown blob of goo out of my tangled, matted hair. I smelled as if I'd been sprayed by 100 skunks. Wiping sewage off my face, I pushed my hair back and gazed around. The street sign on the corner read, Wayne Street. Hey, I uttered a cry. I was only 2 blocks from home. I didn't have the strength to run. So I half walked, half dragged myself across the front lawns all the way to my house. As I trudged up the driveway, I thought about Brooke. She probably escaped those security guards. I decided. She's probably safe at home by now. The front door swung open as I limped up the front walk. Mom stepped out, her dark eyes wide with surprise. Robbie, she cried. Where? You? She studied me up and down. Then she pressed her hands against her cheeks. Oh, my, she murmured. Have you been swimming? Quote. No, I choked out. It's a long story. Robbie, you stink to high heaven, she cried. Why did you run away? What on earth have you been doing? Question mark quote. I wanted to tell her everything, but she didn't give me a chance. She grabbed me by my hair and tugged me into the house. Go upstairs, she ordered. Take off those disgusting wet clothes. Take a shower. No. Take 2 showers. You reek! Exclamation mark. I've never smelled anything so bad in all my life. I can explain, I choked out. Mom, some very weird stuff happened to me today. Not now, she said. Go take a shower first. I can't believe you wandered off, with your brother Sam missing. But the phone rang. Mom hurried across the room to answer it. She began talking softly. After a few seconds, she turned pale. Her shoulders slumped. She shook her head. Mom, what is it? I asked, hurrying over to her. What's wrong? She set down the phone. I don't believe it, she murmured. What? I cried. What happened? That was Brooke's mom, she said. Brooke is missing, too. I spent a long time in the shower. I soaped myself again and again. I wondered if I could ever wash the smell off my skin. The shower gave me time to think about Brooke. She came with me to the TV station. She followed me in that wild chase up the stairs to the roof. But she never made it to the roof. Did the TV security guys grab her? If they did, they wouldn't keep her for long. So where was she? Should I go back to the TV station and search for her? I dried myself off. I smelled my arm. No trace of sewer rot. Thinking about Sam and Brooke, I walked into my room and began pulling on jeans and a clean t-shirt. Did the purple rage take Brooke away? No. No way. She never stepped onto the roof. The rage never saw Brooke. I shook out my wet hair, then brushed it back with both hands. As I passed my desk, I saw that my laptop was on. I squinted at the screen. What was that? Something I'd never seen before? I leaned on the desk and lowered my gaze to the screen. Huh? A gasp escaped my throat. I stared at a comic strip in bold colors. I recognized the character. Dr. Maniac. Drawn in my style. But new. A new Doctor Maniac comic. My mouth dropped open in shock as I started to read it. What's up with this? I cried. How can there be a new strip? I didn't draw this one. The strip showed Drive. Maniac standing on a city street. His leopard skin cape fell behind his shoulders. He raised a gloved fist at the reader. I'm going to kidnap every kid in the city, he bragged in the dialogue balloon above his head. Every kid in the city, one by one. And I'm going to make them ice skate 24 hours a day. It'll be the biggest ice show in history. In the next panel, Drive. Maniac had an evil grin on his face. Do you know how much money that will bring me? He asked. You're crazy, said a character beside him. I'm not crazy, I'm a maniac, the evil supervillain boomed. And my giant ice show, all singing, all skating, is going to make me the richest maniac on Earth. I scrolled down to see the rest of the comic strip. In the next panel, Drive. Maniac bellowed. I'll call it Maniac on Ice. I love it. I love show business. Ha 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 ha. Then he pulled two kids into view. Leaning onto my desk, Staring into the glow of the laptop screen, I cried out in disbelief. Sam and Brooke. He grabbed each one of them under an arm and took off. He flew them to a large brick building at the edge of town. The building looked familiar. I knew I'd seen it before. A sign on one wall read, "Public swimming pool. Danger, no lifeguard on duty." My heart pounded as I kept reading. Doctor. Maniac carried Sam and Brooke to the indoor pool and dropped them on the side. They were surrounded by yellow-tiled walls. No one else there. I stared at the pool. The water had been frozen. It was solid ice, a skating rink. Doctor. Maniac handed ice skates to Sam and Brooke. Lace them up tight, he ordered. Start skating back and forth. For how long? Sam asked. For as long as your nose, Doctor. Maniac exclaimed. Then he tossed his head back and laughed his hyena laugh. That doesn't make any sense. You're crazy, Brooke cried. As crazy as a monkey in a meatball factory, he screamed. Ha 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 ha. I've got a million of 'em. Sam and Brooke laced up their skates. They had no choice. Then drive. Maniac pushed them onto the ice. They started skating the length of the long swimming pool, back and forth. Doctor. Maniac grinned again. That will keep you too busy, he said. 24 hours a day. The audiences will love it. Now I'm going to add all the other kids in town to our skating troupe. What a good show. Ha 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 ha. Leaning forward, Sam and Brooke skated side by side. They kept casting frightened glances at each other. They both looked terrified. I tried to scroll down to see more. But that's where the comic strip ended. For a long time, I stood there staring at the screen. My mind was doing flip-flops. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. How could there be a new Doctor Maniac strip that I didn't draw? Did the characters I created really come to life? Sam and Brooke really disappeared. What was real and what was just a comic strip? I suddenly felt dizzy. This was too hard to figure out. My head started to ache. I ran to the head of the stairs. Mom, I shouted. Come upstairs. Hurry. I want to show you something. A few seconds later, Mom started up the stairs. Behind her, I saw the policeman who had been here earlier, Officer Rawls. He reached the top of the stairs and stared at me coldly. Robbie, you're in serious trouble, he said softly. Mom started to say something. But Rawls raised his hand to silence her. Then he turned back to me. Your brother and your friend have both disappeared, he said. Why did you run away this afternoon? I think you know a lot more than you're letting on. He stuck his face up close to mine. Robbie, he said, you'd better start talking. Now. I stepped back. I didn't run away, I said. Robbie, you have to tell us everything you know, Mom interrupted. Do you know where Sam and Brooke are? Do you? It's all in the comic strip, I said. Kid, we don't have time for comics now, Officer Rawls said. Tell us. Come look at this, I said. I spun away from them and started jogging to my room. This will explain everything. It's a comic strip that I didn't draw. It just appeared on my computer. They followed me into my room. I pointed at the laptop screen. Sam and Brooke are in the strip, I said. Look. They stared hard at the screen. I turned and stared, too. The screen was blank. Solid gray. My heart started to pound. It was here a second ago, I said. I leaned over the laptop and began scrolling up and down. Nothing. A blank screen. Officer Rawls put a hand on my shoulder. Enough about comic strips, he said. Do you want to tell us what's really going on? I don't know, I stammered. Really? Do you have any idea where the two missing kids might be? Rawls asked. In the comic strip, Drive. Maniac took them to that abandoned swimming pool across town, I said. He froze the pool and turned it into an ice rink. He plans to kidnap all the kids in town and make them skate in his ice show. Officer Rawls let out a long sigh. This isn't a comic book, kid, he growled. You're starting to annoy me. Do you think this is some kind of a joke? He didn't wait for my answer. He turned and lumbered down the hall and down the stairs. Mom gave me a worried glance. Then she followed him downstairs. I could hear them arguing. Your son is totally mental, I heard the officer say. Comic books have gone to his brain. I heard the front door slam. Out my bedroom window, I saw Officer Rawls stomp across our front yard. He climbed into his patrol car and sped off. Am I a total wacko? I asked myself. I don't think so. I waited till Mom and Dad went out. Then I left the house. The afternoon sun was falling behind the trees. I leaned into the cool breeze as I made my way to the bus stop. I knew where that abandoned swimming pool was. I took swimming lessons there when I was in preschool. Officer Rawls didn't believe me, so I had to check it out myself. Did the comic strip tell the truth? The bus ride took nearly half an hour. It gave me a lot of time to think about my crazy plan. Was I really following a comic character that I made up? Could it really lead me to Sam and Brooke? I found myself in a neighborhood of run-down apartment buildings and abandoned stores. It didn't take long to find the old brick building that held the swimming pool. I started to the front door, then stopped. Maybe Drive. Maniac was inside. It might be a lot smarter to sneak in through the back. I remembered a back door that opened onto the pool. At the corner, a big dog was nosing around in an overturned trash can. I slipped past him and made my way to the alley in back. The building blocked out the sunlight. I walked carefully through the darkness. I grabbed the knob and tried the back door. To my surprise, it pulled open easily. Light poured out onto the alley. I opened the door just a crack and peeked inside. The bright glare of the white ice made me blink. Yes. The frozen pool. Just like in the strip. I pulled the door open a little wider. Then I took a deep breath and crept inside. A blast of icy air greeted me. My eyes still hadn't adjusted to the glare. The yellow tiled walls glowed like sunlight. I gazed at the giant ice rink. Hey! I let out a shout when I saw the two kids. Yes. A boy and a girl, skating together. Leaning forward. Skating away from me. Hey! I leapt onto the ice and began running after them. Sam. Brooke. It's me, I cried. They didn't turn around. Doctor. Maniac suddenly appeared on the ice just ahead of me. I uttered a startled gasp. He was shorter than I'd drawn him, and his belly bulged inside his tight costume. I tried to stop, and slid for 4 or 5 feet. No, I shouted as I lost my balance and fell. I landed hard on my knees and elbows on the frozen surface. Before I could scramble to my feet, a heavy net fell over me. It sent me sprawling onto my stomach. My face hit, and I got a mouthful of ice. I struggled onto my back. I tried to kick and thrash free, but the heavy net held me down. Sweeping his cape behind him, drive. Maniac stood over me. He grinned down at me. Join our show, Robbie, he exclaimed. The more the merrier. Let me go, I screamed. And them, too. I raised my head as Sam and Brooke skated up to me. Whoa. Wait. Not Sam and Brooke. Two kids I'd never seen before. I shoved the net with both hands and sat up. Behind the two kids, I saw a young woman gliding toward us over the ice. She had red hair and sparkling blue eyes. She wore a bright red mask, a very short red skirt over red tights, and a red top. And a red cape that flowed down to her shiny red boots. The Scarlet Starlet, Doctor. Maniac cried. Glad you could join us. Where are the spotlights? The Scarlet Starlet demanded. Where are the cameras? Where are my adoring fans? I'm trying to keep it quiet, drive. Maniac replied. Until I fill my ice rink with kids. She tossed back her long red hair. But I need a lot of attention, she said. Don't forget, I'm the Scarlet Starlet. Don't worry, drive. Maniac said. When our 24-hour ice show begins, you'll get lots of attention. More attention than a hamster in an encyclopedia factory. Ha 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 ha. That didn't make any sense to me. But it made her smile. She slapped him a high five. Her long fingernails were also bright red. Still smiling, she lowered her gaze to me. Maniac, she said, I see we have a new skater. Please call me Dr. Maniac, he scolded. I have a college degree in maniacal studies. Well, who is our new skater? She asked. I'm not going to skate, I cried. I pushed at the net with all my strength. Let me out of here. You two can't get away with this. Doctor. Maniac and the Scarlet Starlet both laughed. He's a funny one, the Scarlet Starlet said. What have you done with my brother? I screamed. Where is my friend Brooke? The Scarlet Starlet's red smile faded. She leaned down close to me. Behind her mask, her eyes turned to ice. Just forget about them, she said. You'll never see them again. Never see them again? Her words sent a chill down my back. I don't understand, I stammered. Where are they? What have you done with them? The two supervillains didn't answer. They each took an end of the heavy net and lifted it high. I scrambled out from under it. I tried to run. I had to get away from them. I had to get help. Maybe Officer Rawls would believe me now. I took 4 or 5 running steps. Then my sneakers slid out from under me. And I fell face down on the ice again. Doctor. Maniac moved quickly to pick me up. He brushed ice off the front of my t-shirt. Don't worry. I have skates in your size, he said. You can join the show. He pulled a pair of skates from a large box and handed them to me. Start skating 24 hours. You'll get used to it. Good exercise. I'm not going to skate, I said. Not until you tell me where Sam and Brooke are. Doctor. Maniac's face twisted in anger. If you don't skate, he said, I'll tickle you till you puke. You're crazy, I cried. I'm not crazy, I'm a maniac, he screamed. The Scarlet Starlet patted my head. Better put on the skates, she said softly. I've watched him tickle people. It isn't pretty. I gazed over her scarlet shoulders to the door. Could I dart past them and make it out of there before they grabbed me? The other two kids had started skating back and forth again. No way. I wanted to join them. I knew once I started, they'd never let me stop. Then I saw a blur of purple at the other end of the ice rink. The two supervillains saw it too. We stared as the blur grew larger. I blinked in disbelief as the purple rage came sliding over the ice to us, both fists raised. Know what really bites my giraffe? He boomed. Having to rescue kids and battle you two skunks again, he let out an angry roar. Yay! I cheered. But then I heard Drive. Maniac whisper to the Scarlet Starlet. Don't worry. I know how to handle this red-faced rooster. Let these kids go. The purple rage shouted. Doctor. Maniac put his hands at his bulging waist, tossed back his head, and laughed. The Scarlet Starlet copied him. She opened her red lips wide and laughed, too. The Rage's face grew redder. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Maybe you didn't hear me, he screamed. I said, let these kids go. Or you will face the rage of the purple rage, Doctor. Maniac shook his head and giggled. The Scarlet Starlet hee-hawed, slapping her knees. The Rage's face was bright purple now. His cheeks puffed out. His nostrils flared. His chest heaved as he struggled to breathe. Feel my raage, he boomed. The two villains laughed and giggled. They laughed so hard, their faces were wet with tears. The purple rage shot both fists high above his head. His chest ballooned out. His eyes bulged. He let out a furious roar. And he exploded. Just like that. Pop. And he burst apart into a million icky pieces. The pieces flew all over the ice. Doctor. Maniac grinned at the Scarlet Starlet. I told you I knew how to handle him. Easy as sitting on a lemon meringue pie. Just make him really, really, really angry, and he'll bust. Ha 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 ha. He shoved the skates back into my hands. Okay, he said. We don't have to worry about him anymore. Start skating. I pulled on the skates and started to slide back and forth across the big rink with the other two kids. I had no choice. I had a million questions I wanted to ask. But the three of us didn't talk. Too scared, I guess. The only sound was the scrape of our skates on the hard surface. I couldn't stop thinking about Sam and Brooke. If Dr. Maniac had grabbed them both, why weren't they here skating with us? Why did the Scarlet Starlet say they were gone for good? Just forget about them. You'll never see them again. Every time I heard those words in my mind, my stomach tightened. My legs became weak. I felt sick. There were big blobby pieces of the purple rage all over the ice. We had to skate carefully around them. It was totally gross. If only he could have controlled his anger. I let out sigh after sigh. Was he our last hope? How long did I skate? Maybe an hour. Maybe 2 hours. More kids joined us. The two supervillains were keeping their promise. They were busy grabbing all the kids in town. Soon, the skating rink was mobbed. It was a horrifying sight. Dozens and dozens of sad-looking kids, skating. Skating silently. All too terrified to stop. Sweat poured down my face. My long hair was soaked. My legs trembled with every move. I pushed my way through the crowd, skating slowly, painfully. I felt exhausted. I knew I couldn't skate much longer. Sam? Brooke? Where are you? I muttered to myself. How could I get out of there? How could I find them? Finally, I began to think clearly. There were at least 200 kids trapped there. And there were only two supervillains. We had them totally outnumbered. If we all stampeded for the exit, some of us might get stopped. But a lot of us would escape. And we could get help for the others. I raised my eyes to the back wall. A huge video screen hung high on the wall. On the screen, the Scarlet Starlet and Dr. Maniac gazed down at us. Their eyes sparkled happily as they watched us skate. Maybe I can wipe those smiles off their faces, I thought. An enormous round clock, black numbers against white, hung next to the video screen. The clock said 8:20. I lowered my hands to my knees and began gliding through the skaters. At 8:30, head for the door, I whispered. Pass it on. I crisscrossed the rink, trying to reach as many kids as I could. 8:30, we escape, I whispered again and again. Head for the door. Pass it on. Kids gazed up at the big video screen with frightened looks on their faces. Keep skating. Keep skating, I whispered. Pass it on. At 8:30, we head for the door. My legs ached. My heart pounded in my chest. My skates scraped the ice as I kept my eyes on the clock. 1 minute to go. I could feel the excitement build among all of us trapped kids. A hush fell over the rink. I tensed my leg muscles and prepared to burst to the exit. The seconds ticked away. At first, I thought the cracking sound was coming from outside. But then I heard kids scream. I saw a girl slide onto her back. Her feet shot straight up into the air. The cracking grew louder. I slid to a stop as chunks of ice sank in front of me. It's melting, a boy screamed. It's all melting. A deafening roar rang out. The ice cracked and fell away. All around me, kids were sinking into deep, bone-chilling water. Screams and startled cries echoed off the tile walls. I raised my eyes to the video screen. Dr. Maniac stood at a computer, typing frantically as the Scarlet Starlet looked on. He was melting the ice. He had it all set up. He knew exactly how to block our escape. The surface cracked beneath me. I let out a groan as I went plunging down. The icy water rose up over my knees. Shuddering and shivering, I thrashed my arms helplessly. I sank to my waist and kept dropping. The water was so cold, I could feel my whole body going numb. All around me, kids shouted and cried and splashed and kicked. Kids tried to swim out of it, but chunks of ice blocked their way. Gee, gotta move, I muttered to myself, shivering and shaking. Be before I'm totally numb. Too cold to swim. Too deep to walk. I hurtled forward. Pulled myself. Used every bit of strength I had. Finally, shivering, my teeth chattering, I crawled from the freezing pool. Dr. Maniac stood nearby at the computer controls. Could I get to him before he saw me? With a shudder, I climbed to my feet, staggered toward him, water running off me. Lurched ahead, shivering and shaking, and Dove. At drive. Maniac. I didn't think. My brain was totally frozen. I had no plan. I just threw myself at him. With a groan, I grabbed him around the waist. He struggled. Tried to spin out of my grasp. But I held on. held on tight. Gasping for breath, I pulled myself up on him. I grabbed at his cape. My wet hands slid off. He started to duck away. I raised both hands and grabbed his face. Yes, I uttered. My whole body shuddered and shivered. I tightened my fingers around his face. And it came off. His face came off in my hands. It was a mask. I tossed the mask down and stared into his real face and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Sam, it's you." Shivering from the freezing water that soaked my clothes, I stared at my brother. "Sam?" He grabbed the mask from me. "I'm not your brother anymore," he said. "I'm Drive. Maniac." "But how?" I choked out. The Scarlet Starlet stepped between us. "Don't ask questions," she snapped. She lifted her mask so I could see her real face. "Brooke," I gasped. "You, too?" "I told you to forget about us," she said. "Sam and Brooke are gone forever." She pulled the scarlet mask back over her face. My mind was spinning. I felt dizzy. Meanwhile, kids were screaming and crying. I turned and saw terrified faces, thrashing arms and legs. Kids were swimming and splashing, trying frantically to get out of the ice-clogged pool. On the big video screen on the back wall, I glimpsed myself standing between Sam and Brooke. I could see the totally shocked expression on my face. I grabbed my brother by the shoulders. "But why, Sam?" I asked. "Why did you choose to be evil?" Sam's dark eyes locked on mine. "You said it first, Robbie," he replied. "You said the villains are always more interesting." He pulled the mask down over his head. "I'm a maniac now. I'm not your pudgy kid brother anymore." "But, Sam," I protested. "You were always the talented one," he said, sneering. Mr. Talented artist with his awesome comic strips. And I was just the chubby joke. Well, not anymore. I'm evil, Robbie, and soon I'm going to be rich. No, this is wrong, I cried. This is totally wrong. Sam, you have to come home. He and Brooke stepped close and sandwiched me between them. "Are you with us or against us?" Brooke said. "With us or against us?" Sam demanded. It wasn't a question. It was a threat. They pressed against me. I could feel their evil. "With us or against us?" Sam demanded. I couldn't believe it. I felt terrified. Terrified of my own brother and my friend. They glared at me, waiting for my answer. I took a deep breath. "Against you," I said finally. Quote. "Now, what are you going to do?" Before they could answer, the back doors crashed open. All three of us turned and saw a group of black uniformed police officers swarm into the rink. "No, Doctor." Maniac let out an angry cry. The Scarlet Starlet gasped and took a step back. She tripped over her cape and nearly fell over. At least a dozen cops ran in. Some waded into the pool and began pulling out the freezing, frightened kids. Others came running to the front of the pool. I recognized Officer Rawls. He led 5 or 6 other cops toward us. "Good work, Robbie," he shouted. "You led us right to them." Doctor. Maniac and the Scarlet Starlet were too stunned to move. The cops surrounded us. "You two villains are going away for a long time," Rawls shouted. Doctor. Maniac tossed back his head and laughed. "You loser cops will never take us," he cried. The cops made a grab for them. I heard a soft pop. Dot. And Dr. Maniac and the Scarlet Starlet vanished. The cops grabbed at the air. Where did they go? Rawls cried. Don't let them get away. I pointed to the huge video screen at the back wall. There they are, I shouted. Yes. The two villains stared down at us from the big screen. The world will never be safe from us, the Scarlet Starlet shouted. Dr. Maniac laughed his hyena laugh again. She's right, he declared. When she's right, she's right. She's as right as a mongoose at a picnic. You are all doomed. I glanced at the computer near the wall. And suddenly, I had an idea. A frightening idea. But an idea that just might work. I moved to the computer keyboard. I hesitated. I didn't want to do it. I really didn't. But I knew I had no choice. I raised my finger to the keyboard. And I pressed the delete key. And with another pop, Dr. Maniac and the Scarlet Starlet vanished from the video screen, vanished for good. Mom and I were in my bedroom. Mom leaned over me with her hands on my shoulders, reading the comic strip on my laptop. It was a long story, the longest I had ever drawn. I called it Dr. Maniac vs. Robbie Schwartz. Mom finally finished it and took a step back. Wow, she said. That's excellent, Robbie. Very exciting. The swimming pool scene is terrific. Did you really like it? I asked. Yes, she said. But it has such a sad ending. You deleted your brother and your friend Brooke? I nodded. I thought it was a perfect ending, I said. Good triumphed over evil. But it was also sad. I like the way you mixed the real world with the pretend world, Mom said. Very clever. I know you hate being an only child. So you invented a brother and sister for yourself. Yeah, I guess that's why I made up Sam and Taylor, I said. Mom patted my shoulder. Maybe you spend so much time at your computer because you're lonely, she said. I'm not lonely, Mom, I replied. I just like to make up stories. Well, that's good, Mom said. I'm going to write a new comic with all new characters, I told her. Maybe I'll give myself 3 brothers and 3 sisters. That made Mom laugh. The phone rang. She gave me a wave and hurried downstairs. I turned back to my laptop. Whoa, I let out a startled cry. There was a drawing on the screen I'd never seen before. In the drawing, Drive, Maniac and the Scarlet Starlet stood side by side. And standing next to them was my imaginary sister, Taylor. Hey, I didn't draw this, I cried. I leaned close and studied the screen. They were standing in an amusement park. I don't believe this, I muttered. How is this possible? Question mark quote. Then dialogue balloons popped up over their heads. Taylor said, Listen, Robbie, next time, I want a bigger part. I didn't get to do anything in your dumb story. The Scarlet Starlet said, We don't like your ending. We have a better ending. And finally, Drive. Maniac, grinning out at me like an evil fiend, said, You won't like our ending, Robbie. But we'll be showing it to you. Real soon. Exclamation mark. We'll be waiting for you, in Horrorland. Several kids received mysterious invitations to be special guests at Horrorland theme park. They were supposed to have a week of scary fun, but the scares quickly became too real. Brittany Crosby and Molly Malloy disappeared. Billy Deep was horrified when his sister, Sheena, became invisible. Then Sheena disappeared, too. A park guide, a horror named Byron, warned the kids they were all in danger. Byron tried to help them. But then he was dragged away by other horrors. Why are they all in danger? The kids are desperate to find Byron to get some answers. Carly Beth Caldwell and her friend Sabrina Mason arrived at Horrorland a few days after the others. They quickly got themselves lost and locked into an area of the park called Wolfsbane Forest. Who else is trapped in this forest of werewolves? You guessed it, Robbie Schwartz. Robbie continues the story. Wolfsbane Forest. When I saw the big sign at the entrance, I thought it sounded like a place in one of my comic stories. But it was real. Too real. A forest where wolves and werewolves walked free. They howled at the moon and patted on their furry paws over the crackling dead leaves on the forest floor. I could see the glowing eyes of the inhuman beasts through the dark trees. Were they stalking me? Stalking their prey. A chill shook my body, as if someone had dropped ice down my back. Horrorland is an amusement park, right? And Wolfsbane Forest is one of its biggest attractions. It's supposed to be fun. I told myself the half-man, half-wolf creatures were machines. Big toys run by someone in a hidden control room. But they looked so real, so menacing. Even in bright daylight, I stayed on the alert and kept my distance. But now it was night. And I listened to the hungry howls all around me. And each sound made me jump with fright. How did I let this happen? Why did I stay so long in Werewolf Village? It was my first day at Horrorland. Yes, I was excited. When the invitation came in the mail, I forgot about everything else. I had to go. I mean, I know I got that weird message from Dr. Maniac and everything, but would you give up a free week as a special guest at the coolest theme park ever? Why was Werewolf Village the first place I visited? I draw so many comics that take place in woods and forests. I love imagining the scary beasts and monsters that live in the forest. I couldn't wait to see what the Horrorland people created in their forest. But I lost track of the time. Under the thick trees of the forest, I didn't even see the sun go down. And now, I stumbled through the dark, searching for the way out. Listening to the angry growls and long, mournful wolf howls. It gave me lots of ideas for my next strip. Dr. Maniac versus the White Werewolf. Or maybe, Dr. Maniac versus Wonder Werewolf. Who would win that battle? How would the evil maniac defeat an immortal wolfman? I was thinking hard about these questions. I didn't see the jagged rock in front of me. I let out a cry as I stumbled over it. My arms shot out to stop my fall. I landed on somebody. High, shrill screams made my heart stop beating. My arms were tangled in somebody's arms. We bumped heads. I struggled to pull away. The screams rang in my ears. Staggering back, I saw two girls about my age. Even in the dark, I could see that their eyes were wide with fear. Huddled together, they backed away from me. Breathing hard, I brushed off the front of my jeans. Hi, I said. Guess I scared you, huh? What are you doing here? The taller one cried. Your hair, it's so wild. And it's so dark here. We we thought you were a werewolf. Her friend said. No. I don't even shave yet, I told her. Always keep it light, right? They still stared at me like I was some kind of hideous creature. Robbie Schwartz, terror of the forest. Sorry I scared you, I said. I tripped over something. I can't find my way out of this place. The two girls told me their names, Carly Beth and Sabrina. I'm Robbie Schwartz, I said. I've been wandering around in circles for hours. I never was a Boy Scout. I don't know how to read a compass. Carly Beth frowned. I don't think a compass would help, she said. She pointed to a tall wire gate. Sabrina and I got lost, too. We saw some horrible men in cages. Some of them had wolf snouts. It wasn't fun. It looked real. Finally, we found this gate. Sabrina walked to the gate and tugged at the metal lock. We're locked in. But there has to be an unlocked gate somewhere, right? Unless they lock up the whole forest for the night, I said. Carly Beth hugged herself. There has to be a way out. Otherwise, kids would get trapped in here every night. Maybe that's how they feed the wolves, I said. It was supposed to be a joke. But no one laughed. Out of the silence, we heard rapid footsteps. We froze and listened to the thud of heavy paws on the ground. Low snarls. Growling wolves. Hungry growls. Wolves moving fast through the forest. They're coming for us, I whispered. They burst out from the trees. 4 of them. Heads lowered. Eyes glowing like yellow marbles. My mouth dropped open. I froze in fear. I knew I looked like a terrified character in one of my comics. And suddenly, a scene from one of my first stories flashed through my mind. Doctor. Maniac versus the mighty mole boy. I didn't think about it. My body just moved. I dropped to my knees on the soft ground in front of the gate. And I began pawing at the dirt. I dug frantically. Luckily, the dirt was soft as sand. I scooped up handfuls of dirt under the fence and shoved them aside. Pawing like the mole creature in my comic strip. The growling wolves formed a line behind us. One of them lifted its head to the moon, as if signaling for an attack. Breathing hard, I shoveled an opening big enough to slide my hands in. I pushed my hands into the shallow hole and dropped onto my stomach. Then I kicked with both feet. Kicked hard and fast. Again. Again. The bottom of the fence scraped my back. But I pushed myself under it and over to the other side. Then, wiping dirt off my forehead, I turned to help the two girls. I didn't have to tell them what to do. Sabrina was already on her stomach. She stuck both hands under the bottom of the fence. I grabbed them and started to pull her through to my side. Duck your head. Duck your head, I screamed. Her hair got stuck on a wire. She let out a cry and lowered her face to the dirt. And I tugged her the rest of the way. I turned to help Carly Beth. Behind her, I watched the wolves. Their silvery fur glistened in the moonlight. They raised their heads and let out hungry howls. They arched their backs, preparing to attack. Hurry, Carly Beth, Sabrina screamed. I grabbed Carly Beth's hands and pulled. Her body slid heavily over the dirt. She was halfway through when the wolves attacked. All 4 of them leapt at once. She screamed so loud, I dropped her hands. My heart pounding, I grabbed for them again. I pulled hard. But Carly Beth was stuck. It's got me, Carly Beth wailed. Oh. It's got my foot. Quote. No. A hoarse cry burst from my throat. I pictured Carly Beth's foot chewed to pieces. But no. Carly Beth, the wolf doesn't have your foot. I choked out. Your foot is caught in the fence. She gave a hard kick. Her shoe caught in the fence. But I pulled her the rest of the way to my side. The ferocious wolves leapt and crashed into the fence. Howling angrily, they leapt again. Too late. Carly Beth jumped to her feet, struggling to catch her breath. They're real, she stammered. The wolves stared at us, their heads lowered. Like a staring contest. They didn't move or blink. Let's get away from here, Sabrina said. She tugged her friend back from the fence. At least we got out of the forest. Let's go back to the hotel. Carly Beth turned to me. You saved us from those wolves, she said. Digging under the fence like that. That's me. Robbie Schwartz, superhero, I said. Know where I can buy a cape and tights? We've got to find the other kids, Carly Beth said. We've got to tell them what Sabrina and I heard today. And what's going on. She pulled her shoe out from under the fence. Then, taking long strides, she and Sabrina followed the path toward the Stagger Inn, our hotel. I had to jog to catch up to them. Other kids? What do you mean? I asked, stepping between them. We met these kids, Carly Beth said. Other special guests. They said scary things happened to them here in the park. They said a horror named Byron warned them. Warned them about. What? I said. Warned them that we're all in danger, Carly Beth replied. Danger? Suddenly, I remembered the end of that comic strip. Doctor. Maniac warning me he'd be waiting at Horrorland. Maybe I should have listened. We passed the Crocodile Cafe. A neon sign over the door read, Grab a bite. Good food in a snap. I could see Black Lagoon Water Park in the distance. The park was still crowded with kids and families. It cheered me up to be back in a crowd. We were out of that frightening werewolf village. Why did Carly Beth still look so totally terrified? I didn't believe those kids when they told me about the missing girls, Carly Beth said. They said 2 girls, Brittany and Molly, totally disappeared. And a girl named Sheena turned invisible, she said. I thought maybe they were trying to scare Sabrina and me. Carly Beth shook her head. But I believe them now. We heard these 2 horrors talking, Sabrina said. Marcus and Bubba. Those were their names. They didn't know Carly Beth and I could hear them. We ducked around a frozen eyeballs cart. Behind the cart, a horror in a yellow apron was piling eyeballs on a sugar cone. Painted on the side of the cart were the words, Ice cream. Lick an eyeball for lunch. What did the 2 horrors say? I asked. They said things were going to get a lot scarier for us special guests, Sabrina replied. I squinted at her. Seriously? Carly Beth frowned at me. Don't you think being attacked by real wolves was scary enough? Carly Beth is right, Sabrina said. Something frightening is going on here. Well, what should we do about it? I asked. Before they could answer, I felt something wrap around my ankle. Look out, I screamed. My hands flew out in front of me, and I went plunging headfirst to the ground. I hit the asphalt hard and bounced once or twice. My breath caught in my throat. Something had brought me down. Something. Why were the girls laughing? I spun around and saw the puffy green stuffed snake at my feet. Someone probably won it in a carnival game and dropped it. The 2 girls helped pull me up. You're in. Awesome. superhero," Sabrina said. "We won't tell anyone you tripped over a stuffed snake," Carly Beth said. "Just everyone we meet." They both laughed again. I held up the snake. "Look at those vicious fangs," I said. "This snake is a killer. Dot. I just saved your lives." Again. Exclamation mark quote. I handed the snake to a little girl who was walking by with her parents. "You're our millionth customer," I said. "You win a fabulous stuffed snake." "Thanks," she said. She flung the snake over her shoulder and kept on walking. We watched her go. Her parents kept looking back at us. "We've got to get serious," Carly Beth said. She started toward the hotel again. "We were almost killed back there." "Maybe those kids found Byron, that horror who said he wanted to help," Sabrina said. We made our way through a group of teenagers who were playing keep away with a kid's baseball cap. They tossed it back and forth, shouting and laughing. "I just came here for fun," I told the girls. "Do you really think we were all invited for another reason?" I didn't hear their answer. I could see them talking. But their words disappeared into the air. Something very strange was happening to me. I suddenly felt as if I were floating. As if I had left my body down on the ground, and I was hovering above it. Too far away to hear what Carly Beth and Sabrina were saying. I struggled to concentrate on them. But I could feel myself being pulled away. Feel my mind drifting, swimming in the air. I held my breath. Shook my head. Tried to make the strange feeling go away. Blinking, I focused on the building up ahead. Big blue neon letters over the wide entrance announced, "The Game Preserve. 100 video games." Game Preserve? A huge game arcade? Without realizing it, I had spun away from the girls. And my legs were taking me there. My mind was already there. And I was being pulled, like by a vacuum cleaner. Pulled to the game arcade. "Hey, Robbie." I heard Carly Beth shout. "Robbie. Where are you going?" "Hey. Catch you later," I said. At least, I think I said it. Because my brain was already in the arcade. And I stepped through the doors into a huge room. Under intense blue light. The blue light washed over everything. The games looked blue. And the people playing them did, too. The floor and the walls glowed like blue ice. I walked past a row of war games and then a long row of racing games, cars roaring and squealing. I saw pinball games against one wall and a wall of classic games like Pac-Man and Donkey Kong. I didn't stop to check them out. Guns roared. Bombs exploded. Music rose and fell. I kept walking through the blue light, as if my legs knew where they were going. I didn't have a choice. Is this what it feels like to be hypnotized? The strange blue light swirled around me like a fog. And when it finally cleared, I was standing in a tiny back room. The roars and blasts of the games behind me faded into the far distance. I stopped and stared in shock at the one game in the room. A big video screen with flashing lights all around it. Evil laughter poured out of its speakers. And the title of the game filled the screen in dripping purple letters. Doctor. Maniac's World of Pain. I gasped. How could this be? How could there be a drive? Maniac game? And what was the power that pulled me here? That drew me to this game? I knew I had to play it. I moved to the counter beside the game console. A helmet with an orange visor and yellow leather gloves were waiting for me there. Next to them, I saw a stack of silver tokens. Someone wanted me to play this game. Someone got it all ready for me. But who? And why? And why couldn't I just turn and walk away? I pulled the heavy helmet down over my head. I peered out through the plastic orange visor. There were speakers inside the helmet. I heard music and that deep evil laughter. I pulled on the yellow gloves. They were light and slipped on easily. I stepped up to the game console. I dropped a token into the slot. It made a clicking sound. The music changed. The screen went blank. I picked up the red and purple blaster gun from the side of the game machine. I tested it out a few times. It made a zap sound each time I pulled the trigger. The screen turned purple, then red. A smoky fog covered the screen. And then a figure stepped forward from out of the fog. He swirled his leopard skin cape and floated closer. Doctor. Maniac. My character. My creation. My enemy. My hand trembled as I pushed the start button. I leaned over the console. Could I defeat Drive? Maniac? I'm not crazy. I'm a maniac, Doctor. Maniac's voice boomed inside my helmet. I raised the blaster, aimed it at the big M on his chest, and pulled the trigger. I heard a drippy bloop 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 sound. On the video screen, Drive. Maniac tossed back his head and laughed. You have to earn your ammo first, Robbie, he boomed. The chase is on, loser. I gasped. He called me by name. He took off and flew through a crowded city. His leopard skin cape floated behind him as he swooped higher, then down again between tall buildings. I aimed the blaster at the yellow feathers on his boots. Pulled the trigger. Bloop bloop bloop. Useless. I dropped the gun and grabbed the controller. I whipped it frantically from left to right, trying to follow the flying villain. He flew through a maze of tall buildings and ducked through crowds at busy corners. Each time I stayed with him, I racked up ammo points. The numbers rolled at the top of the screen. And I heard a sound like pow 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 each time I scored. He zoomed into a subway opening, and I followed him down into the tunnel. We flew together in a wild race through the dark, twisting tunnel. I pulled up as an ugly monster rose up on the tracks. A huge purple underground subway creature swinging a dozen deadly tentacles. The monster filled the tunnel, blocking my path to Doctor. Maniac. Yellow slime dripped off its jagged yellow teeth. Screeching at the top of its lungs, it waved its tentacles and snapped its massive jaws open to swallow me. I jerked the controller back to stop my flight. I fumbled for the blaster, grabbed it, and pulled the trigger. And two words in big green letters filled the screen. Game over. Breathing hard, I leaned both hands on the game console. The game ended just as I was racking up big ammo points. I reached for another token. Should I play another game? No, I decided. I've got to catch up with Carly Beth and Sabrina. But then Drive. Maniac's grinning face appeared on the screen. Robbie, you surely know that a loser never quits, and a quitter never loses. Or something like that, he screamed. He tossed his head back and laughed. I'm not crazy, I'm a maniac. He took off again. This time, he was flying over a crowded beach. Gold and green ocean waves tossed beneath him. And without realizing it, my gloved hands were back on the controls. And I was chasing him again. flying behind him, swooping when he swooped, trying to follow his every move. Pow pow pow. Dot. The ammo points rolled up. I had over 500,000 now. Doctor. Maniac stretched out his arms and flew away from the beach. The sound of the wind roared in my helmet. And suddenly, I heard bird sounds. Hoarse. Caws. And cries. And a swarm of fanged vampire seagulls rose up in front of me. Their wings raised high, they began to spit blood at me. Each time I was hit, I felt it. I knew this was just a game. But I felt every hit, every blast of the wind and the water. On the screen, I dropped lower in the sky. A few more hits, and I'd sink into the ocean. Would I feel myself drowning? I raised the blaster. I aimed and started to shoot. Pop. A vampire seagull exploded on the screen in a flash of red and yellow. Pop. Pop. I blasted two more. Ow! I was hit again. The disgusting birds were raining blood on me. I was sinking. Sinking. The tossing waves reached up to pull me down. And once again, game over. Okay, I'm done, I shouted. You win. I struggled to catch my breath. I grabbed the sides of the helmet and started to pull it off. Hey, it was stuck or something. I grabbed the visor and tugged up on it. But the helmet didn't slide. Again, I pressed my gloved hands against the sides. I pushed up with all my strength. No. The helmet had tightened itself to my head. I decided I could remove it easier without the gloves. So I grabbed the fingers of one glove and pulled at them. Huh. I let out a startled cry when the glove wouldn't slide, either. Frantically, I pulled at one glove, then the other. I'm not crazy, I'm a maniac. Doctor. Maniac's scream rang inside the helmet. On the big video screen, he laughed his evil laugh and took off again. This time, he was flying over a jungle. My hands grabbed the control, and I guided myself after him. I can't quit, I cried out loud. It won't let me stop. Pow 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 pow. I rang up ammo points as I swooped and dove after the flying villain. And now we were flying in a wild path through the jungle trees. My left hand frantically guided the controller. My right hand grabbed the blaster and began shooting at jungle animals as they leapt at me. Pow pow pow. I want to quit, I cried. My voice was muffled by the helmet, drowned out by the loud music, the screams of the jungle animals and Doctor Maniac's insane laughter. I want to stop, I screamed. The game ended. I struggled to pull off the gloves. I clamped my teeth over a middle finger and tugged with all my might. No. The glove stuck to my hand. With a furious cry, I grabbed the sides of the helmet and began twisting it one way, then the other. But that sent pain shooting down my neck. The helmet didn't budge. Another game began. Doctor Maniac flew over a red sand desert. I grabbed the controller. I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't keep my hand from gripping it. I took off after him, his laughter ringing through the helmet. Sweat poured down my forehead. My legs trembled. My heart raced. The game ended. Another game started. Then another. I bent over the game console, struggling to free myself. But I was trapped. I was a prisoner. A prisoner of a video game. Another game started. We were racing across a big city again. Suddenly, in the glass that covered the video screen, I saw a reflection. Someone stood behind me in the arcade room. I could see his shadowy figure in the glass. I stared harder at the reflection. The figure stepped closer, and I realized it was Dr. Maniac. Standing behind me? Still gripping the controls, I spun my head around. No. No one standing there. I turned back to the game, and saw Dr. Maniac's grinning reflection in the glass. I turned again and glanced around the room. No one there. Pow 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 pow. The game continued. I was back in the subway tunnel, blasting away at the ugly underground monster. My arms ached. My legs shook. My throat felt so dry, I couldn't swallow. The game ended and another game began. I tried to free myself, but I was stuck. And then I heard a noise behind me. I whipped my head around and saw two girls walk into the room. Carly Beth and Sabrina? No. Two other girls. They looked about my age. They both had coppery red hair and brown eyes. One wore a red and yellow sundress. The other had a pale green t-shirt over white shorts. Were they sisters? They stopped just past the doorway and stared at me. Help me, I screamed. Help. I'm stuck here. I tried to point to the game machine, but my hands wouldn't let go of the controller and blaster. They took a few steps closer. Please, I begged. It's no joke. It's for real. Help me. What do you want us to do? The one in the sundress asked. Pull the plug, I shouted. Unplug the machine. Hurry. Please. Unplug it. Doctor. Maniac cackled in my ears. I'm not crazy, I'm a maniac, he shrieked. And another game began. Unplug it. Unplug it, I cried. The girls ran to the back of the machine. They dropped to their knees to find the plug. I couldn't see them. On the screen, I was flying over the ocean again. The vampire seagulls squawked and began to spit blood at me. Unplug it. Can you find the plug? I cried. Please. Both girls poked their heads up at the same time. We can't unplug it, one of them shouted. It isn't plugged in. One girl held up the plug. See? Doctor. Maniac's laughter rang in the helmet. Vampire seagulls rained blood on me. I was sinking toward the ocean waves. My arms ached. My chest throbbed. I could feel my legs about to cave in. I'd played at least 20 games. I could barely see straight. But I couldn't stop myself. I leaned over the console, blasting away at the seagulls. Find the on-off switch, I cried. Hurry. The girls circled the machine. They bent down and searched under the video screen and all around the base of the console. We can't find it, one of them shouted. There's no switch, the other one said. We can't turn it off. Pow pow pow. Kaboom. A seagull exploded on the screen. Three more vicious birds came flying at me. I let out a moan. Everything faded to gray, then black. I could feel my eyes roll up in my head. And my knees buckle. I knew I was fainting, but I couldn't stop myself. My chest hit the front of the game console as I fell. And then sharp pain shot through my head as it hit the glass on the way down. You know how they always show people seeing stars in comic books? They bang their heads on something and then they see stars floating above their heads? Well, I really did see them. Bright gold ones twinkling against a black background. And then the stars faded and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was flat on my back on the floor. Slowly, I lifted my head. I stared at the video screen. Blank. The game had finally stopped. I sat up. I pulled off the helmet. Yes, I cried. I'm free! Exclamation mark quote. I pulled off the gloves. I tossed them across the room. The girls stood there gaping at me. I'm okay, I said. It's lucky I've got a hard head. I fall down a lot. I was trying to be funny, but they didn't laugh. They moved forward quickly. They grabbed my arms and pulled me to my feet. You have to come with us, the one in the sundress said. It's not safe here. They held my arms tightly and started to guide me to the door. Hurry. Just follow us, the other girl said. Whoa. I pulled my arms free. Where are you taking me? Away from here, the first one said. Far away. Where it's safe. Huh? Excuse me? I cried. Who are you? I'm Brittany Crosby, the first girl said. That's my friend Molly Malloy. Brittany and Molly? Where had I heard those names before? I'm Robbie Schwartz, I said. Come on, Robbie, hurry, Brittany said. She grabbed my arm again. Horrorland isn't safe. Did you think getting stuck on that game was an accident? Molly asked. You just saw for yourself how dangerous it is here. Come with us, Brittany said, pulling me through the arcade. But where? I asked again. These girls were definitely weird. To the other park, Molly said in a whisper. She glanced around to make sure no one overheard. We'll be safe there. Huh? Other park? I cried. The special guests were all brought to Horrorland for revenge, Brittany said. She squeezed my arm. I could see she was frightened. We have to rescue the others, too, she said. Revenge? Who would want revenge? I demanded. I don't understand what you're saying. You're not making any sense. The blue light of the arcade washed over us as they pulled me to the door. The games were quiet now. It was very late. The big room had emptied out. Just trust us, Molly said. We have to bring you to the other park with us. She pulled a token from her pocket. She raised it in front of my face. The golden coin was so shiny and new, I could see my reflection on it. And I could see the words engraved on the front. Panic Park. Just look at this for a minute, Molly said. I laughed. Are you trying to hypnotize me? They didn't answer. And suddenly, as I gazed at the shiny golden token, I began to feel weird. I mean, really weird. Like I was being pulled to the coin. Like being sucked into my own reflection by a powerful force. I could feel my whole body floating off the floor, flying toward the coin in Molly's hand. As if I were weightless. As if I could disappear into the shiny token. Closer. Closer. I was melting. My body was shrinking, shrinking to fit into the golden circle. Shrinking away. I took a deep breath and let out an angry scream. No. With a burst of strength, I slapped the token out of Molly's hand. She gasped, and we both watched it fly across the room. It came to a spinning stop in front of the arcade door. Get it, Molly cried to her friend. But before anyone could move, the door swung open. Hey! I let out a startled cry. A ventriloquist's dummy stood by itself in the doorway. No one holding him up. No one else around. The dummy wore a tight-fitting gray suit with a red bow tie. It had a crazy smile on its painted lips, and its big eyes darted from side to side. I turned and saw both Brittany and Molly back away in horror. Slappy. They screamed the name together. I wanted to get away from these two girls. They were acting totally weird. I started to the door. I planned to push the dummy out of my way. But the thing started to move. It took a few steps toward me and stuck out its wooden hands to block my way. Hey, I shouted. I turned back to Brittany and Molly. Who is making him walk? Before they could answer, the dummy spoke. In a hoarse, tinny, high voice. Who made you so stupid? This isn't a staring contest. Pick up the token, jerkface. The girls uttered frightened cries and started to back away. This is crazy, I cried. Who is making him talk? Better do as he says, Brittany murmured. Pick up the token, the dummy shrieked. Listen to your new girlfriends! Exclamation mark quote. I balled my hands into tight fists. I took a step toward the little guy. Robbie, be careful, Brittany called. He's evil! Exclamation mark quote. I glanced back. You know him? He followed us here, Molly stammered. His name is Slappy. He's alive. Really? Yeah. For sure, I muttered. I spun around to face the dummy. Get out of my way, Slappy, I shouted. Robbie Schwartz, superhero, strikes again. I lowered my shoulder and hurtled at him, ready to bump him out of the doorway. Oh! I howled in pain as he snapped his wooden jaws onto my ear. I brought my head up and lifted the dummy off the floor. I swung my head around, trying to throw him off me. But he clung to my ear. And his wooden lips clamped down tighter. Pain shot through my head. I dropped to my knees. I grabbed the dummy with both hands. I shook him and struggled to pull him off. It won't let go, I gasped. The pain was so intense, I could barely breathe. Quote, You're biting off my ear, I screamed. Finally, the dummy let go. And then it spoke again. Pick up the token, Brittany. Brittany hesitated for a second. But she was too frightened to disobey the dummy. She bent down and picked up the golden token. Hold it in front of this long-haired geek, Slappy ordered. Brittany obeyed. She raised the token close to my face. It was so shiny that I could see my reflection. And once again, I felt myself pulled toward it, floating off the floor and out of the room. Once again, I felt myself being dragged into the golden light of the token. The light grew brighter, brighter, until I shut my eyes against it. When I opened my eyes, I found myself sprawled on the floor of the arcade. Feeling dizzy and exhausted, I raised my head. Brittany? Molly? Instead, two other girls stared down at me. I squinted up at them. Robbie, what is your problem? Carly Beth asked. Why are you sitting on the floor? There's no time to play video games, Sabrina said. She grabbed one arm and helped pull me to my feet. I shook my head, trying to force away the dizziness. Where are the other two girls? I asked. And the dummy? Both girls glanced around the empty arcade. There's no one else here, Carly Beth said. But they were here a second ago, I said. They said the special guests aren't safe. That we have to leave. Carly Beth stepped up to me and touched the side of my head. What's that bump? She asked. Did you hit your head? I reached up and felt a lump. It hurt when I pressed it. I banged it against a game machine, I said. Sabrina laughed. First you trip over a stuffed toy. Then you crash your head into a video game? Listen to me, I said. It isn't funny. The girls came to help me. They said we have to get out of Horrorland. We have to get to the other park. Carly Beth rolled her eyes. There were no other girls, she said. You hit your head, Robbie. You knocked yourself out. You dreamed it. Come on. Let's go find the others, Sabrina said. She took my left arm. Carly Beth took my right. They began to lead me out of the arcade. My mind spun. Were they right? Was it just a crazy dream? Did I dream that those two missing girls came to my rescue? They seemed so real. Hey, stop, I cried. I jerked my arms free. Just inside the door, I bent down and picked something up off the floor. The golden token. I knew Granny V wasn't feeling well, but I didn't know how sick she was. And of course, I didn't know that she was about to send my brother, Peter, and me on the most terrifying trip of our lives. In 1 week, Peter and I would be listening to the frightening moans of ancient mummies and covering our ears against their ugly chants. But today, we were in Granny V's living room, running and ducking behind the furniture, laughing and shouting. Hey! I let out a scream as a cold blast of water hit my forehead. Peter laughed. Nice move, Abby. You walked right into it. I growled and dropped to my knees behind the green corduroy couch. I wiped the water off my face. Then I checked out the tank on my water blaster. Still half full. I leaned forward, tensed and waited with my finger on the plastic trigger. Peter was hiding behind the flowery orange and yellow curtains. I could see his white sneakers poking out from the bottom. I waited, and let go a long, full blast the second he stepped out. It smacked him in the chest and soaked the front of his t-shirt. He stumbled back to the window. His blaster sent a wild spray up toward the ceiling. Are you two having fun? We both turned to see Granny V step into the room. She waved her black cane in the air. Is it my mistake? She asked. I thought I was in my living room, but I seemed to have wandered into a water park. Peter stepped away from the window and lowered his head. Sorry, he muttered. I brushed my wet hair out of my eyes. My hair is long and black and very straight. My best feature. And I don't like having it soaked. I picked up my water bottle from the coffee table and took a long drink. I begged you not to use those water guns in the house, Granny V said, peering at us through her thick, square-framed glasses. Sorry, Peter repeated. I did one of my famous long-distance water spits and showered the back of his neck. He let out a squeal and jumped a mile. I win, I said, pumping my fists high above my head. Abby, you're a cheater, Granny V said, unable to keep a straight face. She thinks I'm a riot. Cheaters never quit, and a quitter never cheats, Granny V said. It was one of her favorite sayings. It isn't funny, Peter grumbled. He pulled the soaked t-shirt off, balled it up angrily, and tossed it at me. Peter has long, straight black hair, too. He's as skinny as a broom handle and short. He's 10, 2 years younger than me, but he looks like he's 7 or 8. Granny V says she can't understand why he doesn't grow more, since he eats enough for 10 kids. I'm nearly a foot taller than he is. which gives me a real advantage in our water blaster battles. I don't think he's ever won one, especially when I use my spectacular water spitting skills against him. Peter stuck his tongue out at me. Then he stormed out of the room. He's a sore loser. Come sit down, Abby. Granny V waved me to the couch. I noticed that she was leaning more heavily on her cane than usual. Her hair has stayed shiny and black. But that day, I saw long gray streaks poking through. And her skin was very pale, so tight I could see her cheekbones underneath. She lowered herself beside me and squeezed my hand. Her hand was ice cold. I need to talk to you, she said. She looked down at the floor. I haven't been feeling well. Those words sent a shock down the back of my neck. I gasped. Granny V is the only family Peter and I have. We've been living with Granny V since we were little. If anything happened to her. She kept her gaze on the floor. I saw her shoulders tremble. She was always the powerhouse in the family. Suddenly, she looked so frail. I'm going to check into the hospital for some tests, she said softly. Tests? I cried. What kind of tests? She squeezed my hand again. It'll be okay. Her voice was a whisper. But what about Peter and me? I asked. She finally turned to look at me. I have a nice plan for you, she said. The two of you are going to stay with your Uncle Jonathan. I blinked. Who? Your Uncle Jonathan. He hasn't seen you since you were a baby, she smiled. He's fun. You'll see. Where? Where does he live? I asked. He lives in an old house in a tiny village in Vermont called Cranford, Granny V said. It'll be a big change from Boston for you. I think you'll both find it very interesting. My heart was pounding. There were a million questions I wanted to ask, but I couldn't get them out. Jonathan can't wait to see you, Granny V said. I sent him pictures of you and Peter. He was thrilled. She saw the look on my face. You'll like him, Abby. He's a very interesting man. And besides, it's only for 2 weeks. But I'm worried about you, Granny V, I said. Why are you sending us to a faraway village? Shouldn't Peter and I stay close? She squeezed the handle of her cane. Her hand was so small and white. Your cell phone will work in Jonathan's village, she said. We'll talk all the time. I'm sure it'll be fine. But it wasn't fine. It wasn't fine at all. Hey! Peter stumbled over his suitcase and nearly knocked me over. Watch where you're going, I said. Quote. You. Watch, he replied. Very mature. He was grumpy the whole train ride. I guess he was just nervous. I was, too. I shielded my eyes against the bright sunlight and gazed around the tiny Cranford train station. We were the only ones on the platform. The ticket booth, a tiny brown shingled hut, was dark and empty. I heard a cat meowing inside it. No cars in the tiny dirt parking lot. No cars moving on the narrow street. Where is Uncle Jonathan? Peter asked. Wasn't he supposed to meet us? I shrugged. Beats me. I left my suitcase and stepped to the end of the wooden platform. I peered up and down the street. Peter, check this place out. It's unbelievable. I suddenly felt as if I'd gone back in time. The tiny village looked like something from hundreds of years ago. The street was made of worn gray cobblestones. On one side stood a row of tiny houses behind picket fences. The houses were so small and low, they looked like dollhouses. They were white and had slanting red roofs and dark shutters beside the windows. I tried to see inside the windows, but the curtains were all drawn. The shops on the other side of the street all had old-fashioned signs above the display windows. I squinted into the sunlight to read them. One read, FOODE shop. Dot. Another, Smithy and Son. Dot. A shop with a bunch of colored jars in the window was called Apothecary. Dot. I think that's another word for drugstore. Weird, Peter muttered. Think there's an electronics store? I need a new iPod. I snickered. I don't think so, I said. In the other direction, I saw a tall green hill. The hill cast a shadow over half the village. A huge house rose up near the top of the hill. It looked like an evil castle from a horror movie, with dark towers on both sides. I squinted into the sunlight. Peter, look, I cried. What are those creatures flying over that big house up there? I pointed at the fluttering black shadows circling the two towers. Peter grinned. His eyes lit up. Bats, he said. No, I gasped. Peter knows I have a thing about bats. I hate them. I have nightmares about them. So of course he sees bats wherever we go, just to torture his big sister. They're birds, I said. They've got to be some weird kind of bird. Definitely bats, Peter replied. He turned and gazed down the row of shops. I don't see a movie theater, Abby. Hope Jonathan has an internet connection. Or I'm gonna be totally bored. Hello there, a voice called. I turned around to see a woman crossing the platform toward us. She was very tall and had white blonde hair pulled tightly behind her head in a bun. Flashing blue eyes. Red lipsticked lips. She wore a long blue skirt that fluttered in the wind as she walked. As she came closer, I saw the tattoo on her throat. A tattoo of a bluebird with its wings spread across her neck. She had a blue canvas bag strapped to her back. And she carried a long loaf of bread under one arm. She stopped and studied Peter and me. Are you two okay? She asked. She had a deep, velvety voice. Are you all alone out here? Our uncle was supposed to meet us, I said. We took the train from Boston. I turned and pointed to the hill. I think that might be his house up there. The woman's mouth fell open. The loaf of bread dropped from under her arm. She caught it before it hit the pavement. When she looked up, her eyes were filled with horror. Oh, no, she said. You don't want to go up there. Listen to me. Go back where you came from. You don't want to go up to that house. A cold shiver ran down my back. Peter stepped close to me. He shoved his hands into his jeans pockets. He always does that when he's tense. Why? I asked. Why are you saying that? What's wrong with Uncle Jonathan's house? Peter demanded. The woman gazed up at the big house on the hill. Then she slowly lowered her blue eyes to Peter and me. I live up there, too, she said softly. Very close by. Do you think I don't hear the strange moans at night? Excuse me? I said. Moans? She frowned. Think I don't know that something horrible goes on in that man's house? Was she serious? No. She had to be mistaken. She had to be wrong. Granny V would never send us here if she thought it was dangerous. I heard a pounding sound from down the road. It took me a few seconds to realize it was hoofbeats. I turned and saw a carriage, an old-fashioned carriage pulled by two tall black horses. The carriage came roaring toward the train station. Bouncing hard on the dirt parking lot, it raised clouds of dust behind it. "Is that Uncle Jonathan?" Peter asked. I watched the horses bobbing their heads as they thundered toward us. Then I turned back to the woman. "You were joking, right?" I asked. "Sorry," she said. "I'm not sticking around. I don't ever want to see that man again." She leapt off the platform. Her bread fell to the ground, but she didn't stop to pick it up. She just took off, running through the village. She didn't look back. Peter and I huddled close together as the carriage squealed to a stop in front of us. The horses snorted and tossed their heads, breathing hard. Their backs were shiny with sweat. As I gazed up at the old gray-haired driver, the carriage door swung open and a man lowered himself quickly to the ground. He was tall and handsome, with long, straight black hair parted in the middle and a black mustache. A smile spread over his face as he came closer. His skin was pale, almost yellow, and tight against his cheekbones. His green eyes flashed. He gave us a quick wave with one hand. He wore a loose-fitting gray suit over a white shirt, open at the neck. A black pipe poked out of his jacket pocket. His shiny black boots came up almost to his knees. "Are you Abby and Peter?" We nodded. "Uncle Jonathan?" I said. The horses snorted behind him. They both pawed the gravel beside the platform. "I thought I'd bring you to the house in style," Jonathan said. "Don't you love this wonderful antique carriage? It belonged to my great-grandfather." "Awesome," Peter said. "It looks like it's from an old movie." Jonathan smiled. When he smiled, his face crinkled into 1,000 little lines. "I'll get your bags. Climb in." A few minutes later, Peter and I sat side by side across from our uncle as the carriage bounced up the hill. The village disappeared beneath us as the horses pulled us toward the house. "So sorry I was late," Jonathan said. "I wanted to make the house just right for you. I think you'll find it very exciting." The carriage had a wonderful aroma of leather and wood. I gazed out the window at the passing trees. Then I raised my eyes to the roof of the house. Those were bats circling the towers. I could see them clearly now. But how could that be? Bats aren't supposed to come out during the day. The bats gave me another shiver. Like I said, bats have always freaked me out. I suddenly remembered the woman with the bird tattoo. How horrified she looked when I told her we were going to this house. Uncle Jonathan rolled his pipe between his fingers. He studied me. "How was your train ride?" he asked. "Good," I said. "But there was a woman at the train station. When we were waiting for you." His dark eyebrows shot up. "A woman?" "Yes. She got a little weird. She said she heard moans coming from your house at night." Jonathan laughed. He had a dry, almost silent laugh. "Did she have a tattoo of a bird on her neck?" "Yes," I said. "That's Crazy Annie," he said. "She's always complaining about my dogs." He shook his head. "I hope she didn't scare you." "No way," Peter said. "He always acts like nothing scares him." "She scared me a little," I said. "She told us not to go into your house. She told us to go back where we came from." "Too late," Uncle Jonathan said. "We're here. You're my prisoners now." Jonathan laughed. "Hey, I was joking. You'll get used to my weird sense of humor." As I stepped inside the house, all thoughts of Crazy Annie vanished from my mind. My mouth dropped open as we made our way into the enormous front room. Have we gone back in time? I cried. It's like we've stepped back into ancient Egypt. Totally cool, Peter declared. My head was spinning. There was so much to see. The walls of the room looked just like pyramid bricks. They were covered with paintings of Egyptian cats and pharaohs and sphinxes and all the stuff you see in museums. Statues and strange animal sculptures filled the room. A small yellow brick pyramid rose up beside the fireplace. What's that weird writing? Peter asked Jonathan. He pointed to a large framed document on the wall. Is that hieroglyphics? Yes, it is, Jonathan answered. The written language used by the ancient Egyptians. We have been able to translate some of it, but a lot of the symbols remain a mystery. I stopped in front of a table that contained several tiny bird sculptures. They were dark blue and very shiny. I knew they were really old, but they looked new. Jonathan saw me admiring the sculptures. The Egyptians had a shade of blue that we cannot create today, he said. Even with all our modern science, we cannot match their glaze. He sighed, and his eyes appeared to dim. They were ahead of us in so many ways. A faded orange and yellow painting of the sun hung on a wall over a tall stone sculpture. The sun had rays shooting from it, and there were Egyptian symbols all around the borders. The Egyptians worshipped the sun god, Ra, Jonathan said. That painting was made over 2,000 years ago. Wow! This is amazing, I exclaimed. Jonathan smiled, the smile that crinkled up his face. I spent a good part of my life in Egypt, he said. As you can see, I'm a collector. I brought back many priceless treasures. Did you bring back a mummy? Peter asked. My friends and I are totally into mummies. Jonathan smoothed his black mustache with his fingers. He narrowed his eyes at Peter. You might see a mummy or two before your visit is over, he said. Cool, Peter exclaimed. Can I touch one? Before Jonathan could answer, a woman stepped into the room. She was short and plump with a round face and rosy cheeks. She had springy gray curls on her head. She wore a flowered apron over a long black house dress that hung down to her ankles. Her glasses had slid halfway down her broad nose. She flashed us a toothy smile as she came nearer. Faith be praised, Jonathan. Your house guests have arrived at last, she said. Her voice was very musical. She practically sang the words. Yes, Jonathan replied. We've been waiting so eagerly, haven't we, Sonia? Eagerly, Sonia repeated, grinning at me. Yes, that's the truth of it. Jonathan introduced us. Sonia was his housekeeper. Sonia will see that you get everything you need, he told us. Have you seen the mummy? Peter asked her. The question startled Sonia. Her cheeks turned bright red. She squinted at Peter through her glasses. Mummy? Upon my soul. No. Is there a mummy in this house? Jonathan shook his head. Sonia is too busy to worry her head about mummies, he said. He turned to her. Why don't you show Abby and Peter to their rooms? Yes. You will like your rooms, she said. She had her eyes locked on me. To my surprise, she stepped up close. Then she raised her chubby fingers and ran them through my hair. What beautiful long black hair, she sang. Upon my mother's heart. Beautiful, beautiful. What is up with her? I wondered. How totally weird to run your hands through a stranger's hair. See you at dinner, Jonathan said, waving at us with the pipe in his hand. Was I imagining it? Or was he staring at my hair, too? Sonia led the way up the wide stone stairway. Enormous tapestries with ancient Egyptian symbols hung on the walls. It's like living in a museum, Peter whispered. Sonia led us down a long, dark hall. Old-fashioned torches poked out from the walls, making the shadows flicker and dance. The floor was marble, and our footsteps echoed as we walked. Sonia stopped suddenly and pointed to a dark wooden door at the end of the hall. You will enjoy exploring your uncle's house, she said. But never open that door. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Those are Drive Jonathan's private quarters. Do not go there unless he invites you. We turned and started down another dimly lit hallway. But I stopped when I thought I heard sounds from the other side of that door. Moans? Low groans? The sound sent a chill down the back of my neck. And the woman at the train station flashed into my mind. Jonathan called her Crazy Annie. But was she telling the truth about this place? My room was big and bright and totally weird. It had heavy purple drapes over the windows and a crystal chandelier that threw a sparkly light over everything. I gazed at the canopy bed with its curtains flowing down the sides. The curtains and bedspread were purple to match the drapes. I'd never slept in a canopy bed. I knew I'd feel like a princess in a movie. This room, too, was filled with ancient Egyptian objects. I walked around picking up clay vases and jars, little pipes, and bird sculptures. Even the pale wallpaper had rows of ancient Egyptians all over it, standing in their funny sideways pose. Are all the rooms in this house decorated like ancient Egypt? I wondered. Uncle Jonathan must be totally obsessed. I lugged my suitcase onto the bed and opened it. It would be easy to unpack. The closet in this room was bigger than my whole bedroom at Granny V's. I bent down and pulled a stack of t-shirts from the suitcase. And screamed when a cold blast shocked the back of my neck. My breath caught in my throat. I spun around. Peter! I screamed. No fair. He aimed his blaster and sent a spray of water over the front of my jeans. No fair. I don't have my blaster, I wailed. I ducked, and the next stream of water sailed over my head. Peter laughed. You lose, Abby. That's the only way you can win, I said, wiping the back of my neck with one hand. Shoot an unarmed person. I rummaged in my suitcase till I found the water blaster at the bottom. I tugged it out and pointed it at my brother's face. I pulled the trigger. He ducked, then dropped to the floor. It was my turn to laugh. It's not loaded, you idiot. Think I'd put a loaded water gun in my suitcase? He climbed to his feet. We can have awesome water battles in this place. Maybe, I said. Uncle Jonathan might not like it, with all these valuable museum objects everywhere. I took out my toiletry bag and carried it to the bathroom. Did you unpack? I called to Peter. Kinda, he replied. What do you mean? Kinda. Question mark quote. He shrugged. I took some stuff out. You know, he picked up my backpack and began pawing through it. I grabbed it away from him. What's your problem, Peter? Looking for your phone, he said. Can we call Granny V? His voice came out high and shrill. He suddenly sounded like such a little boy. I could see the worry on his face. I had been thinking about Granny V, too. Sure, I I said. I pulled myself from the bag and clicked it on. Hey, good news. 3 bars, I said. It works here. I punched in Granny V's number, and she picked up after the third ring. Granny V, it's me, I said. Peter and I are here with Uncle Jonathan, and everything is fine. I'm so glad you called, she said. She coughed and cleared her throat. Her voice sounded hoarse. Granny V, how are you feeling? I asked. Pretty good, she answered. I get tired so easily, but she stopped. When do you go in for the tests? I asked. Tomorrow, she replied. But I don't want you two to worry. I want you to enjoy your stay with Jonathan. He's such an interesting man. And he was so eager to have you. He sure loves ancient Egypt, I said. Really? She replied. She sounded surprised. Peter interrupted. Ask her if we can come home next week. No, I won't, I whispered. Granny V said we'll stay here for 2 weeks. Don't worry about me, Granny V said, coughing some more. I'll be fine. We'll call you tomorrow, I said. I clicked off. She sounds kind of weak, I told Peter. She keeps saying she'll be fine. I hope she's telling the truth. Me, too, Peter murmured. I yawned. I suddenly felt really tired. Guess it was the long train ride. I took my brother by the shoulders and pushed him to the door. Peter, go unpack, I said. Don't leave all your stuff in the suitcase. He groaned. Ring. He raised his water blaster and pointed it at me. Squirt, squirt, he said. Then he stomped on my foot and ran off. Is he a total jerk or just a jerk? I asked myself. By the time I finished unpacking, I was yawning my head off. I couldn't keep my eyes open. The quilted bedspread on the canopy bed looked soft and inviting. I decided to take a short nap. I pulled off my shoes and climbed on top of the spread. So soft. I sank into it. I stretched my arms, rubbing them against the velvety smoothness. I shut my eyes and drifted off to sleep almost instantly. I felt so snug and comfortable, as if I were floating on air. I don't know how long I slept. I blinked my eyes open, half awake, and saw something. A dark creature. It slithered silently into my room. First, I saw its shadow on the wall. And then I saw it leap. It sprang onto the bed, onto my chest. And before I could move or scream, it reached out and started to choke me. I opened my mouth in a frightened scream. I heard footsteps. Someone came bursting through the bedroom door. Sonia ran up to my bed and pulled the creature off my chest. I stared up at it as it squirmed in her hands. A black cat. A very big black cat with olive green eyes. Gasping for breath, my heart thudding, I sat up. I could still feel the dry paws on my throat. Sonia held the cat tightly around its middle. The cat was black except for a tiny V of white on her chest. Her olive eyes were locked on mine. It creeped me out. It was almost a human stare. I see you've met Cleopatra, Sonia said. Huh? Cleopatra? I choked out. By my faith, I'm sorry she scared you, Sonia said. She doesn't take to visitors. I blinked. That's the biggest cat I ever saw, I said. She was long and lean. She had to be as big as Granny V's old Cocker Spaniel. She comes from a long, long line of Egyptian cats, Sonia said. She rubbed Cleopatra's belly. The cat stopped struggling. It went limp, but kept its intense stare on me. I had the weird feeling it was trying to communicate, trying to tell me something. But, what? An ancient breed, Sonia said. Your Uncle Jonathan brought her back with him from Cairo. How long ago? I asked. How old is she? Sonia shrugged. The cat is not young. She is set in her ways. She doesn't like change. I. I don't think she likes me, I said. Sonia shrugged again. She set Cleopatra down on the floor. The cat gave me one last long look. A pink triangular tongue darted out, and she licked her lips from side to side. Then, with her slender tail raised, she scampered silently out the door. I lowered my feet to the floor. My stomach growled. Is it almost dinner time? I asked. Sonia didn't answer. She was eyeing my hair again. I realized it must be a tangled mess. I hadn't brushed it since we arrived. Such beautiful hair, she said. Her round cheeks turned red. She smiled as she reached out. And she smoothed my hair down against my head. I felt a shiver. Creepy, I thought. Such beautiful hair, Sonia whispered. By my soul, it will not go to waste. Quote. Excuse me? I said. Quote. What did you say? But she turned and hurried from the room. So there I was in Egypt, floating up the Nile River for the first time in my life, Uncle Jonathan said at dinner. One of the longest, most famous rivers in the world. I was in a flatboat, heading south from Cairo. Peter set down his chicken leg. Were you afraid? He asked. Jonathan stared across the table at him. What a strange question, he said. No, I was excited. Thrilled. Dot. To be traveling on the same river that the pharaohs sailed. Peter thought for a moment. But weren't you afraid of the mummies? He asked. Jonathan wiped gravy off his mustache. He smiled. Peter, you don't see mummies everywhere you look in Egypt, he said. Most of them are in museums. Or else they are buried deep in their tombs. Well, are you going to show us a mummy? Peter asked. Jonathan and I laughed. Peter, you're obsessed. I cried. You have mummies on the brain. So what? He stuck out his tongue at me. Maybe after dinner, Jonathan said. Finish your chicken. And let me finish my story. Fried chicken and mashed potatoes are my favorites, I said. It was a sunny day, Jonathan continued. I could see silvery fish swimming in the river. Whole schools of them. Well, I wasn't very smart. I told you it was my first trip. I leaned over the side of the flatboat to see the fish better, and splash! I fell into the river. Whoa! I cried. Was it deep? He nodded. Pretty deep. I'm not a great swimmer. And the boat was moving faster than I thought. I sputtered and thrashed, and the boat was sailing away from me. No one saw you? Peter asked. I guess not, Jonathan answered. I started swimming after the boat as fast as I could. But then I felt these things swim up my pants legs. And I knew I was in trouble. I swallowed. What were they? I'm not sure, Jonathan replied. Some kind of vicious eels, I guess. They swam right up my pants, twined around my legs, and bit off big hunks of my skin. And what happened? Peter asked. Jonathan shook his head sadly. They chewed off my legs, and I died. Peter and I stared at him. The big dining room was silent. Then Jonathan burst out laughing. Sorry, he said. People tell me I have a sick sense of humor. Then Peter and I started to laugh. We thought Jonathan was telling us a true story. We didn't know he liked to joke so much. After dinner, Sonia brought us big slices of apple pie with vanilla ice cream. It was an awesome dinner. I think Jonathan was trying to make us feel at home. But I could see Peter was starting to get fidgety. He never likes to sit still for more than 10 minutes. At home, he laps up his food like a dog in 5 seconds, jumps up from the table, and asks Granny V to be excused. Jonathan ate the last bite of pie and set down his fork. He smiled at Peter. Okay, okay, he said. I know what you're thinking. Follow me. Peter jumped up excitedly. You're going to show us a mummy? Just follow me, Jonathan said. He put his hands on Peter's shoulders and guided him out of the dining room. Peter, where did you get your interest in mummies? He asked. From movies, Peter said. I like it when they come to life and stagger around, strangling people. Jonathan laughed. I like those movies, too. But sometimes I wish they were more realistic. You know, the real stories or even scarier. He led us down a long, curving hallway. Tall oil portraits of old-fashioned people hung on the walls. They all looked very grim, as if they had just heard some bad news. Some of them looked a lot like Jonathan. I guessed they were his ancestors. And mine, too. I glimpsed a library filled with books from floor to ceiling. Another room had a pool table and a dark wooden bar. We passed a study with a wide desk cluttered with papers and files. The doors to several rooms were closed. I'm taking you to the temple. Jonathan's voice echoed as we made our way down a steep flight of stairs. It's a perfect recreation of an ancient one in Egypt. It took me 3 years to build it in my house. Cool, Peter muttered. We went down another flight of stairs. The air grew hot and thick. The back of my neck prickled with sweat. We turned a corner and followed Jonathan down another hall. This house is humongous, I said. A person could get lost here. You're right, Jonathan said. Once, I got lost here for 2 years. This time, Peter and I laughed. We were getting used to his sense of humor. He led us up to tall double doors. The doors were guarded by two stone statues on pedestals. The statues had to be 10 feet tall. They looked like giant open-mouthed cats, only fierce. Fiery torches jutted out from the wall above them. Jonathan pulled open the heavy doors. This is the temple, he said in a whisper. We stepped into the huge room. Our footsteps echoed on the stone floor. The ceiling was high above our heads. The room was dark except for a blazing fire dancing high in a wide brick fireplace. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the dim light. And then, in front of the fire, I saw a small rectangle. A mummy case. Standing on its end. Peter was so excited, he leapt into the air. I could feel my heart start to race. We followed Jonathan up to the case. To my surprise, it was exactly my height. Jonathan rested his hand on its top. It's Ka Ran Tut, he whispered. The boy pharaoh. The firelight cast strange shadows over Jonathan as he bent to open the lid. He seemed to fade in and out of view. The logs cracked loudly, and bright red embers flew out from the fireplace. The lid slid open quickly. I gasped as I saw the mummy. So short. So tiny and frail. He was your age, Peter, Jonathan said. He stepped back so we could see the mummy clearly. My breath caught in my throat. His head looked so delicate. The ragged wrappings were torn and stained. Some of them had unraveled off his skinny arms, which were crossed in front of him. His feet had turned black. "Come closer," Jonathan said, waving his arms. "You can see better." Peter's mouth hung open. His eyes were bulging. "He was your age," Jonathan repeated, "but he ruled Egypt when he was 4 years old. By the time he was 7, he was responsible for the deaths of nearly 2,000 people." "Wow," Peter muttered. "He was a bad kid, huh?" "You could say that," Jonathan replied. I I can't believe this thing was once a real, live boy," I said. I shook my head. "I know I'm gonna have nightmares tonight." I leaned closer. I wondered if I could see his eyes and mouth under the wrappings. I brought my face right up to the mummies. And then I gasped as I heard its dry whisper. "Who's your mummy?" With a short cry, I staggered back. I nearly fell. I heard Peter's loud laugh. "Scared you?" he cried. He gave me a shove and laughed some more. "Did not," I shouted. "I knew it was you." Peter stuck his grinning face up to mine. "If you knew it was me, why did you scream? And why did you jump back like that?" "Just wanted to give you a thrill," I said. I shoved him back. "Please. Remember this is a temple," Jonathan said. He carefully slid shut the cover of the mummy case. "Do you have any more mummies?" Peter asked him. "Any big ones?" Jonathan didn't answer. He made sure the mummy's lid was closed tight. Then he brushed some dust off the front. "You'll have plenty of time to explore my house," he said finally. His eyes sparkled in the dancing firelight. "Who knows what amazing things you will find?" Peter didn't want to go to sleep. He was too wired from his first view of a real mummy. He danced around my room, talking a mile a minute, almost climbing the walls. The way he gets when he eats too much chocolate. Finally, I had to take him by the hands and drag him down the hall to his room. Later, I thought about calling Granny V. But it was too late. She was probably asleep. I sank into the big bed and pulled the silky bedspread up to my chin. When I shut my eyes, I pictured the frail little mummy. Was there really a boy inside all that gauze and tar? Did he really have 2,000 people killed by the time he was 7? The thought gave me a chill. I pulled the covers up even higher. I was nearly asleep when I heard the sounds. Soft voices, but close by. I jerked myself up, totally alert, and listened. Low moans, groans, like someone in pain. Someone nearby, moaning in pain, over and over. Just as Crazy Annie had warned. Were the sounds coming from the next room? I lowered my feet to the carpet. I realized I was trembling all over. "Got to find Uncle Jonathan," I murmured. I pushed the bedspread away and stood up. I started to the door but stopped in the middle of the room. I felt a cold wind brush my back and heard a cracking noise outside. I froze. It took me a few seconds to realize I was listening to the brittle snap of wings. Bat wings. I spun around. The bedroom window was open. The long drapes billowed in the gusting wind. I pictured the bats again, circling low around the towers of the house. And now they were right outside my room. I lurched to the window. I started to tug it down, when I heard a loud squeal. And a huge bat, eyes glowing bright red, flew screeching into my room. No! I let out a scream and jumped back from the window. Screeching louder, the bat swooped past my face. I felt its wings brush my cheek. It flew around me in a wild circle, flapping hard. The red eyes glowed as if on fire, and its shrill whistle rang in my ears. I raised both hands, tried to slap it away. Again, I felt the brush of its dry wings against my skin. I tried to bury my face in my hands. I could feel the bursts of air from its body as it whipped around me. It made one more circle, then dove out the window. I groaned with relief, staggered forward, and slammed the window shut. Trembling from head to foot, I struggled to slow my frantic breathing. I gripped the sides of the window as if holding on for dear life. Pressing my hot forehead against the cool glass, I peered out into the night. I could see the pointed roof of the other tower, lighted by a bright half-moon. A dozen bats swooped and soared, flapping in wide circles around the tower. My breath caught in my throat as I watched them dive low, then swoop back up, then dive down again. Something had them stirred up. I lowered my gaze to the lawn, and pulled my face back from the window with a gasp. A man stood on the grass with his arms raised, trying to fight off the bats. I took a deep breath and returned to the window. I could see him clearly in the moonlight. He was tall and broad, powerful looking. He cast a long shadow on the grass in front of him. An evil-looking man, wearing a long, baggy black overcoat. He raised his face to my window. Did he see me? I tried to hide behind the heavy drape while still staring down at him. In the pale yellow light, I saw a long scar across his bald head. His mouth set in a tight, angry scowl. Who was he? What did he want? He swung his big hands in front of him, waving off the swooping bats, and took a few lumbering steps across the grass toward the house. I heard the flap of wings, and let out a cry as a dozen screeching bats went on the attack. They plunged past my window and dove at the man, flapping hard, red eyes glaring furiously. The big man tried to duck and dodge, but there were too many bats to slap away. He began swinging his arms wildly. I could hear his cries as the bats tore at his coat, bounced off his chest. Bats clung to his shoulders and scratched at his throat. A flapping bat sank its claws into the man's bald head, wailing like a siren. The man staggered back. He fell, and the bats followed him down. More bats dove onto his chest as he struggled to scramble to his feet. Bats scratched their claws across his face. Flapping wings covered his head. This is horrible, I screamed. They're tearing him to pieces! Exclamation mark quote. I turned away. I couldn't bear to watch. Didn't Uncle Jonathan hear the man's screams? Gripping the drape in my fists, I leaned to the window and saw the man running away. He'd left his overcoat behind on the grass, like a present to the bats. He was racing full speed down the hill, waving his arms wildly as he ran. The bats swooped high above his head and circled him, following him down the hill. They didn't dive or attack. It was like they just wanted to make sure he didn't come back. I let go of the drape. My hands were ice cold. My teeth were chattering. I straightened my nightshirt and ran out into the dimly lit hall. Uncle Jonathan? I screamed. Uncle Jonathan? I gazed up and down the hall. Where was his bedroom? After a few seconds, I heard the clumping sound of running footsteps. Sonia came trotting around a corner, fastening her robe as she ran. Sonia! A man! A man outside! I choked out. She wrapped me in a hug. Her cheeks were hot. She smelled of a flowery perfume. Are you okay? Oh, my soul, you're shivering. Are you okay? She kept repeating the words. Yes. But the man, I stammered. I saw him out my window. It was horrible. The bats. You weren't harmed? She petted my hair. Quote. Shish. Shish. Dot. Take a deep breath. I'll say a little prayer of thanks. Sonia, I was starting to calm down. But I couldn't get the picture out of my mind of those bats biting and scratching and screeching. The bats attacked the man. I watched. She raised a finger to her lips. Sometimes strangers come wandering up the hill, she said in a whisper. The bats like to protect the house. Upon my faith, child, they always chase the intruders away. But it was so frightening, I said. The way the bats swooped all over him. Her dark eyes locked on mine. The man learned a lesson tonight. He will know not to return, she whispered. She wrapped a heavy arm around my shoulders and led me back to my room. Climb into your warm bed, she said. I'll tuck you in. She smoothed my hair as I climbed under the bedspread. Sleep tight, now, she whispered. By my heart, you will not be harmed here. She tucked the spread under my chin. I watched her tiptoe from the room. I could still smell her strong, flowery perfume. My head sank into the soft pillow. I shut my eyes, but I knew it would take a long time to fall asleep. My heart was racing in my chest. And I could still hear the flapping of bat wings outside the window. As the bat noises finally faded, another sound rose up nearby. Once again, I heard the low moans and groans. So close. On the other side of the wall. The eerie, frightening moans rising and falling. Was I imagining it? Was I hearing wrong? For a moment, I thought I heard words. A low chant rising from the sad moans. The same words repeated over and over. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. The next morning, I hurried down to the kitchen in my nightshirt. My hair was a tangled mess, but I didn't care. I was eager to ask Jonathan about the bats and the evil-looking man and the groans and moans, and everything. Peter already sat at the breakfast table, spooning up a big bowl of cereal. He had milk all over his chin. He gave me a wide, open-mouthed grin so I could see the chewed-up mush in his mouth. Jonathan had both hands wrapped around a tall white mug of coffee. He smiled when he saw me enter the kitchen and motioned to the empty chair opposite him. Peter, did you sleep? I asked. He nodded. Didn't you hear the bats or the man screaming or anything? He shook his head and kept shoving cereal into his mouth. You're crazy, he said, dribbling milk over his chin, back into the bowl. No, she isn't, Jonathan interrupted. He turned to me. Abby, I'm so sorry about last night. Sonia told me everything, and I really do apologize. Your first night here, and it turned into something of a nightmare. It was totally frightening, I said. I saw the bats and... Jonathan reached across the table and patted my hand. I'm so sorry. Let me explain. I keep a bat cave under the house. The bat is one of the creatures that I study. Sonia set a plate of scrambled eggs and bacon in front of me. I thanked her, but I wasn't ready to eat breakfast. I still had a lot of questions for Uncle Jonathan. There was a man on the lawn, I started. Jonathan nodded. As you saw, my house is a target for thieves, he said. It's only natural. I have so many valuable objects. He took another long drink of coffee. Then he wiped his mustache with his napkin. Sonia told me you were frightened by that intruder last night, he said. I don't want you to worry, Abby. This house is safe from anyone who tries to get in. Your eggs are getting cold, Sonia said, standing at the kitchen door. I picked up my fork and began to eat. I was starting to feel better. I started to ask my next question, but Peter interrupted me. Can we go into the village? He asked Jonathan. My iPod is broken. I think I need a new one. Jonathan frowned at Peter. I don't think we can go into town today, he said. My work is keeping me much too busy. Besides, you won't find a store in this tiny village that sells any kind of electronics. I have to buy everything I need by mail. Snail mail? Peter said. That's lame. You mean you don't have an internet hookup here? Jonathan started to respond, but the phone rang. He left the room to answer it. Peter, you have to be a better guest, I whispered. It's not very nice to tell Jonathan that the way he does things is lame. Quote. Not what I meant, Peter mumbled. He shot a spoonful of his cereal milk across the table at me. It dripped down the front of my nightshirt. Thanks a lot, I said. How did you get to be such a pain? I learned everything I know from my big sister, he said. Funny dude. I finished breakfast and hurried up the stairs to my room. Bright sunlight poured through the window. The sky was clear and blue. I changed into jeans and a bright yellow tank top. Then I sat down at the dressing table to brush my hair. Talk about luxury. Can you imagine having your own dressing table? It was all gold and marble, with a soft little bench in front of it and a tall mirror in the back. I raised the brush to my hair, stroked it through once, twice. Something felt wrong. My hair gets pretty tangled at night, but it doesn't take long to fix it. But this morning, something was definitely strange. I leaned forward and brought my face close to the mirror. I turned my head to see the side. No, no. Impossible. A chunk of my hair had been cut off. I didn't want to believe it. I raised some of my hair in one hand and brought it close to the mirror. I squinted hard at it, but no amount of wishing would bring it back. I had to face the truth. A big chunk of hair. Gone. Who would do that to me? I let the hairbrush fall to my lap. Stunned, I stared at myself in the mirror, gazed into the sunlight reflected in the glass, and tried to think clearly. I heard soft footsteps behind me. Before I could turn around, I was stabbed in the back. I let out a scream, felt the prickle of pain spread. I spun around and shook Cleopatra off me. She tumbled to the floor, landed on her back, but instantly stood up and stared at me with those bright olive eyes. Ow, I said, trying to rub my back. But I couldn't reach the spot that hurt. You evil cat. Can't you just stay off me? And then I saw my water blaster on the side of the dressing table, and remembered I'd filled it full last night. Aha! Revenge is mine, I cried. I grabbed up the blaster, spun it around, and gave the black cat a good soaking from head to foot. I laughed. and waited for Cleopatra to turn and run. But no. No. The cat didn't move. The color faded from her eyes. Her ears drooped. Her head appeared to sag. As I stared in horror, pieces of the cat dropped to the floor. The tail crumbled to dust. The eyes rolled out. The head crumpled and fell off the body. In seconds, I was gaping at a pile of black powder. The cat had disintegrated into a dry mound of ashes at my feet. I pressed my hands to my face and let out a cry. As I looked at the dark ashes, wave after wave of panic swept over me. My stomach lurched. I shut my eyes and spun away from it. This is wrong. This is horribly wrong, I cried in a trembling voice. I sucked in a deep breath and took off. Peter. Hey, Peter, I shouted as I hurtled down the long, dimly lit hall. My shoes thudded on the hard floor. I stopped at Peter's open doorway. We've got to get out of here, I screamed. He was sprawled on his bed, reading a manga book. His open laptop was on the floor beside the bed. There were clothes strewn everywhere. Excuse me? He glanced up from his comic. What's your problem, Abby? We've got to get out of this house, I cried breathlessly. We've got to find Uncle Jonathan. Let's tell him Granny V called, and she needs us back. Peter sat up, yawning. You're joking, right? I ran into the room, grabbed him by the arm, and pulled him to his feet. Listen to me. Something is very wrong here, I said. The cat. Cleopatra. What a totally creepy cat, Peter said. Not anymore, I said. I handed him his sneakers. I squirted her with my water blaster, and she fell apart. I mean, she totally fell to pieces. His eyes went wide. You mean you killed her? I just squirted her, and she crumbled to ashes. I said, hurry. Put on your shoes. We can't stay here. He finally believed me. He pulled on his sneakers and followed me into the hall. How are we going to get away? He asked. I think the train comes every day, I said. We'll just tell Jonathan we're needed back home. And he'll drive us to the train station. But shouldn't we call Granny V? Peter asked in a tiny voice. Later, I said. First, let's get out of this house. We took the stairs two at a time. We searched the front rooms, the den, the kitchen, and dining room. No sign of Jonathan or Sonia. Uncle Jonathan? Peter cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted his name. Where are you? Peter's voice echoed down the hall. But no reply. Let's try his bedroom, I said. We scrambled back up the stairs, running side by side. Down the long hall. His bedroom door was open just a crack. Uncle Jonathan? Are you in there? I called. No answer. Uncle Jonathan? I pushed open the door. The wind was blowing the brown curtains at the window. He had draped a black jacket over a tall stone sculpture of a sphinx. The bed was unmade. A blanket lay crumpled on the floor. He's not here, Peter muttered. Seconds later, we found ourselves at the dark wooden door at the end of the hall. Jonathan's private quarters. I reached my hand up to knock, but Peter pulled it down. We're not allowed to go in there, remember? This is an emergency, I said. I pounded on the door with my fist. No answer. I grabbed the doorknob, turned it, and pushed the door open. I poked my head in. A strong odor greeted my nose. Smells like a doctor's office, Peter whispered. We stepped into a huge room with high ceilings and dark red wallpaper. Bright sunlight poured in through a row of tall windows. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the bright light. And then I gasped. Are these all mummy cases? Peter grabbed my hand. This is awesome, he whispered. There must be dozens of them. Think there's a mummy in every case? I stared at the 3 long rows of cases all lined up perfectly. They filled the room. I don't know, I murmured. This is totally freaking me out. I took a step, and then stopped. A low moan rose up from the nearest mummy case. I heard a sigh. Another moan. A long groan. As if the mummies were alive. My breath caught in my throat. My chest felt tight, as if I were about to explode. From fright. Last night, I heard the moans through my bedroom wall. I never dreamed they were coming from living mummies. Or was someone, or something else, living in these coffin-like cases? I turned to leave. I had to get out of there. But Peter spun me around. Look, Abby, he pointed. A door across the room, slightly open. Was Uncle Jonathan back there? Questions flashed in my mind. What kind of work did he do in here? Why did he have these mummies hidden away? I didn't want to know the answers. I just wanted to get out of the house. Peter and I crept past the rows of mummy cases. The moans and groans rose up on both sides of us. But I kept my eyes on the door and didn't turn my head. I didn't want to see them. We stepped up to the door and peered inside. The room was brightly lit. It looked sparkling clean, with white walls and a white ceiling. I saw electronic equipment lined up against the back wall. Metal tables. Oxygen tanks. It looked kind of like a hospital operating room. I jerked my head back when I saw Jonathan. He stood behind a long metal table. He was leaning over a mummy. The mummy was on its back. Its arms hung over the sides of the table. Carefully, I peeked back into the room. Jonathan had his head down. He didn't see Peter and me. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I stared in disbelief at my uncle as he leaned over the mummy. His eyes were wild. His face was red with excitement. He tugged up his shirt sleeves, shook his hands as if shaking off water. He slowly, carefully began to unwrap the ancient bandages. Then he dug his hands into the mummy's belly. He dug both hands in deep and pulled out a glistening dark purple organ. A kidney? A liver? Oh, sick, I moaned. And then I watched him raise the disgusting wet mummy guts to his mouth and start to eat them. My stomach heaved. My throat tightened. I started to gag. How could he eat mummy guts? How could there be guts inside the mummy? I stumbled back from the door and almost knocked Peter over. I shut my eyes, but I could still see him. Uncle Jonathan shoving the raw purple guts into his mouth. Liquid running down his chin. Chewing it, chewing the ancient mummy guts so hungrily. His eyes wild, rolling around in his excited face. Sick, Peter muttered, holding his stomach. He let out a groan. I think I'm going to be sick. Really? No time for that, I whispered. We have to get out of here, now. He's crazy! Exclamation mark. He's totally nuts. Peter, hurry. We have to get help. We turned and ran. Our footsteps thudded loudly through the big room of mummies. The mummies moaned as we ran between them toward the door. And again, I thought I heard more than one of them murmur, "Please, let me die. Let me die." We burst through the door and ran down the long hall. My heart was pounding so hard, I could barely breathe. Did Jonathan hear us? Was he coming after us? I glanced back. No. No sign of him. Peter and I ran into my bedroom. I closed the door behind us. "Don't panic. Don't panic," I said breathlessly. I guess I was trying to calm myself down. Because I was totally freaking out. I'd never been so frightened in my life. "How could he eat that stuff?" Peter asked in a tiny voice. His face was green. He held his stomach again. It must taste so rotten. He he was eating a dead person. I felt sick, too. I raised a hand. "Stop," I said. "Stop thinking about it." He dropped onto the edge of my bed. He shook his head. "What are we going to do? He's a maniac. We can't stay here." My head was spinning. "Don't panic. Abby, don't panic," I told myself again. I grabbed my cell phone off the bed table. "I'll call 911, I said. "The village police. They have to have police in the village, right?" I flipped open the phone and started to punch in the number. Then I uttered a startled cry. "The battery. Peter, look." I held up the phone. "The battery is gone!" Exclamation mark. Someone stole the battery from my phone. Peter's mouth dropped open. He doesn't want us to call anyone," he stammered. I grabbed my jacket. Then I tugged Peter to his feet. "Come on. Get your coat. We're outta here." He held back. "But where can we go?" "To the village," I said. "Maybe we can find the police station. Or maybe there will be a train, and we can get out of here." I poked my head out into the hall. Empty. No sign of Jonathan or Sonia. "Let's go." We hurried to Peter's room. He grabbed his hoodie and slipped it on. Then we made our way down the stairs. "The kitchen phone," I said, pointing to the black phone on the wall. I grabbed the receiver off the hook and raised it to my ear. Silent. Dead. I pulled Peter toward the front door. "We have no choice. We can make it down the hill. I know we can. It's only a couple of miles to the village." We stepped outside, into a gray, dark day. Clouds had covered the sun. I felt a cold drizzle on my head and shoulders. A thick fog had swept over the hill. The fog was so thick, I couldn't see the village down below. I shivered and zipped my jacket to the top. A cold raindrop landed on my nose. I wiped it away. The swirling fog felt icy and damp. "I can't see a thing," Peter said. "This fog is like smoke." "That's good," I said. "If Jonathan comes after us, he won't see us. It'll be easy to hide." Staying close together, we found the road that curved down the steep hill. Peter pulled the hood over his head. We started walking, fast, almost jogging. But the old road was pitted with holes and deep ruts. I tripped and stumbled to the ground. Peter helped pull me up. My knee throbbed with pain, but I forced myself to keep moving fast. I kept glancing back to see if Jonathan was following us. But I couldn't see a thing in the heavy fog. The fog brightened, grew so bright I had to squint. Then it swirled and grew dark again, until it felt as if we had gone from day to night. Suddenly, Peter stopped. He tilted his head. What's that sound? A few seconds later, I heard it, too. A helicopter flying above us? I squinted into the dark fog blanket. I heard a shrill, chittering sound. And then I saw them. Bats. Like black shadows in the fog. Darting low over our heads, then swooping back up, disappearing in the layers of mist. The bats are following us, Peter cried. I ducked as a shrieking bat flapped right over my head. I could feel the wind off its wings, and then it vanished into the fog. The road curved around a thicket of scraggly pine bushes. Peter and I made the turn. I had my hands over my head, trying to shield myself from the screeching bats. My legs ached from the long downhill trek. And I kept turning back, watching the road behind us. Listening for Jonathan's car. Once he discovered we were gone, I knew he'd come after us. It seemed to take hours. The bats screeched and chattered and swooped. They followed us all the way down the hill. The trees gave way to tall grass and weeds. And the fog finally lifted as we neared the village of Cranford. Peter and I trotted down the center of Main Street, past the small shops and houses. A black cat stared at us through a store window, and I thought of Cleopatra. In my mind, I saw it all once again. Saw the cat's look of surprise when I squirted it with water. Saw the cat fall to pieces. To powder. A shudder ran down my body. We stopped across from the little train station. No one on the platform. No one in the street. Where is everyone? Peter asked. Someone has to help us. We both saw the man at the same time. He came around the corner of the train station. His eyes went wide when he saw us. I recognized him and gasped. The evil-looking bald man with the scar on his forehead. The intruder from last night. Quote, "There. You are," he growled. He stretched his arms out wide as if he was ready to capture us. And he came rushing toward us. No. A scream burst from my throat. Peter and I turned and took off running across the street. We ducked into a narrow alley between a barber shop and a dry cleaner's. The alley was dark and cold. Our footsteps thudded on the hard pavement. We reached the end of the alley and ran into a small park. Come back here, the big man bellowed. His deep voice echoed off the alley walls. He wasn't far behind. We ran over the wet grass of the park and ducked behind a row of low evergreen shrubs. The man saw us. He picked up speed, his big legs churning. His face was bright red. His eyes were wild and desperate. Peter glanced around frantically. How could we escape him? No place to hide. No place. I darted away from the shrubs and ran back to the narrow alley. Peter was close behind me. I could hear his wheezing breath. We couldn't run much longer. A few seconds later, we found ourselves back on Main Street, in front of the train station. Now what? I glanced up and down the street. No one around. No one to help us. I was so desperate to find someone, I didn't see the black car pull up. It stopped beside us, and the driver's window slid down. Get in, a voice called. Hurry. I squinted into the car. It was Crazy Annie. She waved to us frantically. In the alley, I saw the big man lumbering toward us. He was waving, too. Waving both arms as he ran. Get in, Annie cried. Hurry. I warned you. Get in. I'll take you away from that madman. I held back. Did Jonathan tell the truth? Was Annie really crazy? If so, we shouldn't get in the car with her. But the big man with the scar was just too scary. I pulled open the back door of the car and pushed Peter inside. Then I dove onto the seat. My legs were still dangling out of the car when Annie floored the gas pedal and the car roared forward. The big man leapt in front of the car to stop us. I screamed. Annie swerved hard. I felt myself falling out through the open door. Peter grabbed my hands and held on with all his strength. The car shot around the man and sped down the main street. I saw the man shaking his big fist at us. As the car roared away, I pulled myself onto the seat and slammed the back door. Peter and I sat there, shivering, silent. We were too frightened and too exhausted to speak. Annie, thank you for helping us, I said finally. I looked out the window. Whoa. Wait. Annie was driving us back up the hill. Where are we going? I asked. Why are you taking us up the hill? Peter demanded. I told you, Annie said. I live on the hill, too. Peter and I exchanged glances. He had a strong grip on the door handle. His face was tight with worry. Are you taking us to your house? I asked. She didn't answer. The car followed the curving road, bumping over the ruts and holes. A short while later, Uncle Jonathan's house rose up in front of us. Hey! What's the big idea? I shouted angrily. Too late. Annie stopped the car at the front door. Jonathan and Sonia stood waiting on the walk. Jonathan had a pleased smile under his black mustache. He opened the back door. Well, well, he said softly, look who has returned. Peter and I had no choice. We slid out of the car and stood facing Jonathan. My heart was racing. I couldn't speak. I knew we'd been tricked. But, now what? Annie stepped out from behind the wheel. Jonathan patted her on the shoulder. Good work, Annie, he said. I told you we needed someone in the village. Someone they trusted. Just in case they tried to escape. No problem, boss, Annie said, grinning. I don't understand, I stammered. I don't. You will soon, Jonathan replied. He grabbed Peter by the shoulders. Sonia and Annie took me as their prisoner. They forced us into the house. Where are you taking us? Peter cried. You'll recognize it, Jonathan said. I saw you this morning. I know you've already visited my mummy museum. They pushed us up the stairs, then guided us to Jonathan's private quarters. Jonathan opened the door, and we stepped into the brightly lit mummy room. The room rang out with loud moans and groans from the 3 rows of mummy cases. It sounded like a choir of sad, tortured voices. I wanted to cover my ears. Were they suffering? Were they in pain? How could 2,000-year-old mummies be wailing and moaning in their cases? I could feel all of my muscles tighten in fright. Beside me, Peter's face had gone green. I could see that he was terrified, too. Come along, Jonathan said brightly. He led us through the aisle of mummy cases to his white room at the back. Come along. We have work to do. Those words sent a cold shiver down my spine. Work? I cried in a high, shrill voice. Why are you doing this, Jonathan? What do you want? I want your hair, Jonathan replied. He turned and stared at me, and his eyes flashed with excitement. I need your hair, he said. The first time I saw it, in a photograph, I knew it would be right. But I tested it this morning. I cut off a lock and tested it. And it's perfect. My missing lock of hair. Jonathan. Cut it off? Perfect. I stammered. The white room was spinning in front of me. I grabbed the edge of the metal table to keep from falling. I felt dizzy, and confused, and terrified. Jonathan was insane. Out of his mind. What did he want with my hair? I reached up and pulled it behind my head, as if trying to protect it. What do you mean? I cried. Why do you want my hair? I suppose I should explain, Jonathan said. He motioned to the table. Sit down, Abby. I'll explain it all to you and your brother. Just let us go home, Peter cried. You can't keep us here. Annie closed the door to the white room. She put her back against it, as if guarding it. Sonia stood stiffly beside her, hands at her waist. Jonathan shook his head, a sad expression on his face. You're wrong, Peter. I'm afraid I have to keep you two here, forever. Peter swallowed. That's one of your jokes, right? Jonathan turned to me. You killed my cat, Abby, he said. You saw her crumble to dust. Listen, I'm really sorry, I started. He raised a hand to silence me. Cleopatra was an ancient cat, he said. She was my cat for 2,000 years. And you saw her crumble. You and Peter saw too much, Abby. That's why I couldn't let you leave, even if I didn't need your hair. I just stared at him. Did any of this make sense? Was he totally insane? I'm not crazy, Jonathan said. Could he read my mind? He pulled out his pipe and tapped it against the table. His eyes locked onto mine. Sonia, Annie, and I don't come from your time, he said. We are ancient Egyptians. We have found the secret of immortal life. We know how to stay alive forever. That's awesome, Peter said sarcastically. Can we go home now? He started for the door, but Annie still stood in the way. You saw me in here with the mummy, didn't you, Abby? Jonathan stepped up close to me. So close I could see the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. And so you know how we stay alive, he continued. We stay alive by eating the insides of mummies. I pictured it again. Jonathan pushing that blobby, wet purple organ into his mouth. Once more, I felt my stomach lurch. Jonathan opened a door at the back wall. He motioned for Peter and me to follow him. He led us into a long, narrow white room with tall shelves on both sides. It seemed to be a storage room. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw mummies on the shelves. The mummies lay on their backs. 2 rows of them. Jonathan led us down the rows. I pressed my hand to my mouth. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Their wrappings had all been opened. Their insides were half-eaten. Impossible, I cried. The word burst from my throat. You can't eat their insides. In 2,000 years, their organs would all dry up. They'd be nothing but powder. A strange smile spread over Jonathan's face. 2,000 years ago, I found the secret to keeping these mummies alive, he cried. I kept them alive all these years. Kept them alive so their organs would stay fresh. Exclamation mark quote. Down the rows, the mummies groaned and uttered sharp cries of pain. They didn't move. But the horrifying sounds rose from beneath their covered mouths. We won't tell anyone about this, Peter said in a tiny, frightened voice. I promise. Not a word. Please, let us go. Yes, we'll just go home. We won't say anything, I said. I raised my hand. I swear. You don't understand, Jonathan said softly. The mummy organs keep us alive. But we need one special ingredient to keep the organs fresh enough to eat. Can you guess what that is? My hands flew up to my hair. Oh, no, I moaned. Yes. You guessed it. I need a special protein from the hair of certain people. Our supply is running low. It's so lucky you two came along. He pulled me out of the storage room and led me to the metal table. Not just any hair. It has to be straight, jet black hair with the special protein. You and your brother. Both. Have the protein I need. No, please, I said. Jonathan was surprisingly strong. He grabbed me under the arms and lifted me onto the table. You're going to grow beautiful hair for me, he said softly. Beautiful hair to keep Annie, Sonia, and me alive. I'm so sorry, Abby. But I'm going to keep you and Peter here a long time, until your hair turns gray. He pushed me down onto my back. He held me by the shoulders. Across the room, I saw Sonia raise a big pair of silvery shears. As big as gardening shears. A grim smile spread across her wide face as she came toward me, holding the shears high. And in the back room, I heard the mummies start to chant. Hair, 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 hair. Ancient voices croaking the word from somewhere deep in their throats. An animal sound, like bullfrogs at night. Hair, 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 hair. Sonia clicked the shears above me. Once. Twice. Then she lowered them to my head. No. I let out a long scream. I jerked my shoulders up. Twisted hard. Tried to squirm out of Jonathan's grasp. But Annie hurried over to the table to help hold me down. Let me go. You can't do this, I shrieked. Sonia clicked the heavy shears above my head. You'd better be holding still, girl, she said. Faith, you don't want to be losing an ear. You won't miss your hair for long, Annie said. You'll have many months to grow a new batch for us. No, stop, I pleaded. Above my head, the shears slid open. Sonia lowered them slowly to my hair. And then I saw Peter move. He lowered his shoulder and barreled into Jonathan. He caught Jonathan by surprise. Knocked the wind out of him. Jonathan uttered a choked gasp. His hands fell away from me as he staggered back. He bent over, hands on his knees, struggling to breathe. I rolled off the table before he could catch his breath. Annie made a wild grab for me. Missed. I dropped to the floor and took off toward the door. Hair. 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 The mummies in the back room continued their ugly chant. Jonathan stood up again, his face bright red, his eyes wild. He waved both arms frantically, signaling Annie and Sonia to chase after me. Then he dove for Peter. Peter ducked away and raced to the door. Hair, 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 hair. The weird, low voices rang in my ears. We were almost out of the white room when the door swung open. Oh! I cried out as a man stepped in and blocked our path. You! Peter shouted. The big, evil-looking man with the scar across his forehead. He wore a dark trench coat with the collar turned up to his face. His boots were splattered with mud. He was breathing hard, sweating. His chest heaved up and down. His eyes darted furiously around the room. Jonathan raised his fists as if preparing for a fight. Annie and Sonia dropped back, shock on their faces. How did you get in here? Jonathan boomed. The man didn't answer. Out. Get out, Jonathan screamed. No. I'm taking the kids, the man said. You're not taking them, Jonathan said, stepping forward. No way. The big man stiffened his back, preparing for a fight. Peter and I were stuck between them. Why are you after us? I cried. Who are you? The man narrowed his eyes at me. I'm your Uncle Jonathan, he said. Hair, 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 hair. I'm your Uncle Jonathan, the man repeated. He had to shout over the cry of the mummies. This man is a fraud. He took a menacing step toward Jonathan. The man we knew as Jonathan backed up to the metal table. You'll never take these kids from me, he said. I need them. I spun back and forth between them, trying to clear my head. Was the bald man telling the truth? Was he really our uncle? You might as well know the truth, the first Jonathan said, since none of you are ever leaving this house. He ran his hand back through his long hair. His eyes moved from the man at the door, back to Peter and me. My name is Tuten Ra, he said. I told you before, my two friends and I come from the Egypt of 2,000 years ago. You're really not our uncle? Then, how do you know us? I asked. My voice came out in a trembling whisper. How did you know to meet us at the train station? A strange smile spread over Tuten Ra's face. The smile pulled his skin tight over his cheekbones. It was like looking at his skull. I saw your uncle in the village a few weeks ago, he said. He was showing off pictures of you. Pictures that your Granny V had sent him. I saw your long black hair in the pictures. I almost started to drool. I knew that I needed your hair. Needed it too. Live! Exclamation mark quote. Sonia nodded. She still held the shears in her hand. Yes, we needed you. Such beautiful hair. So perfect. Your uncle's house is in the village, Tuten Ra said. On the day you two arrived, I sent Sonia there to delay him. It was easy. While she kept Jonathan busy, I picked you up in the carriage and brought you here to my house. I got to the train station, and you weren't there, Jonathan said. I was frantic. I was only 20 minutes late. Someone in the village told me you were taken to the weird house up on the hill. He shook his head sadly. The village has no police. No one to help me. I've been trying to get to you ever since. Hair. 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 Why won't they stop? I cried. Let's get out of here, Uncle Jonathan said. He put a hand on our backs and started to push Peter and me out the door. Why waste your time? You'll never get out of this house, Tuten Ra called after us. You remember the bats, don't you, Jonathan? Jonathan stopped in the doorway. I watched your first battle with them. It wasn't pretty. Do you really want to fight them again? Tuten Ra asked. I have them trained. When I give the signal, they will tear you to pieces. Uncle Jonathan shuddered. I could see the fear on his face. He was thinking hard, trying to come up with an escape plan. Suddenly, I had an idea. A crazy idea. But one that might just work. Run! I screamed. I took off, and Jonathan and Peter followed. The mummies in the front room were chanting, too. We ran through the long aisle of mummy cases, reached the door, and burst through it. Peter, I said breathlessly as we ran down the long hall. Your water blaster. Get it? Huh? He squinted at me. Are you joking? It melted Cleopatra, I said. The water. It turned her to dust. Maybe it will do the same thing to Toot and Ra and the two women. We ran into Peter's room. Maybe we should just make a run for it, Jonathan said. Maybe the bats won't follow us. Maybe. Toot and Ra said they would destroy us, I said. We can't take that chance. I turned to Peter. He was frantically tossing clothes everywhere. Where's your blaster? I don't know, he cried. I can't find it. I thought I left it here on the floor. I turned to the door. Toot and Ra would be here any second. Peter crawled under the bed. It isn't here, he cried. I can't find it. Never mind, I said, running from the room. I'll get mine. I darted into my room. Jonathan and Peter followed. The water blaster sat on my bed table. Yes, I cried. I grabbed it in both hands. I lifted it off the table. Too light. I shook it. Empty, I muttered. I'd used up the whole tank on Cleopatra. I heard heavy, thudding footsteps in the hall. Toot and Ra was just outside the door. I dove into my bathroom. Spun the cold water knob on the sink. My hand shook as I struggled to fill the water gun. Water sprayed everywhere. I filled the gun almost full. Ran back into the bedroom. Handed it to Uncle Jonathan. Give them all a good blast, I said. Maybe. I couldn't finish my sentence. Toot and Ra burst into the room, followed by Annie and Sonia. He came rushing at us. The two women blocked the doorway. Don't get your hopes up, kids, Toot and Ra said. You're never leaving this house. You will stay and grow your wonderful hair for me and my friends. Don't get your hopes up, Jonathan declared. He raised the water blaster. Aimed it at Toot and Ra's chest. I held my breath, waiting to see what the spray of water would do to the ancient Egyptian. But there was no spray of water. Toot and Ra dove forward and slapped the water blaster out of Jonathan's hands. The plastic gun hit the wall and bounced onto the rug. I made a grab for it, but Crazy Annie got to it first. Toot and Ra tackled Jonathan around the waist and dropped him to the floor. They began to wrestle, grunting and rolling around on the carpet. The two women kept their eyes on the fight. But they didn't move from the door. We were trapped. I stood there helplessly. What could I do to help Jonathan? The two men rolled around and around. They punched each other and drove their elbows into each other's chests. Jonathan fought desperately. He was twice as big as Toot and Ra. But the ancient Egyptian had amazing strength. He pinned Jonathan's shoulders to the floor. Then he took his arm and pressed it over Jonathan's throat. Jonathan struggled to squirm out from under the Egyptian's hold. But he wasn't strong enough. Toot and Ra pressed his arm down harder. I could see that Jonathan couldn't breathe. He made horrible choking sounds, and his face turned bright purple. I couldn't bear to watch. How could I help? I knew I had to act fast. I ran back to the bathroom. A weak gurgle escaped Jonathan's throat. Then he was silent. Toot and Ra raised his arm from Jonathan's throat and sat up. He had a broad smile on his face. You lose, Jonathan, he said. Say goodbye to your niece and nephew. Toot and Ra flashed Sonia and Annie a victory smile. His face was red, and his mustache was drenched with sweat. Jonathan lay still on his back, eyes closed tightly. His arms lay limply on the floor at his sides. Was he breathing? I couldn't tell. Peter stood with his hands shoved deep in his jeans pockets. He pressed his back against the wall. His eyes were wide with fright. I strode quickly from the bathroom, my eyes on Tootin' Raw. He turned to me. Where were you, Abby? Did you think you could hide in the bathroom? Or were you too afraid to watch me defeat your uncle? I didn't reply. Instead, I emptied my mouth. I'd filled it up in the bathroom sink. And now I did one of my champion, gold medal water spits. I spewed a hard stream of water from my mouth, and sprayed the ancient Egyptian in the face. The water splashed onto his cheeks, his nose, his mustache. Then it ran down his chin onto his neck. His mouth dropped open and he moaned. His eyes bulged. He let out a cry. But it was drowned out by a loud sizzling. It sounded like hamburgers frying on a grill. Smoke poured off Tootin' Raw's face as his skin started to burn. His hair crumbled to ashes. The whole front of his face peeled off, revealing gray bone underneath. His ears fell off and dropped silently to the floor. Quote. Un. Ellipsis. UNH. He uttered two groans, the last sounds he'd ever make. His skull crumbled to powder. And then, the rest of his body started falling apart, crumbling, disappearing into his clothes. In seconds, I stared at a crumpled suit of clothes, covered in black and gray ashes. Two eyeballs rolled off the jacket collar and came to rest on the carpet. They gazed up at me blankly. Then they, too, crumbled to powder. Abby, you were awesome, Peter cried. You did it. But I knew it was too soon to celebrate. I spun around to see what Sonia and Annie would do. Would we have to fight them next? No. To my shock, their clothes lay in a heap on the bedroom floor. The two women had also crumbled to ashes. The ashes formed small pyramids on top of their clothes. All three of them must have been connected somehow, I said. They shared a life force or something. Or something, a voice repeated. From the floor. Tootin' Raw? Had he come back to life? I gasped and turned to the sound. And saw Uncle Jonathan struggling to sit up. He shook his bald head, blinking his eyes. I think I'm alive, he said groggily. And then he saw the crumpled clothes, the piles of ashes. He squinted at me. Abby? They're gone, I said. Please, let's get out of this creepy place. Peter and I helped pull Jonathan to his feet. We stepped around the two ash pyramids and hurried into the hall. Which way? Jonathan asked, gazing in one direction, then the other. We'll have to walk down the hill. I parked my car at the bottom and... Wait, I cried. One more thing. We're forgetting the mummies. I turned and started to jog toward Tootin' Raw's private quarters. Peter and Jonathan followed. He kept the mummies alive all these years, I said. They've been moaning and groaning in pain. What do we do with them now? I pulled open the door and burst into the huge mummy chamber. Pale sunlight from the tall windows poured over the rows of mummy cases. I stopped and listened for their sighs and groans. No. Silence. The room stood silent and still. I turned to Peter and Jonathan. Their life force must have been connected to Tootin' Raw's, too, I said. After 2,000 years, these ancient mummies are finally at rest. I couldn't resist. I walked up to the nearest mummy case. I leaned over the side and peered down at the mummy. Its arms were crossed. Its coverings were ragged and stained. Leaning farther, I stared into its hidden face. And its hands shot up. And grabbed my arms and tugged me down on top of it. I was too shocked and terrified to scream. I felt its dry, bony arms wrap around my waist. I could smell the mold and mildew from thousands of years ago. So strong and sour, I choked. I struggled to twist out of its grip. Holding on to me tightly, it pulled itself up. It raised its head and uttered a hoarse whisper in my ear. Thank you. Ellipsis. Thank you. Then I felt the strength fade from its body. It sank back into the case with a final sigh. Its arms fell limply to its sides. My whole body shook and itched from its dry, scratchy touch. Choking on the foul odor, I gripped the sides of the case with both hands and pushed myself out. Peter and Jonathan grabbed my shoulders and stood me on my feet. Are you okay? Jonathan asked. I nodded. He said thank you, I told him. He only wanted to thank me for letting him die. Quote. Now, can we go home? Peter asked. I want to go somewhere boring. The next day at the Cranford train station, Jonathan apologized 1,000 times. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to meet you when you arrived, he said. I'm so sorry you had to have such a horrifying time. I can't even tell my friends about it, Peter said. Who would believe it? Well, we had an adventure we'll never forget, I said. Awesome, Abby, Peter said, rolling his eyes. Always look on the bright side. Jonathan helped us hoist our bags into the train car. At least you're both safe and sound, he said. He hugged us both. Please give my warmest regards to Granny V, he said. I hope she's okay. Me, too, I murmured. The train started to move. Jonathan ran down the aisle and jumped off. He waved to us from the platform as we rolled past. Peter and I settled back into our seats. It was going to be a long train trip back to Boston. But we'd never been happier to go home. We lugged our bags into the front hall and ran into the living room. Granny V. Granny V? Upstairs, she called. Her voice sounded light. Weak. We found her tucked in bed. You're back, she whispered. She pulled herself to a sitting position. I tried not to show how upset I was. But Granny V looked so weak and frail and tired. All the life had faded from her eyes. Her arms were as thin as toothpicks. And her face was as pale as flour. She squeezed my hand. Peter and I hugged her and kissed her. Our greeting seemed to tire her. She slumped back onto the pillow. I see you staring at me, she said with a thin smile. Well, I guess I can't hide the truth from you too. I'm not doing well. Not doing well at all. We'll help you, Peter said. We'll help you get better. I started to pull her up. Don't worry, Granny V, I said. I brought something home with me to make you feel better. Peter took one hand and I took the other. We guided her out of the bedroom. Where are you taking me? Granny V asked. You'll see, I said. Come sit down. You're being very mysterious, Granny V said. Don't ask questions, I said. We sat her down at the kitchen table. I unpacked the parcel I'd brought from the village. I brought it to the table and started to unwrap the paper around it. What is it? Granny V asked. She sniffed the air. Oh, what a strong smell. I spread out the paper and set it down in front of her. She gazed at it, blinking hard. What is that, Abby? Some kind of liver? She made a face. I don't like the smell of it. Don't pay attention to the smell, I said. I picked it up and put it in her hand. Just eat a nice chunk. It will do you a world of good. But what is it? Granny V demanded. I'll tell you after you eat a piece, I said. Go ahead. I pushed it into her mouth. I promise, Granny V. You're gonna be around for a long, long time. Several kids received mysterious invitations to be very special guests at Horrorland theme park. They looked forward to a week of scary fun, but the scares quickly became too real. Two girls, Brittany Crosby and Molly Malloy, disappeared. Billy Deep was horrified when his sister, Sheena, became invisible. Then Sheena disappeared, too, for a short while. A park guide, a horror named Byron, warned the kids they were all in danger. Byron tried to help them. But then he was dragged away by other horrors. Why? Are they all in danger? Where are the two missing girls? The kids are desperate to find Byron to get some answers. Meanwhile, Abby Martin arrives a few days after the others. Abby is eager to put her mummy nightmares behind her and have some fun. She has no idea of the terrifying dangers that await her. Abby continues the story. When Granny V showed me the invitation, I was shocked. Peter and I? Invited to Horrorland? For free? I cried. Are you sure the invitation is for us? Question mark quote. It has your name right on it, Abby, Granny V said. You must have won a contest or something. It was 4 months after our adventure in Cranford with the mummies. Granny V was looking young and strong. But Peter and I still had problems. Peter crossed his arms in front of him. I'm not going, he said. No way. Why not? I demanded. It's supposed to be the scariest, most awesome theme park on Earth. I just don't want to, Peter said, whining. I want to hang out with my friends. I knew what the problem was. Peter was afraid. Ever since we returned from Tootin Raw's terrifying house, Peter was frightened by a lot of things. He didn't even want to have water gun fights. Who could blame him? I still dreamed about the chanting mummies at night. In my dreams, I heard their frightening moans and cries. Some nights, I woke up with the ugly ancient voices chanting, hair, 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 in my ears. I decided that a week in Horrorland might be a chance to escape my nightmares. I tried hard to persuade Peter to come with me. But he was totally stubborn. So I ended up going to Horrorland without him. Did I escape my nightmares? 3 guesses. The first 2 don't count. My first night in Horrorland in the Stagger Inn, I had a terrifying dream. I saw myself back in my room at Tootin Raw's house. I was lying in the canopy bed with the purple curtains. The window was open, and I could hear flapping bat wings outside. I sat up and saw a mummy case at the foot of the bed. The case was decorated with carvings of strange birds and cats. A pharaoh's death mask was sculpted on the lid. As I stared, the lid began to move. It made a loud grinding sound as it slid open. I covered my ears. I didn't want to hear it. I knew I was dreaming. I tried to wake up. Tried to pull myself out of the dream, out of that horrid room. But the bed held me down. Like a soft trap. I stared as the lid opened all the way. Bandaged arms reached up from inside the case. The wrappings were stained and torn. The mummy stretched, clenching and unclenching its bony fingers. The fingers crackled with each move. The dry sound made my stomach lurch. I shut my eyes. Abby, wake up. I told myself in the dream. Wake up. Please. I opened my eyes, hoping to be back in my own room at Granny B's house. But no. Cracking and groaning, the mummy lifted itself from its case. I forced myself out of the bed. My nightshirt was twisted around me. I tried to run to the door. I wanted to escape. But to my horror, I was moving in slow motion. I felt so heavy, as if I weighed 500 pounds. I moved slowly. I seemed to be running in place. The mummy staggered toward me. Its hands were stretched out as if preparing to wrap me in its arms. The dream was so vivid, so real, I could smell the mummy. It had a sickeningly sweet odor, like rotting apples. It groaned with each heavy, thudding step. It backed me into a corner. I couldn't escape. Couldn't wake up. It reached out, raised one bony, ragged arm, reached up, and I felt its dry, paw-like hand scrape my throat. Oh, sick. It rubbed its fingers over my cheek. I could feel my skin prickle. It's only a dream, I told myself. So why did the touch of the mummy's hand on my face feel so real? I woke up, screaming. I was flat on my back. My whole body trembled. My mouth was dry. I struggled to slow my breathing down to normal. Why could I still feel the mummy's dry touch? Blinking in the dark hotel room, it took me so long to realize that the window curtain was blowing over my face. I sat up, pushed the curtain away. I started to feel a little better. Just a window curtain. Dot. No need to panic, Abby. Dot. You had a bad dream, and a curtain touched your face. No biggie, right? I lowered my feet to the floor. Still feeling shaky, I started to stand up. I lowered my eyes and gasped. Were those footprints on the carpet? Yes. Muddy footprints from the door to my bed. And what was that on the floor? I bent and picked it up. I raised it close to see it in the dim light. A strip of stained, yellowed gauze. I shuddered. Someone had been in my room. Someone was playing a mean joke. Did someone know about my mummy nightmares? I gazed at the muddy footprints. Who would try to scare me like this? Was this supposed to be part of the Horrorland fun? I stood up and straightened my nightshirt. I took a deep breath and heard thudding footsteps out in the hall, and then a pounding knock on my door. The mummy had returned. Cut it out. Comma. Abby. Dot. I scolded myself. Don't get crazy. I stepped to the door. Who is it? I called. I'm in the next room. A boy's voice. Are you okay? I heard you scream. I can't believe he heard that. I pulled open the door and stared at a boy about my age. He was big and tall, maybe a foot taller than me. He had short black hair, sort of a bulldog face, big brown eyes. He was barefoot. He had a long t-shirt pulled down over pajama bottoms. I woke up when I heard you scream, he said. I thought, I'm okay, I told him. Guess I was having a nightmare. He said his name was Michael Monroe. And he was a very special guest, too. We started talking, standing in the doorway. He said he was happy to get away from home and come to Horrorland. He said he had a weird year at school. I had a weird year, too, I said. I had the sudden urge to tell him about the mummies and everything. But I stopped myself. I knew he wouldn't believe it. He'd just think I was crazy. He came in, and we sat down on the little couch by my window. Do kids call you Mike or Michael? I asked. Well, neither. The kids back at home call me Monster. I laughed. They call you Monster because, I guess because I'm such a big dude. And sometimes I lose it. You know. Get angry. He blushed. I used to like that nickname, he said. But I had a thing with some real monsters. Now I hate that name. Real monsters? Was he joking? Maybe we both had the same kind of frightening year. I thought. I liked him. He was kind of cute. And easy to talk to. Are you into sports? I asked. Wrestling or football? Michael shrugged. Not really. I'm on the wrestling team. But actually, I'm kind of a techie. I'm into computers and stuff. He scratched his short, spiky hair. What's up with this hotel? He asked. My cell phone won't work. And there's no internet connection. I feel like a prisoner. I just got here yesterday, I said. I didn't try to call anyone. I thought of Granny V. She'd be worried if I didn't call her today. It's like they don't want us to talk to anyone in the outside world, Michael said. Or am I just being paranoid? You're being paranoid, I said. We both laughed. We talked for another hour. I felt like I'd made a new friend. Later, after breakfast, we met up to explore the park. It was only 10 o'clock, but people were starting to pour in. What a beautiful day, I exclaimed. I was feeling good. Last night's nightmare had faded into the past. The sun was still climbing through a clear blue sky. The air was warm and fresh. Kids were laughing and running ahead of their parents, eager to see everything. A long line of people was waiting at a breakfast food cart in the middle of Zombie Plaza. The cart was called Awful Waffle. Dot. And the horror working there was serving waffles shaped like fat cockroaches. Want that with skin rash syrup? He asked a kid. We squeeze it from poison ivy plants. He poured the syrup. I could see little black things swimming in it. Yum. Did you meet any other very special guests? Michael asked. I shook my head. Not yet. I wonder if there are any more of us here, he said. He pointed. Hey, look. Some cool rides. Let's do it. I started to follow him. He was so tall and took such long strides, it was hard to keep up. I stopped when I saw a game booth at the edge of the plaza. I uttered a sharp cry. I felt the back of my neck tighten as I stared at it. The Mummy's Tummy. That's what the game was called. The Mummy's Tummy. In big, black Egyptian-style letters. Huh? My mouth dropped open. I just stood there gaping at it. And watched kids step up to a giant mummy. The mummy was at least 8 feet tall, standing with its legs wide apart, arms crossed over its chest. Ragged gauze fluttered in the soft morning breeze. When they got to the front of the line, kids reached a hand into the mummy's belly and pulled out prizes. My whole body shuddered. How can this be? I guess Michael saw that I was freaked. Abby, what's up? He asked. What's wrong? I shook my head as if trying to shake away what I was seeing. And nothing, I stammered. I can't explain. First, the mummy footprints and gauze on my floor last night. Ellipsis. Now this mummy game. It can't all be a coincidence. Michael grabbed my hand and pulled me up to the giant mummy. He was so strong, I couldn't pull back. What's scary about? This thing? Michael asked. Abby, you're shaking. Ah, just a chill, I guess, I said. I tried not to stare at the big hole in the mummy's belly. Look. Nothing scary about it, Michael said. He made a fist, then shoved his hand deep into the opening in the mummy's stomach. He turned to me. See? He said. No problem. But then his expression changed. Hey, he shouted. His eyes bulged. His mouth dropped open. My hand, he cried. Struggling to pull out his hand, Michael shut his eyes and let out a shriek of pain and horror. I let out a cry and staggered back from the mummy. A grin spread over Michael's face. He slid his hand out. Just goofing, he said. He let out a big laugh. I forced a smile, but I didn't exactly feel like laughing. Why is this thing here? It couldn't have been set up in the middle of the park just to scare me, could it? We walked past the mummy. Wow. It's all like ancient Egypt back here, Michael said, gazing around. I saw a yellow pyramid rising over a patch of sand. A giant sphinx statue guarded an ancient-looking temple. I grabbed Michael's arm and tried to tug him in the other direction. Let's get out of here, I said. I want to see the werewolf petting zoo. And, no, wait, he slid out of my grasp. He pointed. Check it out. An Egyptian roller coaster, and the cars are mummy cases. It looks totally awesome. He jogged over to it. I just wanted to run. I'd seen enough mummy cases to last my whole life. But what could I do? I followed him. The coaster was called the A Nile Etter. Kids were running to get on the ride. They lay on their backs in the mummy cases. One kid per case. Then the cases rolled up the tracks, slowly at first. Up, up, a steep climb. At the top, the car spun around a tall yellow pyramid and whipped down, then up, twisting and turning, faster and faster. Wild screams rang out from the cases as they whipped and spun around the giant pyramid. I couldn't see the riders, but it sounded like they were having good, scary fun. Let's do it, Michael said, jumping up and down like a little kid. No. Really, I started to protest. I held my ears to shut out the screams of the kids above us. And when I did, I heard the moans and cries of pain of Toot and Roz. Real mummies in their cases. I put my hands down. Michael pulled me toward the ride. Before I knew it, he was pushing me into a mummy case. I took a deep breath and slid in. I settled onto my back and grabbed the safety handles at the sides. The tall yellow pyramid cast a deep shadow over me. I heard kids screaming and laughing. I can do this, I told myself out loud. I can do this ride. I'm not going to be scared for the rest of my life. With a hard rumble, my case started to move. The bottom vibrated as I began the slow trip up to the top. My feet were tilted up. My head slanted down. I could feel the blood rushing to my face. I gripped the sides tightly as the mummy case picked up speed. I pictured Michael in the case behind me. He was probably doing it no hands. And then I heard his shout, Abby, how are you doing? I started to answer, but the case whipped around hard, taking my breath away. I shot straight down, head first. The strong wind blew my hair in every direction. The force of the wind was so powerful, it was hard to breathe. I was gasping when the case stopped its drop and began to rise again. The case spun hard. My feet rose high now, my head dipped down low. I gripped the side handles. We climbed. Higher. Higher. I felt the warm sun on my face. The blue sky looked close enough to touch. Higher. And then I let out a sharp cry as my case started to tilt. Was this part of the ride? The mummy case was rolling over. It was turning upside down. No, I uttered a frightened cry. It turned onto its side. It was going to roll over and dump me out. The safety belt. Did I forget to strap it on? There. Has to be a safety belt. I let go of one side and began frantically searching underneath me. My hand pawed the bottom of the case. No safety belt? Nothing to hold me in. Nothing. With a loud squeak, the car flipped upside down. I could see the ground. Miles below. I hung there upside down for a second or two. And then my hands slipped off the handles, and I started to fall. I heard a loud snap, and I felt something wrap around my chest and waist. Safety bars. Steel safety bars snapped over me and held me tightly in the case. I was too shocked to laugh or cry out. Too shocked to breathe. I heard kids screaming all around me. They just had the scare of their lives, too. Slowly, my mummy case tilted right side up. I let out a long sigh. I was gripping the safety bar so hard, my hands ached. The case rolled slowly back to the ground. Two tall horrors, dressed in green and purple costumes, appeared. All the park workers were called horrors. They helped lift me out and stand me back on my feet. How was it? One horror asked. Are you going to ride it again? I don't think so, I said. He looked disappointed. I took a few wobbly steps. My legs felt shaky. My heart was still pounding. A few seconds later, Michael came running over, a big grin on his face. Awesome, right? He cried. I really thought I was going to fall out. Ready to do it again? I squinted at him. You're joking, right? He laughed. Abby, how'd you get to be such a scaredy cat? He didn't wait for an answer. I'll do anything. You know? Guess that's why my friends call me Monster. Well, Monster, I want to go back to Stagger Inn, I said. Get myself together. Maybe have some lunch. He nodded. No problem. Actually, I want to try my laptop again. There's gotta be a way to get online. We started walking toward the hotel. The park was jammed with people. The sun beat down. I realized I was sweating. I looked for a cart selling cold drinks. We passed a purple and green cart with flat pieces of meat piled up on the front. On the side of the cart, a sign read, Frosted pig pieces. Chocolate, strawberry, vanilla. Gross. No one was standing in line for those tasty items. Two headless men walked by in gray business suits. They held their heads in front of them in both hands. The heads were singing, Don't worry, be happy. Michael and I both laughed at that. We stopped as a tall horror stepped in front of us. He stuck out his big, paw-like hands to stop us. The horror's short yellow horns curled above the wavy green hair on his head. He had blue eyes under thick brown eyebrows. His whole body seemed to be covered with purple fur. Was it a costume? It had to be. The horrors weren't real. But then, why couldn't I see any eye holes in his mask? And how come I couldn't see any wrinkles in the fur? Who are you? He demanded in a tense whisper. His eyes darted all around, as if he was watching out for something or someone. I gazed at the brass name tag pinned to his overall strap. Byron. He leaned over me, casting a shadow over us both. Are you Abby Martin? He turned to Michael. Michael Monroe? Yes, I answered. Is something wrong? I thought of Granny V. Was she sick again? Was he delivering a message from her? There's plenty wrong, Byron replied. He glanced all around again. This dude was definitely tense. He shoved something into my hand. Someone wants you to have this, he whispered. Excuse me? I said. What is it? But he had already spun away from us and was trotting through the crowd on the plaza. Well, that was totally disturbing, Michael said. He grabbed my hand. What is it? What did he give you? I gazed at the folded up paper in my hand. Oh, wow, I said. I think it's just an ad. I saw other horrors passing out flyers. For the magic show at the haunted theater. Big whoop, Michael muttered. That dude looked so frightened, I thought it was going to be something really scary. He's just a good actor, I said. I unfolded the sheet of paper. I was wrong. It wasn't an ad for the haunted theater. It was a handwritten note in red marker, and it read, Escape Horrorland. You are in danger. Michael laughed. That horror probably goes around the park passing these out all day. I stared at the fat red letters. Red as blood. I don't think so, I said. Michael, he wasn't passing this out at random. He knew our names. Michael rolled his eyes. It's another Horrorland joke. Like that roller coaster ride back there. We thought we were going to fall out and drop to the ground, but we didn't. They want to scare us. That's the whole fun of Horrorland. I thought hard. I'm not so sure. And then I saw Byron across the plaza. I grabbed Michael's sleeve and pointed. There he is. Come on. Let's make him tell us what this note is about. I gripped the note tightly in my right hand, and we started to run. We almost crashed into two women pushing baby strollers. Then we got trapped in the middle of a group of teenagers heading to the game's arcade. We were both breathing hard by the time we caught up to him. The tall horror had his back to us. He was straightening the straps on his overalls as he gave directions to a family. Byron, I called. He spun around, and Michael and I both gasped. The horror blinked at us in surprise. Beneath his horns, he had yellow spiky hair. He stared at us with one green eye and one brown eye. He wasn't Byron. I squinted at his name tag. Cody. Oh, wow. Sorry, I muttered. Thought you were someone else, Michael said. That happens to me a lot, Cody said. But you can always recognize me by the dimples in my cheeks. No one has dimples like these. I made them myself with a power drill. He laughed. I stared hard, but I didn't even see any dimples. I guessed it was his little joke. He lowered his weird colored eyes to the sheet of paper. What's that? He asked. He didn't wait for an answer. He grabbed it from my hand and quickly read it. I saw his expression change. His smile faded as he read it again. He squinted at it, studying it for a long time. Then he laughed. You two didn't believe this dumb warning, did you? He asked. Well, I started. It's one of our joke messages, he said. You know, nothing is real at Horrorland. He gave us a wave of his paw. Have fun, guys. Don't get too scared. Ha ha. He started to walk away. Hey, can we have that paper back? Michael called. Cody turned and shrugged his big furry shoulders. I think I'll keep it. You know. Pass it on to some other sucker. He laughed again. We horrors pass these things out all day long. Part of our job. Gotta keep it scary. You know. He turned and hurried away. Michael and I stared at each other. Well, that was disturbing, I said. I told you, Michael said. I told you it was just a joke. I groaned. Are you kidding me? Michael, that horror was totally lying. Didn't you hear that phony laugh? Michael shrugged. I believed him, Abby. Why would someone send us a threat like that? We just got here. Why would someone want us out? We were invited. Of course, I didn't have answers to those questions. Michael and I discussed the warning note all the way back to Stagger Inn. As we walked, we passed groups of kids and dozens of families, all laughing and having fun. None of them seemed afraid. I didn't see any of them carrying handwritten messages in red ink. See you later, I told Michael. I took the dark, creaky elevator up to my room. The elevator was ice cold. Frightening organ music played as it climbed. And I shared the elevator with a skeleton, who was leaning against the back wall, holding a suitcase. I stepped into my room and found my cell phone on the nightstand. I picked it up. I started to call Granny V. Silence. No bars. No network here. Weird, I muttered. I set it back down. Started to the closet. And spotted something on the desk. A folded up sheet of white paper. My breath caught in my throat. I hurried over to it and picked it up. My hands trembled as I struggled to unfold it. Another threat. No. Wait. My eyes glanced over the page. There were bats with red eyes all around the margins. Did someone know how much I hated bats? No. It was an invitation. To lunch. I read it carefully. Come meet all the very special guests at the Vampire Cafe. All blood types are welcome. Get the 411 at a meeting afterwards, unless you are feeling drained. There was a little square map at the bottom of the page. I saw that the Vampire Cafe was in the Vampire State Building. Sounded like fun. And I was eager to meet the others. Mainly, I was curious. I wanted to ask them why they were picked as very special guests. I glanced at my watch. Almost lunchtime. I hurried into the bathroom to get ready. My long hair had been blown in every direction by that roller coaster ride. It was a tangled mess. I grabbed my hairbrush. Huh? No mirror in the bathroom? That's totally weird. I thought. I moved back into the bedroom and searched around. No dresser mirror. No wall mirror. I pulled open the closets. No mirrors on the closet doors. A hotel room without a single mirror? Shaking my head, I walked to the window. I could see my reflection just a little bit in the glass. I brushed my hair as best as I could. Then I changed into a fresh t-shirt and shorts. I grabbed the invitation and headed out the door. I heard flapping bat wings as I stepped into the Vampire Cafe. Abby, don't freak. I told myself. I took a deep breath. The bats aren't real here. Nothing is real. I stepped up to the hostess. The room was so dark, I could barely see her. She raised a candle and smiled at me in the flickering light. She was very pale, with black lips and heavy black eyeliner around her eyes. She wore a long black dress and a black cape that brushed the floor as she stepped forward. "Welcome," she said softly. "We keep it very dark because the vampires burn up in bright light. And I hate when that happens." "I like your eye makeup," I said. She squinted at me. "I don't wear makeup." The flapping bat wings grew louder. They sounded as if they were right overhead. I knew it was just sound effects. But I still felt a chill. The hostess led me to a long table at the back. A waitress was filling everyone's glass from a big pitcher. The drink was red and thick. Like blood? Question mark. "We only serve it warm," she told me. "More nourishing that way, don't you think?" Before I could answer, a boy jumped up and started introducing everyone around the table. It was hard to remember all the names. I sat down next to a pretty girl with straight brown hair named Carly Beth. The boy who greeted me was tall and athletic looking. I think his name was Matt. Next to him, a brother and sister named Billy and Sheena. I dropped into my chair. The waitress filled my glass. I tasted it. Tomato juice. Against the far wall, I saw a tree. Fake, I guessed. And hanging from the branches of the tree were dozens of bats. I hoped they were fakes, too. I waved to Michael. He sat at the other end of the long table, next to a boy whose name I think was Robbie. Robbie was busily drawing a cartoon on his placemat, and Michael was laughing. "Have you all been here a long time?" I asked. "Has it been awesome?" "Definitely not awesome," Matt replied. "We've had some problems." I was telling Matt what Sabrina and I overheard, Carly Beth said. She leaned closer so everyone could hear her over the noise of the restaurant. "We heard these two horrors talking," Carly Beth said. "One of them was named Bubba. I don't remember the second one. They didn't know we were there." "And what did they say?" Robbie asked, putting down his marker. "They were talking about us. The very special guests," Carly Beth said. "They said it's going to get a lot scarier for us." "They didn't mean it as a joke," the girl named Sabrina said. "They meant it for real." I glanced around the table. The kids all looked weird in the flickering candlelight. But even in the darkness, I could see how troubled they were. Matt shook his head. "Byron warned us we weren't safe," he said. "We have to keep searching for him. If we can find him, he'll tell us what's really going on here." "Hey," I said. "Did you say Byron?" "I just saw a horror named Byron." The kids all acted shocked. A few of them gasped. Everyone at the table turned to me. "Where did you see him?" Sheena asked. "Was he okay?" her brother, Billy, asked. They bombarded me with questions. "Do you know where he went? Did he give you a message for us? Did he tell you anything?" I was totally confused. Why were they so excited about this horror named Byron? "He came up to Michael and me at Zombie Plaza," I said. "And he gave Abby a message," Michael interrupted. "It said, 'Escape Horrorland.' You were in danger." "We didn't know if it was a joke or not," I said. "We tried to find Byron to explain, but he disappeared in the crowd." That got everyone buzzing. "Let's go," Matt said. He stood up. "If he's walking around the park, we have to find him. We have to learn the truth." Carly Beth pulled Matt back down into his seat. We can't just run out, she said. There's a meeting after lunch, remember? Maybe we can ask questions, Sabrina said. Maybe we can get some answers at the meeting. Everyone started talking at once. Robbie clinked his spoon against his glass until we grew quiet. I didn't get to tell my story, he said. I saw the two missing girls. In the arcade. The kids all acted stunned again. Michael and I stared at each other across the table. We were both totally confused. Missing girls? What were they talking about? They came into the arcade. Really, Robbie said, tapping his marker excitedly on the tabletop. I saw them both. I talked with them. What did they say? Matt asked him. That none of us are safe in Horrorland, Robbie answered. They wanted to take me to another park. They said we'd be safe there. That proves it, Matt cried. We have to get out of here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Sabrina cried. Everyone turned to her. Robbie hit his head. When Carly Beth and I found him in the arcade, he was totally unconscious. So? Robbie demanded. So maybe you dreamed about seeing Brittany and Molly, Carly Beth said. Right, Sabrina agreed. You were knocked out. How could you see the two girls? Whoa. Wait. Robbie stood up and reached into his jeans pockets. I didn't dream it. I can prove it. He pulled a golden coin from his pocket and held it up. Check it out, he said. They gave this to me. It says, Panic Park. On it. It's some kind of token from another park. He passed the coin around. Everyone studied it with serious expressions. Again, I glanced across the table at Michael. He and I didn't know what they were talking about. Missing girls? Another theme park? I had a million questions I wanted to ask them. The token came to me. I raised it close to my face to study it. It was shiny and new. I could see the letters PP engraved on one side. And I could see my reflection in the coin. I saw my eye up close. Then I saw that one side of my hair was messed up. Suddenly, I felt a strong pull. As if the coin were pulling me toward it. Like a vacuum cleaner. I blinked. What is up with this? I gripped the coin tightly. I tried to pull back. But I could feel myself sliding. Moving toward the shiny surface. It was drawing me to it. Pulling me. Pulling me. Into it. I felt so strange, so helpless and light. A hand grabbed the token away. I felt dizzy, stunned. I turned to see that the waitress had taken it. She shoved it into her black apron pocket. Thanks for the tip, guys, she said. Tips mean a lot to us. Robbie jumped to his feet and stuck out his hand. Hey, give it back, he cried. That wasn't your tip. That token belongs to me. Exclamation mark quote. The waitress rolled her eyes. Okay, okay, she grumbled. Don't get your boxers in a twist. She handed back the token. Robbie raised it to his face to examine it in the candlelight. Hey, he shouted. It's not the same coin. This one says Horrorland on it. He turned around to protest. But the waitress had disappeared into the kitchen. She made a switch. Robbie cried. She didn't want us to have that token. Let's go get her, Matt declared. He jumped up, too. But before anyone could move from the table, two horrors stepped up to block our way. One of them was a skinny horror with purple freckles on his green face. His name tag read Bubba. Dot. The other was the yellow-haired horror, Cody. Hope you all enjoyed your last meal on Earth. Bubba boomed. He was joking. The two horrors led us to a big dimly lit auditorium for our meeting. The stage was lit by one spotlight. It beamed down on a podium in front of a black curtain. We very special guests filled the front row. The rest of the auditorium was empty. Eerie organ music played over the speakers. The two horrors took up places at the doors. Were they guarding the exits? Michael and I sat at one end of the row. Next to us, Robbie was showing his token to Billy and Sheena. Do you get what they were talking about? Michael asked. Something about two girls named Brittany and Molly? And they went missing? Before I could answer, a smiling horror walked across the stage and stepped into the spotlight. He was very thin and frail looking. He had pale green skin, a bald head under his horns, and squinted down at us through square-framed glasses. My name is Ned, he said in a squeaky old man's voice. We're so happy to have you all in our park. We invited you as very special guests for a reason. We want you to go home and tell all your friends how much good, scary fun you had at Horrorland. And tell them to come visit us, too. But someone is really trying to scare us, Matt shouted from his seat. Ned's smile grew even wider. All in good fun, he said. Matt didn't give up. We have a lot of questions for you, he said. Ned nodded. I'll be happy to answer your questions, he squeaked. But first, I have a special gift for each of you. A little memento of your stay with us. Matt groaned. This dude won't answer anything, he muttered. Here to give you your gifts, Ned said, is the horror who had the great idea to invite you all here to the park. And it was his idea to have this meeting today. He waved to the side of the stage. Please come here and hand out the gifts. A tall horror with short yellow horns, green hair, and purple fur came striding out, carrying a package. Byron. I recognized him instantly, the horror who gave me that warning message. The other kids were all muttering excitedly. We've been looking. Everywhere. For him, I heard Sheena whisper. And here he is. Byron, where? Where? You? Matt shouted. Ned stood beside Byron, a smile pasted on his face. Byron pretended he didn't hear Matt's question. He held up the package. I have special Horrorland tokens for each of you, he said. I think you will want to carry them with you everywhere. It will show the horrors around the park that you are a very special guest, Ned said. No more standing in line. Just show your token and go right in. And food is free. At all our restaurants, Byron added. Just show your special token. Byron will call you up one by one to receive your gift, Ned announced. Byron called me up first. I took the coin from him and went back to my seat. When I looked at it, I had a shock. The token had a pyramid on it. Huh? My mouth dropped open. Why did I get an Egyptian one? Do they know about the mummies in my uncle's village? Wait. Did all the kids get pyramid tokens? No. Matt's token had a weird blob on it. Carly Beth's had an ugly Halloween mask. Robbie's had a cartoon superhero. Everyone seemed shocked and upset. Did the other kids have something horrifying happen to them, too? Is that what they see on their coins? We have a lot of questions, Matt shouted up to the stage. But Ned turned and walked off quickly. Byron started to follow him. But then he turned back to us. And in a loud whisper, he said, "Inside the bat barn." 4 o'clock sharp. I followed the other kids out into the afternoon sunlight. The park was crowded with people having fun. Across from us, a horror in a clown suit was making balloon animals for little kids. The balloon animals all looked like rats. We gathered under the shade of a big tree, and we all started talking at once. "Something really scary happened to me," I said. "With real mummies. And look at my token." I held it up so they could see the pyramid on it. The others all chimed in. Their tokens matched what happened to them during the year. "It's totally disturbing," Billy said. "How could our worst nightmares follow us here?" Michael had been quiet. I saw him studying his token intently. Suddenly, he let out a cry. "Look at this." We all turned and watched him pull a tiny chip from his coin. "I've seen this before. It's a tracking device," Michael said. "I bet they want to spy on us and track our every move." "We've got to lose these," Robbie said. "Right now." "But wait," Carly Beth said. "You say you trust this Byron guy, right? He's on our side? So if these really are tracking chips, they are a good idea." "Yes, we should keep them if Byron wants us to have them," Sabrina said. "No way," Matt declared. "Don't you see? They forced Byron to give us these things. That's why he wants to meet us later." "I know about this electronic spying stuff," Michael said. "No one is going to track me. I'll show you what to do with these coins." He walked over to a red-headed kid who was slurping an ice cream cone with his mom. He handed the coin to the kid. "It makes you a special visitor," he said. "You can use it to get free food and stuff." "Cool. Thanks," the kid exclaimed. He took the coin and showed it off to his mom. "So that's what we did. We all gave our coins away to passing kids. Everyone except Carly Beth and Sabrina, that is. They kept theirs." It was almost 4 o'clock. We hurried across the park to the bat barn. A fat, purple horror greeted us at the entrance. He handed us all wide-brimmed hats. "It might keep the bats out of your hair," he said. I realized I was trembling. I wished I didn't have to go into the bat barn. We started into the long, dark building. Chittering bat cries rang out above our heads. I could see bats hanging upside down from the low rafters. I looked away and saw a piece of paper on the floor. I picked it up and held it close to my eyes. It was hard to read in the little bit of light that crept into the barn. Michael stepped up beside me, and I showed it to him. "It looks like a page from an amusement park guide," I said. We both stared at it. It showed kids in an old-fashioned hall of mirrors. The headline read, "Welcome to the Mirror Mansion. Reflect on where it can take you." We passed it around. "Byron must have left this for us," Billy said. "It has to be kind of clue, like the other pages we found." His sister, Sheena, started to say something. But instead, a scream burst from her mouth. And seconds later, we all began to scream as the bat attack began. Bats swooped down on us, dozens of them. Screeching and whistling. Flapping furiously. I tugged the hat down low on my head and gripped the brim. But I felt bat claws rake my shoulders. My back. "They're real," I shrieked. "They're not fakes. Where is Byron?" Someone cried over the screeching of the clawing, biting bats. "We're all alone here," I screamed in horror. The last words from my mouth as the bats tore at my hair, my clothes.